Greetings one, greetings all. So, hello to all of you who just saw me fail dismally at trying to use an NPCX. What can I say with your phone? So, let's have a look what we got over here. Let's get rid of this. There we go. So, quiet evening this evening, I believe. I believe the invite thing has actually pinned in the YouTube chat. One would hope. Try to follow Wagoo's instructions. So I think that's worked. I haven't looked, but I assume it has. So, I hate that, don't I? Evening. Here, something just popped up. Won't take any notice of that. So, quiet evening. I don't know where Rob is. He's normally around about now, but not this time. So far, it's just me staring into space. Which is all very well and good. So. Sounds alright anyway. I really must get to grips with that NPCX though. It seems to be a very powerful tool. I just need to figure out how to get to grips with it. And then turn it into something I can use in my everyday setups. All right, Pickle. Well done. Come on. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Come and say hi, Sis. Come here. Come here. Here. No, round here. What are you doing? Here. Come and say hello. There you go. Say hello. So you go. Hello. Hello. No. You've been a good girl. Mm-hmm. If you're a very good girl, you can have a sausage. Bienvenue.
Ah, bonsoir, monsieur, ça va?
Oh, mais oui.
Je viens de voir le VMom on Twitch. Yeah, I've just been watching VMom on Twitch. It's actually quite cool. There's a guy on there who's created a program which took all his heart rate, his pulse, his speed, his inclination, his climb, his descent on his bike, all these things that they can monitor, and converted it into MIDI. MIDI codes and stuff. I think he was in the Netherlands, I think somewhere. Fietsknecht his name was, which is cycle servant or something like that in Dutch. But anyway, and it was... And he'd put in the specifications that he could only be in like Schoenberg style 12-tone, and it was amazing. It was so atmospheric and weird. It was just wonderful. I was sitting there going, "Whoa!" But then we had Dave Walker and Night Passenger and the Panda and all the other sort of usual EMOM people, and it was just lovely. But I got the notification that you were on. I ducked out of the NPC stream because I got confused after about 15 minutes and just thought, I haven't got a fucking clue what's going on here, so I just
yeah, well, I made the mistake.
So I'm sorry.
Dom asked a question to Inky, and Inky was showing him how to do this thing. So I was just watching, and then I think Dom said to me, he goes, right, or Inky said, she goes, all right, so what have you got, Kent, and everything like that. I go, I was watching. I'm sorry, I wasn't doing any pushing buttons.
Yeah, welcome to the classroom. It's my life, that, and I just now.
Yeah.
Teaching is far harder than people think it is, and making it clear exactly what you want people to do when you want them to do it and how you want them to do it is actually, it's a daily challenge. And I go, you think I'd know how to do it by now, but you know, every day I'm confronted with the fact that I've failed. You know, so, well, but they pay me for failing daily. It's wonderful.
Yeah, well, it's the same here, really.
Na, men kommen wie geht's?
Ja, alles in Ordnung.
Alles in Ordnung, gut. Ugh.
Yeah.
Robbie has more important things. How dare he?
Robbie has more important things. Well, good for Robbie. I'm glad.
What could be
we
more
know-
important, possibly? I mean, really.
Hey, everyone in the chat. I can't be asked typing. I'm sorry. I just can't be bothered. Typing, hi, everyone. I'm just going to say, hi, everyone.
Well, that's the advantage of coming on, isn't it? So you don't have to type it all in.
I still feel like I should, just out of good manners' sake, but I've just gone through all that on the Twitch stream, and I just can't be asked. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, Homegrown, hi, Steve Elbows, hi, Matt, hi, Simon Greatbatch, soon to be famous Simon Greatbatch, and Simon Le Bon's sidekick. Oh, sorry, no, what have I just said? No, oh. It's got a little picture, you see, of him standing on stage, all the lights and a couple of keyboards, and it looks just like Nick Rhodes from Duran Duran. So Simon's going to be on Mr. Wiggly's show on Sunday. So hi, Simon. Looking forward to that.
Yeah. Condolences.
And he's a regular at the EMOMs in Derby and other places. So, and he's played at the EMOM at Derby and was great because he turned up with a 76, whatever it is, 73. You know, the big keyboard. Thought that's making a statement when everyone turns up with little groove boxes and stuff. So, well done, Simon. Fair muso. So, hi mate. Thanks for your cheat sheet. And the cheat sheet I sent him. During Dom's little stream this afternoon, I sent Simon some prospective answers for Lula May's quiz, all just totally made up off the top of my head for no apparent reason whatsoever, just in case they happen to possibly coincide with questions that might be asked, like, you know, what did you have for your tea, you know, or who did you have a sleepover with, or how many, you know, how many Simon Greatbatches are there smeared all over this Roland keyboard? You know, that's the sort of key questions you get. I won't be bringing the Phantom. I won't be bringing the Phantom. Sorry, how many Simons can you see smeared all over this Phantom 73 or whatever it is? Yeah. I won't be bringing the Phantom again. Oh, you should. No, actually, no. I can understand why you wouldn't. You wouldn't bring one of those little. Yeah, one of these little Arturia whatever these things are called, little keyboards.
Yeah, the Phantom's a bit of a handful.
It's a big beastie for an EMOM, but it looked great on stage.
What was it, a 76?
What was it? There's the 6 octave. Oh, what's it? Yeah, 6 octave rather than 7 octave. Yeah, but it was it was 73. It's 73 now. So it's 73. Yeah.
Well, I mean, 76 is more of a standard version now. So with the down to the A. Doesn't matter. But those three keys don't make a difference to the weight at that point.
It was a big keyboard. It was a big keyboard. Even a 5 octave keyboard looks big on an EMOM stage. It really does. You know, it's like, whoa, look at that. Oh,
It's the proper size.
well, it is. Well, absolutely, but it's to do with the speed of the changeovers and that sort of thing, and the setting up time, and a larger machine takes a larger amount of time to position, place, get it in the right position so you're comfortable to play it. Therefore, the setup times are longer. So,
So clearly, that's the pocket operator. It's the ideal.
well,
EMOM.
hey, don't knock it. That's exactly what Martin Christie did at the Synthfest EMOM.
Yeah.
You were there. You saw
Yeah.
it. He stood up there
Yeah,
with a pocket operator.
It was great, apart from like 2 fuck-outs, but
Yeah,
that was
well, I
fun.
mean,
But
even
I
he
mean,
went, yeah.
but I mean, if you just there with a pocket operator, then you have big enough cojones to just not care about fucking that up.
Well, that's Martin. He doesn't care. He just whatever it is. But that's cool, isn't it? That's what makes it work. You know. In fact, Jamie asked about people who are playing live with electronic music and what they use and how they use it and why they use it. So I was thinking back about what I used to take out and lug out to do gigs. It would be about once every 2 months or so. So, but I'd be lugging out my entire studio, and it wasn't just a couple of synthesizers and this. It was the computer, the mixing desk, the effects units, the 19-inch rack mounting boxes, A-frame stands, X stands, bits of wood that you could put across so that you could put 2 or 3, and it was just an operation to do it. And I just think I couldn't be arsed with doing all that now. I just really couldn't. The
Instead
idea
you
of
just
going
take
out.
a modular and a Volca.
So yeah, exactly. You take your modular Volca and a BeatStat Pro, and it delivers in some ways exactly the same sort of workability and flexibility and sound capacity that all that gear did way back then. It's mad
Well,
to
it-
think about it.
Or it's even worse, somebody just turning up with an MPC or a Deluge and being really smug about carrying this tiny bag.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something else. There is a noticeable difference in the sound. Standing on the stage, I can hear it for myself. But I've left it for other people to comment. The deluges, the MPCs, this and people are creating these things at home, and they're processing it to sound like a nicely recorded track. You play it back through a live PA, and it's there. And when you go on with a modular, and you've not got all of the nice processing that these books, it's there. If you know what I mean, the dynamic range is wider, therefore it sounds much more powerful. I've noticed it myself at these EMOMs, that suddenly it seems like we've turned the PA system up, but that's not the case. It's just that the dynamic range is broader and more powerful. So, anyway, Simon's asked you a question about the EPS 16. Have you got it now, Kent? Has Jim brought it you?
No, not yet.
Oh, bloody hell, Jim. Get off your arse. Sorry.
Remind me. Let me have a-
Hi, Matt.
Hey, mate.
Let's have a look.
Dear Jim, please bring aforementioned keyboard.
Yeah, Jim.
Lots of love, Kent.
Oi, get me keyboard down here, you wanker.
It's, well,
Oh, no,
That's the most I've
that's
ever heard Robert swear, because it's like twice in the last 5 minutes. It's like, what?
Roberts. I know, he's too nice to swear. Germans don't swear, you see. They just,
come on, me and Ty would get on along perfectly swearing at each other for an entire evening.
So
Yeah,
how was Inky's lesson tonight? Was it?
really complicated. I ducked out after 15 minutes.
I felt like I was at the back of the classroom making paper airplanes. So, yes, Simon. Yeah, I will have a look at it, buddy. I won't be able to look at it until the beginning of December, if that's any good to you. Because I have a mountain of shit to get through. Unfortunately, so. But yes, we'll have a look and see why there's.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Because there could be 101 reasons why there's no audio coming out of it. Some good, some not so good. So we'll see. No probs. Yeah. I had to book in another CS80 today. It's like, for God's sake, stop!
Considering you love them so much, why is it so?
Because we're so big.
Yeah, at the moment it's a matter of space.
Well, then you could have two GS1s coming in.
there is going to be another GS1 coming in. As it is sort of like, no. So, yeah, because where there's a few other things going on, you know, other domestic-y things being done around the house as well, and space has become quite a premium, and there's just a lot of stuff coming in and not enough people coming and collecting their shit, basically. Plus there's a few machines that have been real bastards, so it makes them long-termers, which means they're not going anywhere in a hurry. And you know, plus all the abandoned stuff as well. So it all builds up, and in the end, you're just moving keyboards around, you know.
You needed to have built a new living room on the back of the house and used the fucking current one as a storage room.
Well, you say that, but out on the decking, there's a little sort of like alcove we've knocked off, and that's already got about 8 cents in it already. That not even supposed to be in there. She's gonna lose her shit when she finds out they're in there, because it was supposed to be a storeroom for some of her stuff. So she's gonna pull it all back and go, "What's all this?" Because the Clavinova's in there as well. I had to put that somewhere. So it's just mad.
This
And the
is the
Clavinova
thing.
is one of those things where, although it's absolutely beautiful and immaculate, and it's in a beautiful lacquered black
It's a lovely bit of
rosewood.
furniture.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And it is
the GS1 is gone.
100% working, this thing is. But if I put that in the local and said, you know, free to anybody who wants to come and collect it, nothing. Because there's already 4 or 5 in there, and there's nobody. So, no, I'm not interested, mate.
I love it.
Come and grab it then.
I wish I had a car big enough to put it in.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she,
get it up the stairs.
she is an 88 note hammer action. Yeah.
Hammer action, and it's big, and I'd love to, Cameron. There's no way.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. I know what you mean. And that's the thing, it is so big.
But as soon as the GS1s are out of the way, you have a nice space for it.
Mm,
It looks lovely in the front room.
well, the idea was that if we could get, because we've got the second GS1 coming down, because I need to swap over the MIDI kit from the first GS1 and put it into the second GS1. And then both of them go back, and then there would be space there for the clav to come back in, but it tends not to get played very often, and it's the wrong end of the front room for the internet, because it connects to the internet, this thing, so you can download sounds and lessons and all sorts of stuff onto it, because Fiona was talking briefly about learning how to play, although she's left it a little late, but you know, you can start any time really. But yeah, it's just like, oh yeah, but if we bring that back in, where are we putting the Christmas tree? It's like, what? Oh fuck's sake.
Well, on top of the Clavinova. You just wrap the Clavinova first.
Yeah, well, the fairy on the top of the tree would be like its neck broken, pressed up against the ceiling if we put it on top of the clav. So,
Not an issue.
which
not
isn't
an
a good
issue
look.
Not an issue I have in this house because fucking Christmas decorations are banned here.
Yeah,
Don't have them at all. No,
I used to go to town at one time a day. Now it's like, well, we'll put a tree up, or maybe a sock on the wall or something. You know.
no, the closest I got was
Breaking
2 years
new
ago
ground
when I
in
put a
Euro.
fucking magic tree up in the window. That was it. The air freshener.
Ah.
That was,
Now-
that was yeah.
Talking of Christmas,
Fucking miserable bastard.
Oh,
Oh, here it is.
just
It's the Grinch.
put up a menorah and call it quid. That's my approach.
Tonight I will be mainly blue.
ooh,
Why, Ty?
matron.
Are you so depressed?
No, it's
Do,
just.
do you not have a job to play?
Has your switch broken?
I think he means
No.
filthy.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah. Anyway, no, it's just the track. The track I'm working on is just. I'm in the blue mood tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's not even. I tell you what it is. It's actually a really fucking fucking major key, happy, shitty piece of shit.
Oh,
And
God.
and I hate doing major keys. So I hate writing happy music. So
Let's
so
make it
therefore-
Lydian or Dorian, fake major.
Oh no! Honestly, they want it uplifting and whatever you know, the kind of bollocks, all the words that you just don't want to hear.
But Lydian is sort of uplifting.
Yeah, sort of uplifting. This has got to be very uplifting. So it's good old major keys.
It's good old C major, loads of brass,
No, they
timpani
can't
left,
be
right, and
brass.
centre.
It's not orchestral. It's all kind of.
A shaker everywhere.
There is a lot of shaker. But and I can't cope with it. So all the lighting's gone blue this evening for me to counteract the excessive happiness. Anyway, hello everyone. How are you all?
Yeah.
Right,
You
okay,
need
well, that's
more
on that one.
You need more snot. That's what you need.
More snot.
Yeah, snot. Snot's good. Snot. That's how I feel. More
Are you still
continuous.
suffering with that?
It's continuously snotty.
Who you are?
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's like a tap. You go. I got a little switch. I go ting, and it goes. It's
Yeah.
terrible.
But why?
Don't know. Nobody can give me any explanation. I went to the
How long
doctors
has
and
it been
said,
now? How long has it been?
well, since about December.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is when I got COVID.
Yeah.
So I got COVID in December, and I've been pretty much continuously snotty ever since. And you know, I had an okay period, and then it came in. And I prescribed it to sort of hay fever. Then the hay fever season passed, and I'm still snotty, and I'm thinking, why am I still snotty? It's September. I shouldn't still be snotty. It's just.
Have you been looked into for polyps?
There's a man who knows something. No, I haven't, Matt. Why? What's that all about?
I don't know what they are, but I know that they can cause a continual stream all the time.
Yeah.
And where are these polyps likely to be?
In your sinuses.
In
Yeah.
my sinuses.
Yeah.
That's very possible, then, isn't it? No, I haven't.
Yeah, get asked about it. I would.
Yeah. It creates an overactive mucous membrane.
Well, that's me right now.
Yeah.
I mean, when I wake up in the morning, I mean, the first thing is just massive amounts of just. You don't want to hear this, do you? It's just awful. Right, I will suggest this to my doctor because I've been.
Watch it. Ken will get his cock out.
I've been to
It's your turn.
allergic rhinitis. Well, I have all sorts of allergies, Pete Greenwood. I really do. None of which usually end up with me being particularly snotty, except in a hay fever season, which goes with the territory. Right, I will. Thank you, Matt. I will find out more, and I'll go to my doctor again and say, "What's this about polyps? And have I got any?"
Yeah.
The
Because-
the first time I ever heard about it, I read a book by Clive James back in the 80s,
Clive
and
James.
he had them.
All right.
Remember
Alright.
the TV presenter Clive James?
Yeah.
He had them as a child, and there was fucking loads of them that he had removed, and it cleared it up. And that's the first time I'd heard of him. I've come across people with them since, so it's
Interesting. I've never heard of it. But
yes, that would be something to get looked at anyway.
I'll.
So that kill a conversation.
Who needs this morning when we've got this lot?
Well, yeah.
Anyone
Thank
else
you.
any
Isn't it?
any
In the
problems?
same space as fucking Philip Schofield.
What you say, darling?
I said, does anyone else have any problems? We can sort out.
Oh,
everyone's
where do you want to
problems on
fucking
here.
start?
Oh,
Well, do you want
I went to see
one?
Will- I went to see Will Young last night.
Was he in?
What's he in?
I
Did
don't
he have
think Will Young's very out. He was
Isn't
fantastic. He was absolutely he was brilliant. I mean, the crowd. I tell you, the one thing that was the demographic. Fuck me. I mean, honestly, it
Do we
was
have
like,
to, Ty?
Oh no, it was well. It
Well, he
was
has got his
like
cock out.
it was honestly like they just opened the homes up just for the evening because it was. I swear to God, the demographic was mainly women over 70.
Yeah.
It was just unbelievable.
Oh, he's such a nice
That was
young
it.
man.
And the
We'll
best
go
part
and
about
see. Oh, he's lovely.
the best
Reminds
part
me of my
about it was-
grandson, Gareth.
No, you think you're joking? That's exactly it. And the first
Gareth
number,
Gates. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
don't mention the enemy. First number, I swear to God, there were 3 grannies in front, all going like this, in unison with their hands up. I was ready to kick off. I'll explain why in a minute because of another gig from last week. So they're doing this, and then the woman sat next to us her dancing was unbelievable because she was dancing with her shoulders. She just danced like that the entire thing, and
She's got joints problems.
Oh God, it was just amazing. And the thing is, when she had to clap on one, thankfully she didn't clap on 1 and 3 because that would just fucking. Honestly,
Was she always on the? Yeah, everyone's
I would have
clapping
had
in
to put her
rhythm.
down. Honestly, if she'd clapped on 1 and 3, I would have had to put her out. For misery. But she managed to do 2 and 4. But the only way she could do 2 and 4, that on 1 and 3 she had to go like that. So she had to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Honestly. Anyway, that was very entertaining. Will Young was
Well,
amazing.
she's learnt rhythm. Yeah.
Yeah, but the worst one was I didn't tell you about last week, did I? I went to see.
Can I just before you tell us this next story?
Go on.
Had these old dears bought their tickets,
Yeah.
and were they enjoying themselves?
Oh, don't go along the whole. Yeah, they're allowed to enjoy themselves. Fucking routine. Of course, they're
Why
not
not?
allowed to enjoy themselves.
Next
Because
question.
they're
So
old
why
and
were you there?
decrepit.
Yeah, hang on. Just take a look around. Yeah, apart from Robert in that corner there, just take a look around. Yeah, and we all
No.
go. I'll go and
no.
s- and I'll do my rave dancing. And go, what's that 53-year-old doing? Looking like he's at a fucking rave. He looks like a
I'll tell you what
tit
it
head.
was. No. I tell you what it was. More than anything else, it was just so
Big fish,
unexpected.
little fish, cardboard box. Big fish, little fish, cardboard. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, woo, 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 woo. And I'll be off.
Can I just
And
point
then he
out
go, what?
the 53 element of that looking like a dickhead is completely inconsequential. It's just, you could be 53, 43, 13. You just look like a dickhead.
Oh, I know that anyway. And do you know what? I knew that. I knew that even back in the late 1980s when I was going to these raves. Nobody gave a shit. Everyone looked like dickheads. You know what I mean? Have you seen
do
the
you know what?
pictures? We were,
Do you know what? No. I'll tell you what it was. It was more to do with the fact that it was just so unexpected because I genuinely thought they'd all be, between 40s and 50s, and there'd be, kind of a lot of, generally a lot of kind of gay contingent, all there because Will's very out there and makes it very clear about, everything, and his music's very happy and very,
Yeah.
And honestly, there was hardly. They were. I'm not just saying. It was like 3/4 old women over 70. It was just so unexpected. It was a great gig. He was fantastic. I have to say. The band, tight as my ass. Honestly, it was. They were just right on the money in terms of band. They were
bit
fantastic.
sloppy then. Sorry. I had to.
No.
You set that up.
Yeah,
You really did.
Where's Robbie when we need him? Yeah, no, the band were amazing, but no, let me tell you about last week, because oh my god, last week was literally the worst gig I've ever been to by fairly long way. Not because of the artist. I went to see Tom Chaplin from Keene,
Oh,
and he was awesome. I mean, he was very good. I went to see him at Symphony Hall, and I think I've said before about Symphony Hall, it's the most amazing venue. Just the acoustics in there, just incredible. So first of all, turned up. I hadn't. Did I appear on? Did I show my face on the Thursday? And I was going to work all night. I did, didn't I?
yeah.
And I was going to have to work all through the night. And I did. And I sent it off, and they'd made some changes before I sent it off, so I was a bit fucked off. I hadn't slept, and I went to bed. Managed to get some sleep in the afternoon. Got up, hadn't eaten, hadn't really slept. Got in the car, drove up to Birmingham, and yeah, not really in the mood for a gig. But turned up, the support act. What's the best way of describing her? Imagine she was kind of a woman in her, in her early 20s, and imagine she picked up Tune a Day But One on How to Write Songs last week, and she'd learnt her 3 chords, and then went on stage at Symphony Hall, and that's what it sounded like. It was literally like Tune a Day But One on How to Write Songs. I mean, one of the introductions was, "This is a song I've written about when I crashed my boyfriend's car," and the first line is A major. I crashed my boyfriend's car. It's that kind of.
Yeah.
It's so fucking basic, and it was 145, 145, 154, 1454. It was every single song, same tempo. Anyway, I was not in the mood.
Well,
for
like
this
Ed
shit.
Sheeran.
Worse than Ed Sheeran by a
Alright.
fucking country mile. So that was it. So we went out for the interval, and when we came back in, Philip sat next to who I'd been sat next to. Where I'd sat before. I sat in this space, and I got lots of seats next to me, and she went, "Oh, you conniving git! You did that deliberately so you got all the space." And I turned and jokingly went, "Yeah, be just my luck now if I get a totally fat fuck that comes and sits here." Cue 10 seconds later. The kind of guy who takes up 2 airline seats.
Yeah.
That kind of guy. Squeezed in. I mean, literally squeezed in, and sat in the chair. And the first thing is, with him came this aroma of fags. And when I say aroma of fags, I mean reeked, absolutely reeked. And I'm thinking, okay, it's fine. It's my own. I shouldn't have joked about it. Calm.
Don't worry, he'll be dead next week.
Well, so I just sat there, and he squeezed, and it's the kind that, because he was so big, he kind of was taking up my arm space. He was taking up my leg space because he was a big guy. So I'm thinking, okay, he can't help that. I mean, it's fine. So I'm trying to say really considered and calm and whatever. Anyway, first number comes up. It's all really atmospheric, gone completely dark. Just the odd spotlight here, really atmospheric, beautiful. And out comes his phone. Now, at this point, he has. I'm gonna guess the model was called something like the iPhone Pro Max times almost an iPad model, and full brightness. I mean, his brightness setting must have been as bright as the sun. It was that kind of mode. And he then proceeded to just start videoing the thing. So all of this dark atmosphere, all I can see is his fucking screen right here. So I'm like, okay, don't say anything, don't do anything. I'm sure he won't be like this all the way through. Got halfway through the song.
I would.
At which point, he then decided he was now going to text it to somebody. He was going to send this video to somebody. So all of a sudden now the screen is literally bright white. The screen. As he's videoing something. I should point out later on in the gig he starts Facebooking people. Well, not Facebook, FaceTiming people. So he's putting this in, sends it off. Every time he's doing this, he's doing the camera noise on his phone. And he's got all the noises on for everything. So every time, and every time he sends anything, that's it! In the gig! Okay. I'm starting to get a bit, whatever. But then it gets worse.
Yeah.
He not snatch
God.
out of his hand and
Oh,
wing it
wait a
off the
minute.
balcony.
Wait a
No,
minute.
no.
You're going to tell me he started farting on 1 and 3?
No. What then happened was he put the phone away, and I'm thinking,
2 and 4's all right.
I'm thinking, thank fuck for that. It's gone. That's fine. At which point, the next thing he started to do was sing along at the top of his voice. Now, this guy was a super fan and knew every word to every song. And when I say sing along, I don't mean sing along quietly. Sing along so that I couldn't
You can't hear it.
the band.
Yeah.
I could just hear him. But now that's bad enough. But then it goes one level of worse, because as well as having an aura and smell of fags, his breath was a combination of halitosis, stale beer, fags, and shit. So every time he opened his mouth to sing every word, this smell came out. I managed 3 numbers in, and I turned around and went, just so you know, if you want to go, we can go. Because, well, to cut very long story short, we then hoped that he would be videoing, because when he videoed, he didn't sing along. But when he wasn't videoing, he was singing along, and the smell, I honestly can't even describe the smell. And to make it worse, when he stood up, because the numbers got slightly more upbeat, when he stood up, we thought, thank fuck for that, his breath is now further away from us so we can breathe again. At which point, the fucker farted. And it got to say, we managed, he was on for 2 hours or something, and we managed 50 minutes. And we just
And
went,
he's here tonight.
And honestly, Phil
Yeah,
just turned around and
Prometheus
went,
has just admitted it.
Yeah.
Phil just turned around and she just turned around and went, honestly, the smell is making me feel sick. And I was just like, yeah, okay, we're going. So he managed about 50 minutes and then left.
Did you offer him a wafer of thin mint?
No, the thing is, I'm not having you on. You should have seen us trying to squeeze out. I mean, that was a comedy sketch in itself, because squeezing past this guy was never really going to be an option, and so I just thought, fuck it, I'm not going to try and squeeze myself. So I just, I'm not a small guy, so I just kind of pushed out rather than, I made no effort to squeeze. I literally just walked, and oh my god. It was absolutely horrendous. It was absolutely worst gig I've ever been to.
Wow.
But there we go. So, smelly fucking cunting wanker is the best way of describing it's. But the thing is, what can I moan about? I could moan about. Thing is, it's not even now. When they use phones and whatever, everyone's doing it. So what can I say? Please don't record it. I mean, that's not reasonable. Please don't breathe. Please don't sing along. Please don't, everything he did, please don't smell like a fucking, everything he did, you can't moan at him because of it, because in his world, and, he wasn't really doing anything wrong. It was just...
I cannot understand why anybody would spend what it costs to go on a ticket to go and see a live event and then stand there looking at it through the screen of their fucking phone. I really cannot compute it. And then they stick it up on YouTube and it's wank.
Yeah.
The number of, OMD live from the such and such hall, I've gone, yeah, okay, brilliant, I'll watch that. And they go, oh, fuck, it's another phone vid.
Yeah.
And it drives me nuts. I don't understand it. And I've got my phone, it's great, it's a memory. The memories are in here, not in here. I'm with you, Tom. That it makes my blood boil. Put that fucking thing away and enjoy the experience with your own eyes, your own ears, your own senses, your own body. But stop living through a screen. Makes me mad. And it says us living through a screen right now.
No.
At least in a
guy on
theatre, you
YouTube.
get told by ushers to put that thing away or be escorted out. At least
I
some
think
up
so.
front.
It used to be that way. It's not like that now.
No, it's not.
Because
It's impossible. You can't escort out 2/3 of the audience, can you?
And
You haven't
what
got the
made it-
people
what-
to do it.
No, but not normally you now have it. Please don't do it until the bows, but then feel free to do it as much as possible. And there is sort of still enough snobbery around that there are plenty of people telling others to put it away.
I think what made it even worse, if I'm honest with it, I mean, that's literally just the icing on the cake, because what we also had was there was a woman about 3 or 4 rows behind that literally all she did through the entire thing was to go, I love you, Tom! I love you, Tom! And can you play some Keen? Play some... That's all she did. I mean, so there was her. Then directly behind me was a woman who, the kind of woman who knows everything about everything. So she was turning around to whoever she was next to, quite loudly turning around and going, oh yes, well, he got session musicians in for this one. And, I know what he's going to play now. He's going to play this now. Oh no, yes, I saw him do this when it came. But whilst the songs are happening, she's saying all this, explaining to whoever.
Yeah.
And then directly in front, I have to say, there was a woman directly in front who was very attractive from behind. But the problem is, she knew she was very attractive from behind, so basically stood up at the first opportunity, and just danced and danced. So you could. This is all the slow numbers, so no one else was stood up apart from her, and she's just stood up right in front of me, and she's kind of giving it all, and the combination of all of it together, you just kind of think, oh, I just want to fucking go home, and yeah.
So you
It
did?
was shit. I did. I did. It was shit. It was shit. So I missed the last hour of it basically. But it's it's a shame when I've walked out of gigs when the artist's been shit, but when the artist's actually really good, and the only reason you can't cope with it is the fucking idiots around you. It's just yeah, and also they were expensive tickets. It wasn't like
No.
I bought the shit tickets. These are really good tickets, and but there we go. So that's my experience of Tom Chaplin. But anyway, there we go. But Will Young was better. As long as you avoided the Xenophranes.
I've got to turn down the experience to re-see what was the best gig that I've ever been to. My brother texted me yesterday saying he's got an extra ticket to see Sigur Rós. Now, my brother invited me to see Sigur Rós a few years ago, so it was pre-pandemic, at the Hammersmith Apollo, and it was by miles the best gig that I've been to. It was stunning from beginning to end, even though we had to shuffle about and go here and stand there, and it was brilliant. It was just a visceral experience. It was fantastic. But it's on the 11th of November, and given the expenses that I'm going to have to go through in the next 2 weeks, I just can't do it. I can't even afford the train fare down. So I'm going to have to say, I'm sorry, I can't go.
I tell you why you shouldn't do it anyway. There's loads of artists that I've seen twice because they've been so good the first time, and honestly, don't do it, because the second time it won't be as good, and you won't remember the first one. You'll just remember the last one. Honestly.
What about if I let this one go and then see them again later? Because I actually it was because I don't know a lot of Sigur Rós's music. I've got one album in there that I don't know the name of that I've listened to, and it's nice, interesting, ambienty, swirly, jangly guitar, bit of this.
Live, there are a lot. It's a wall of sound when they're live.
Have you seen them then, Ty?
I
it
saw
was
them at the festival.
absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
We got back to our cars, and we were both parked in the same area, and I said to him, and we both had red cars. I had a red Astra, and he had a red Alfa Romeo. And I said, do our cars look a bit insipid? Because it was the gig itself. There was a moment in it when it was so red. I can't describe it other than it was the most red I've ever seen, and it's like straight in here, everything was red. It was so powerful, and I can't describe it. I don't have the words or the vocabulary to describe it, except to say that my Astra and his his wherever it was, Alfa Romeo, they didn't look anything like as red as they previously had. It had obviously burnt itself into my retinas, but it was stunning.
I walked away from seeing them thinking it was just live. They're just total extremities, which is either it's kind of there's just either so little happening and it's so
absolutely
monotone and almost nothing, and then the next minute it's
crowd
it's just everything,
the
all
crowd
your senses,
when they went to those minimal moments, nobody was making a noise. Everybody was listening and listening intently, and it was exquisite. I can't describe it. I've been to lots of live gigs and lots of bands. That was the one that's made the biggest impression on me of all the gigs I've ever been to. Sigur Rós, and I've got to turn around and say, no, I can't go, Martin. I'm sorry, I can't afford it. I can't afford the travel, which is crap. But
Where is it?
Gigs are funny things. This one's it's in
Brixton,
London. Oh,
isn't it?
Brixton Academy. Yeah, that's right, Robert. It's at Brixton Academy.
Oh, to be fair,
Yeah.
Brixton Academy is not the best venue anyway. So.
I don't know.
right,
For,
okay.
for their music, it can work. Not nice and boshy.
Really? I don't know. Every time I've been to Brixton Academy, it's not been the best.
I've
Yeah,
never been
it's
to
just-
Brixton Academy, so I don't know.
It's just
have I?
big and it's
Oh,
big
no,
and
I can't.
washy. So I mean, you're not going to get any detail.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
You sold it.
Well, yeah. So, oh, all right, Mark, sorry, Martin, I can't come because Robert said it's big and washy and it'll be no good, so I can't come.
I mean, Hammersmith is definitely one of the better places in London.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it? I had no idea how big a venue the Hammersmith Apollo was. Did it used to be called the Hammersmith Odeon? Has there been all these other things as well?
Yeah,
the Hammersmith
it has been called many
Empire,
things.
or I don't know. Yeah.
Am I the only one though that I honestly the amount of times when I saw artists and really want to go and see them, and then I see where they're playing, and if I've been there before and it's kind of someplace there's plenty of shit acoustics, I just don't go. I'd rather not go and see someone even though I really want to at a shit venue. I mean the one closest one around here is Oxford, the O2 at Oxford. I mean, literally one of the fucking worst venues of all time. And
Oh, dear.
I don't care who plays there. I won't.
Condemned
I
with
literally-
faint praise.
I literally will never go and see anyone there again, because the venue is so fucking piss poor. It's awful, and yet loads of not big bands, but kind of medium-sized bands play at O2 Oxford, and it's just
Yeah.
I mean, normally I would say yes, but then I'm going to see Jan Gabarek group in the festival hall, fucking worst sounding concert hall in the world.
No, it's
The
not.
festival hall?
It's not
Really?
the worst.
Well,
It's not.
yeah, okay, but yeah, it was the worst in the world before they redid it a million times to try and
Yeah,
make
no,
it
no.
less.
I was going to say, I think that I've seen plenty of stuff at festival. I'm not going to say that's one of the. You should come to the O2 in Oxford.
No, but like it was famously when it opened, it was
Yeah,
the
it was-
worst
yeah.
concert hall in the world,
Yeah,
and it has gotten a lot better, but it's still
it's
So it
not
doesn't
bad.
sound nice,
You
in
see,
my
but
opinion.
But I mean, the one that everyone kind of misses out is the Albert Hall. No matter what they do to the Albert Hall never sounds great. I've been to see loads of stuff. I mean, for classical music, it's okay, but
I mean, last proms I went to, sneaking in, even just in the BBC Gods, it was all right. I mean,
Yeah, that's it.
it wasn't great, but
But go and watch. A lot. Kind of pop and rock acts. Obviously play there. Go and watch one of those kind of gigs there. Fuck me, the sound is really not special at all. Really not great at all. But yeah. So anyway, maybe it's just me being
like me,
opposite.
but that's always with big rock tours. You have like a problem of visuals taking over. That the PA needs to be like a million miles high,
Yeah, I don't know.
and it's just a bit. Ugh. But yeah, Albert Hall, that is a fascinating venue,
Yeah.
but unsuitable for music.
I have to say, one of the things that hit me on the Will Young thing, and I don't keep coming back to this, but was that it wasn't a huge PA. I mean, New Theatre in Oxford, it's quite a nice venue, acoustic-wise anyway, but it wasn't a huge PA, but oh my god, it was just, the sound was fantastic. It was really, really good sound. Yeah. But... Anyway, I was only going to pop in 5 minutes. I was going to buy normal shit, so I really have got to go and finish my shaker lines and my major chords. And seeing as neither Jim nor Dom have now come in for me to fuck off the moment they arrive, I suppose but they're normally my cues for me to fuck off, which is either Jim arrives or Dom arrives. So looks like I'm going to have to do it by myself. So I'm going to disappear, and
Bye, Tom.
if you're still around later, I will hopefully see you later. If not, I'll catch you all soon. Be good people.
See you, Ty.
See you later.
Thanks for the cool story.
So, yeah.
Wasn't that cool? Sorry, I'll apologise for the bad story.
Wait for
See you later.
It was funny. It was funny. It was a good one.
Robert's got his cue to chat.
See you later. Cheers, guys.
Ta-da.
Bye.
What a wanker.
What a wanker.
What a wank. No. Yeah, well, yes. But hey. What a wank.
We need Robert and his sample.
Yeah.
What a wanket. Yeah. What a wanket. Oh, typing is everything. Why do I? That's wanker. Why do, we love him. Do we?
I think I need
Sorry.
my hair needs shaving.
Yeah. I was thinking you needed a haircut there, Matt, actually. It's got a bit
It's been 2
straggly.
years, so it needs to come off.
What if it actually, if there's any resistance when you do that, that's
Yeah.
it.
Pretty much.
If it makes like the sound of sandpaper on wood, that's
But
it.
if you go more than 2 days with the razor the razor that I use, it actually catches and you can feel it cutting it. So
Oh,
got to be done. But besides, doesn't sound quite right.
half God, half piece was just mentioned about Killing Joke. Seeing Killing Joke, I'd love to see Killing Joke. A proper Killing Joke gig would be great. I haven't ever loved their music, but I haven't ever seen them. I've seen Youth. In fact, I did a gig on the same bill as Youth. That was actually in Portugal. Oh, that's years ago. Way back at the Boom Festival when he was doing Youth was doing a lot of the sort of world music-y, ambient-y sort of things, and it was brilliant what he was doing, but never Killing Joke. Yeah. Well, yeah, but you're right, they won't be around much longer. That's pessimistic. Bloody hell, the Rolling Stones are still around. Oh my God, let's not go down that path.
You're not a fan?
It's not a case of not being a fan, it's just a case I just think it all becomes faintly ridiculous, doesn't it? Or does it? Or am I just being really...
I don't know. I can't stand them. I don't like
Fair enough. I can't say I'm a super fan, but it's like the word dignity always pops into my head, and it doesn't seem to exist on that. But they seem to have such a good time doing what they're doing, and do it really well, and still entertain hundreds of thousands of people. So who are we to criticise it? And they've been doing it consistently for so long, and people still love it. So
Yeah.
fill your boots. The fact that I look at what Mick Jagger's doing, and he's 79 years old, or however old he is, and I go, fucking hell, I'm 50, and I couldn't do that.
50 what?
I couldn't do it. I haven't got the stamina. And there's a certain amount of envy. The amount of athletic ability that old geriatric bloke has is staggering. And I go, whoa, how do you do that? Well, I
Chemicals.
couldn't do it.
Chemicals is probably the way he does it.
Formaldehyde.
And-
Here, Matt, you're 50 millimeter as well, aren't you?
I'll be 52 on the 2nd of December.
Oh, it's 50 millimeter.
No, 52.
50 millimeter.
I've had a stroke. I don't need to go. Yes.
Oh, does anybody want to buy a Juno 106 that's in immaculate condition with the new voice cards in it?
Give you $5 for it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I've been messaged by a mate of mine who somebody who he knows is about to sell the Juno 106 because he needs to get back from Crete to Ireland or something like that.
Put it up on Vimeo.
Is it what? Sorry, Robert.
Put it up on Vimeo.
Or
Well,
just
yeah.
buy a paddle.
I've suggested that, but I mean, I don't know what the time scale is, but
Well, to be fair, I could probably make more money on eBay.
I've no idea how it works. But anyway, he's asked me what I think he should be asking. So I said, if it's got all the new stuff in it, it's in full working order and it's in good condition, probably 1,500 to 2,000 quid would be reasonable by current asking prices. What do you reckon?
Yeah, if you're not in a rush to sell it.
Ah, Well,
I mean,
yes.
I would say it's unreasonable, but it is sort of the price they go for.
Well, so would I, Robert. Actually, you know, I wouldn't pay that amount of money for a Juno 106. No way. Anyway, I've just put that out there, so
Mm.
I fulfilled my side of the bargain and publicised it. Robert,
Yes.
what's that orange thing above your head?
What orange thing? That one.
There,
Looks
that
like
thing
a
there.
fluke
Yeah.
multimeter.
Yeah, that's a multimeter.
Oh, is it? Oh, tedious. All right, well, move
Yeah,
on.
it's very boring.
It's a multimeter. Oh, I thought it was going to be exact. Where is it? Says Paul Artola. It's probably in the UK, probably in Sheffield somewhere, Paul Artola. So it would mean a lot of shipping, yes, to get to Maryland. I'm sorry. Multimeter, yeah. What's the orange thing below the orange thing, Robert? Sorry.
What do you mean the books? That is
Oh, is it a
got
book? Oh, that's all right. Okay, it's a book. Oh, that's cool.
that-
That's much cooler than a multimeter.
that is God Emperor of Dune, which is the 5th book in the Dune series.
Not Dune again. We've done that one already on here.
This show is perfect to talk about sci-fi.
Of course.
Mm.
Is there anything else? No, there shouldn't be anything else orange in that, right?
If we're going to
Also-
do books, I'm currently reading Richard Osman. It's the second book in his Thursday Night Murder Club
Yeah.
series. Right, I've not read the first one. I just given the second one, and I've started. It's brilliant. It's so funny. I just crack myself up laughing on every page. It's really gripping. So if you want a good, easy, dead funny but engaging read, go and read the Richard Osman novels because they're brilliant, dead funny. Okay, that's book club finished for tonight. So moving on.
We've already done that one.
You've done that one, have you? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Fiona got the audio book. She plays them very loudly.
Ah.
So
Well, don't tell me the end
Oh
because
no. I got. The, I got.
I've only just got to the bit
one.
where they got the heads blown off in Brighton, which is a bit scary, but cool. So I don't want to know any more.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a Ladybird title any day. Yes.
The Ladybird book of how to blow shit up.
Written by Kent Spong.
Yeah.
With or without a multimeter.
Forward by Robert.
What's wrong with multimeters? I got 3. I got a red one, I got a black one, and a grey bench one.
Good.
Yeah.
I've no need for one, so that's why I haven't got one.
Oh, I
I've
don't
only-
either.
I've only got 2. I've got the cheap orange one, the RS Finest, in the toolbox, and the nicer one, the Fluke here.
Mm.
And very rarely the Fluke leaves the house, but when I need an actual multimeter rather than a shit one.
Mm.
Multi-meters.
When I still have a bench power supply on the desk here, because clearly that's the correct place to have it. So I don't have a better place to put it.
Hmm.
Well, we have a desoldering station that's still in the rack. Couldn't be fucked to put it anywhere else.
Give it to Ken.
I got 3.
Nah,
Did you finally get a better one?
Yeah, that one's on its way. At least the station is. Anyway.
Keithley 196. What's that, Pete Greenwood? Is that another multimeter? A Keithley 196, or is it your address?
Sounds like a bench one.
Sounds like a 1950s phone number.
Hello, Keithley 196 here. What can I
Does
do for you?
it go to 4 decimal places?
How many decimal places does this one do?
How many decimal places are there in the UK?
7.
Okay. Is that fact, or did you just make that up, Kent?
No, I'm sure I heard it somewhere.
There are 7 decimal places in the UK. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bingley 0.1. Yes,
I know it's
okay.
6 now because one of them voted Brexit.
Oh, well, that's all right. They probably all did, actually.
They gone back to hands.
All those places that use the decimal system have all voted to go back to the imperial system. That's
What,
okay.
to
Okay.
Jacob Rees-Mogg units?
Jacob Rees-Mogg. What a
Well, well, no, that's the thing.
pound,
he actually
shilling,
was-
and pence. Well, it's all counting. Three
I
different
don't-
bloody. Oh.
You
I
either,
don't
you
think-
either measure in feet or monocles. 6 monocles is a foot.
Yeah,
No,
it
but-
isn't. Remember
Well,
ridiculous.
it's measured in the amount of nannies you have.
I saw a clip of that documentary they did on him when he was about 15 or something like that.
Yeah, what a
And
prick.
mate, he gave the impression of the sort of person you want to punch in the face until there's bone in his stool.
Hello,
Hello,
Ian.
darling.
Oh,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
oh, bar humbug.
Got interesting lighting in there tonight.
I've just turned the lights down there.
Oh,
So I just
So-
wondered why.
What's
Well,
the bar for, Andy?
well, your jumper again, isn't it? It's like like your Everton mint or whatever it is.
Oh,
It's,
back
it's a
to
lovely
stripes.
jumper. Yeah, it's a lovely jumper, but
Oh, thank you. Good evening. Good evening. How are we?
Good
all?
hi
evening.
Ian. Hi Ian. Lovely to see you.
Greetings.
As always.
welcome.
Just returned from the cinema.
Ooh.
Oh, what
Anything
did he go and
exciting?
see? Come on.
It was the Lost
I
King.
bet it's highbrow.
No, it
The
wasn't.
Lost King.
No, it wasn't. It's the thing about finding Richard III. It's
All right.
Oh,
Was
yes,
it
it
nice?
was. Yeah,
Was it
go
all
on.
right?
it was really good fun. I mean, it's what you expect. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, Leicester University do not come out of it very well at all.
Oh,
Oh.
dear.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean,
dear.
really. I mean, they have complained. I think. No, it was true, and it was well done. Really, no, I enjoyed it. Passed a couple of hours. Well, it's about an hour and a half, I think. So
So what was in it that made the story more exciting than it already wasn't?
Well-
Because
well,
we all
I don't-
know.
I
He
think
died.
I think Andrew is coming from a particular direction.
He
I
is.
don't know. I just got a hint.
yeah.
know?
No, I know. I mean, I just love to know what they've done with it because we sort of know the story. He was killed at the end of the Battle of Bosworth Field. The Tudors won. They became the next ruling house of England, and his body was dumped in what becomes a suburb of Leicester, over which somebody then decided to build a car park in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Who cares when?
Yeah.
And then somebody tracks it down.
Yeah.
But where's the exciting Hollywood slant on
It's
that?
not that sort of film. It's although actually it's Warner Brothers, so I suppose it is Hollywood money, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Is it not somebody who's not really a super duper historian finding
she's
the body where everybody else had dismally failed?
Yeah, she's an amateur, and
She's a shopkeeper. She
the-
sells friendship bracelets or
I don't know if that's. She was working
Parking
in an
tickets.
office, I think. So it was. I suppose the big. I don't want to give the big reveal of it for people that go and see it, but it's enough to say that she is not treated very well by academia.
Well, there's a big fucking surprise.
Exactly, and having spent 18 years in academia, I know exactly where she's coming from.
yeah.
You know, there is this snobbery with certain.
Well, we've never found it, so why the bloody hell should you?
Exactly.
Art.
Yeah, she's an
Was
amateur.
it Mary Anning or whatever her name was, that woman that found the ichthyosaur fossil in the 1800s? She
Yeah.
was
I don't know about that one. It reminded me a bit of the. Is it Sutton Hoo where they found the guy found
Yes.
the boat?
The guy
Very
found
s-
it. It was they sidelined him and sidelined him.
Yeah,
and
well, they
sidelined him.
sidelined her as well, and that's not giving plot spoilers. I mean, that's apparently, but obviously, Leicester University came out with a statement saying that they were working with her still, and that's complete bollocks. Because I mean, she just come across as very sidelined.
Yeah.
But no, it's worth. It's a light-hearted Saturday night sort of movie, really.
I don't mind Leicester University coming out really badly from it because my mother hated the place. She spent 1 year there and she chucked in her degree course because she hated it so much.
I think I went to a conference there one year. I went to the Alt C conference, but I don't remember much about it.
So, well, if Leicester University comes out badly, good.
And it does, yeah. Although it's got Mark Addy in it, a local hero.
On the other hand, I should say this: my brother has just completed his dissertation in employment law for a master's degree in employment law from guess where?
Leicester University.
Leicester University. So I should be applauding the place because they've just given him a master's degree with distinction. I think he's got a distinction in it. He's done really, really well. I'm very proud of my brother for getting a master's degree because he hasn't got a bachelor's degree. He's just gone straight in for the big guns.
I went from a
Straight-
diploma to a master's.
Yeah. So well
How's the
done, our
cathedral
Martin.
at Leicester University?
Sorry?
Oh, hello, Andy. I didn't realise you were down there in the bottom left-hand corner. Sorry.
How's the cathedral at Leicester University?
Is it there?
It's
I've no
one, yeah,
idea.
No, it's
got-
a
oh, it-
Minster. It's a Minster.
No, it'll be
cathedral.
Victorian shite. It's in Leicester.
There you go.
Here we go.
It's a modern city. It's got nothing. No, forget it. Forget this. No, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I
Anyway.
have to say, when I went talking about academic achievement, I felt it got easier as the further up you go because
yeah, I've said that
to
my
some
brother,
extent
yeah.
because you get to choose. When I did my diploma in computing, it was bloody hard work, and that was with the OU, working full time. So I'm doing it on evenings and weekends, and I did the same with my 2 masters. But both of those were things I was really interested in doing, and I think that's the main difference. So by the time you get to doing a PhD, you know exactly what you want to do or what you want to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah, but PhD is actually annoying because you have to deal with money and research funds.
You do,
Well,
and I mean, and the vivas are horrendous because
well, I mean, yeah.
I mean,
it's all-
actually, to be fair, on my masters, the first masters I did was in software, educational software at Huddersfield, which was fine. It was just you pass or fail. When I did my viva in my music technology masters, I had a panel, and it was a panel of academics asking stupid questions. Why had I done this? Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I do it in ambisonics and all this sort of business? But hey ho, that's academia for you.
Did you get it?
Of course I got it.
Oh, fuck them then.
Yeah. I mean, luckily, I paid. I had to pay for it because although I was working for your university, they wouldn't give me it
Well,
for
exactly.
free.
Exactly.
But it was
Hang on a
before.
minute, why are you asking me these stupid questions? I paid for this.
Yeah, exactly. But luckily, I managed to do it the year before they went up to $9,000 a year. I could never have afforded to do it for $9,000 a year part time.
What? I can't. It's just a number that I have to deal with on my tax return. Paying a certain amount for my tuition fee loan.
Yeah. I mean, I am of the belief that that it shouldn't be that education should be free, but that's a whole different.
Excuse
Well,
me,
yeah,
I
I'm
think
with
the
you, Ian.
current government is very much of the opinion that education is a privilege.
I mean, we know it was a Labour government that brought it in, but I mean, honestly,
I
shame on you
decided,
to,
I decided to
I
stay a
agree
thick
with you,
cunt
Ian.
and buy a Monopoly. Much better.
So, what have I missed?
Not much.
The Renaissance.
Yeah.
Talking about a
I
shit-
mean,
Born
missed-
far too late,
I
mate.
missed Inky's. Inky, stop it. This is my reality full time. I'm loving Inky's and I missed this as Inky.
Yeah, stop it. Yeah. It's-
I missed Inky's lecture this evening, which I will have to watch tomorrow. If it was a lecture.
It was too highbrow for me.
There was a lot of miss. Miss.
What button do I
Did
push?
she slam a ruler across your...
Yeah, we go.
Yeah.
Miss, I don't understand.
I have to say, I have just watched, before I went out to the cinema, I watched the end of the Hans Zimmer documentary. I thought, I mean, what a great bloke.
Yeah, he's a giggle.
I was doing the working with the clubs at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we played the same gigs, but you know, I love this story about he writes for Doris from Bradford. That was just brilliant. You know.
Doris from Bradford. Yeah, that was good.
The
I
fact
enjoyed
he
that
said, you know, he had a couple of formal lessons, and the teacher was rapping him over the knuckles. I didn't have it with piano. I had it with violin. You know, and I hated formal lessons.
Yeah.
Back then. It was just, those teachers, music teachers back in the day, when I was a sort of 7, 8-year-old, they should have been shot, because they did not inspire me. They didn't inspire me to stay with the violin for a start, but, they didn't inspire music in anybody,
Well, that's why I loved mine. And
I mean,
God rest her soul, Mrs. Banton. I had piano lessons when I was in Wigan, and it was a bit like that. Oh, Hansie.
Yeah.
And I got to Mrs. Banton when we moved to Doncaster, and she was brilliant. She was so good. She let me do what I wanted. She let me play what I wanted. She let me. Okay, we were going through the grades, but she was listening to me and what I liked, and pushed me. And I said, I like doing this and this and this. Okay, we'll try this piece, and then I'd get a piece which got some chords in it, and she was brilliant. She was so good. I'm very. I think I was lucky.
I think you probably were. I mean, I've had a couple of really good teachers, but mainly as an adult, I think I went to singing lessons for a couple of years. I'm not the world's best singer, but I can hold a tune. And she was just fantastic. She would have me, singing really quite challenging things. I mean, I know which keys I can sing in, but that didn't work with Amanda. She was just like, right, you got to sing in this key, got to sing what it's written in, which was really quite challenging. But she was brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
You want to rest your head on my hand?
That's interesting because forgive me for saying it, when I go to church on the rare occasions these days that I do, why is it that the hymns are always in a key that I can't sing? It's either pitched too high, or if I sing it an octave lower, it's too low. So I'm singing like this, or I'm singing like this, and I can't. It's my vocal range. Is that so restricted?
God hates you.
It's exactly
God hates
the same for
me. I think it must be that, Kent.
Yeah.
I think the right church music in keys so that it sounds good as an ensemble. So they're actually they're either flat or sharp. But I have exactly the same problem singing Christmas carols in church. I have exactly.
I know that if I
problem.
was singing in a church choir, I'd be slap banging the baritones.
Yeah, me too. I'm a baritone.
Do 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 do. Not complete, bass, but I've often wondered why is it,
It's terrible,
Christmas,
isn't it?
we go to church at Christmas, and on comes, oh come all you, and I can't bleeding sing it.
No.
For love of the money, I can't get my voice in the right pitch, and I'm.
When casting a nice Renaissance bass voice, that's high enough at that point for baritone.
What's a Renaissance bass voice, Robert? Do explain.
So, so like, I mean,
Is
like
that like a boy treble?
No,
Clutching his balls and squeezing tightly.
No, but if you like, if you like do if you do like Palestrina or something of
Palestrina. Sorry.
well, I'm sure I'm sure you know some Palestrina pieces.
You're going to
but,
pull a
Yes, I
muscle.
do. Yeah.
yeah, but,
Yes, I,
but
yes, I do.
My neighborhood dog started to howl right now. So
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy.
well,
alright, Nelly,
I
you
used
can come back
I
in
used
now.
to normally do tenor in that, and that was getting very painful. The tenor. There was definitely a few things transposed there. No, yeah, if that's when you get.
No, honestly, I just wonder because I used to sing in a church choir.
Yeah, it's the same.
I was
Yeah.
a chorister in a big church
Him
choir.
doing it.
I did all sorts. Sorry,
I was in the school choir and did fine.
Nelly thinks you called her, Andy.
Oh yeah. Hello, Nelly.
Look, who's up there? Calling you.
No, I won't do it anymore because it actually hurts. So I won't do
Will.
it.
Well, that means it's wrong technique. Then.
Well, I have no technique whatsoever. I've never been taught. I mean, when I was a chorister, but I've never been taught. Brooksy, before you broke voice. Thanks, Inky. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for a start, bloody warm up, and that's
Yeah.
secondly stand up. That's the only two bits of important technique.
All these sort of vocal techniques that I remember learning, like fa, and all that sort of stuff.
Oh.
Ooh, too many tootles on the flute. That's the one I remember from being a chorister. Too many tootles on the flute. You what? What you?
okay, good sample material. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. The E2 is now full.
yeah.
Of shit.
Oh, that's the E1.
It was a good stream on Dom's show last night, Ken.
Yeah, it was a bit impromptu, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, it's you know.
I haven't watched it back yet.
Yeah, I
so-
watched. Yeah, I mean, I did feel for Ollie. you
Yeah.
know.
Unfortunately, I came in right on the tail end just as Ollie was.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen what happened.
Yeah.
No, he just decided to go, which is perfectly.
Yeah, but you can
understandable.
talk about them, and it can actually induce them.
Oh,
Yeah,
Like
I'm
just
sure.
talking
Yeah.
about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's very useful. Very, you know,
It's quite
good to talk,
interesting.
it's good to talk about this stuff, really.
It was like
and-
I had one during the NPC lesson tonight,
Oh right.
but I'm so good at hiding it now. It's
Yeah.
and because nobody notices, it doesn't make me worry and panic more about it. If that makes
Yeah.
sense.
And the NPC is not worth panicking about. To be quite honest, even if you spent a lot of money on one of those nice NPC X's, it's still not worth worrying about because what is it? It's a big box that makes beats.
Oh, it does so much more.
Of course it does. Yeah, of
So
course it does.
much more. It's ridiculous. I had no idea myself of just how much it could do. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's mad.
Yeah.
However,
I think that's what's so daunting
no,
about it.
No, Ken. But why is it that whenever I switch the fucking thing on, I get cross?
It could be the workflow of it is just isn't your sort of bag.
Plug a
It's not.
keyboard into it.
Have?
Treat it like it's a synthesizer. Because that's the
I've
thing
done
about
that
it.
too.
Use it.
I love
how
it.
you-
No, honestly, that actual aspect of it
yeah.
as a polysynth, the NPC is nothing more than being a really quite interesting polysynth with loads of interesting polysynths tucked in it. Is because you don't PM. No, Inky,
Yeah.
I don't, because I don't give a shit about it. My brain is over here, right, in this stuff over here. There's enough to think about with all of that, and the NPC I never gelled. Therefore, but there are things about it which I like. I know there are things I've enjoyed immensely, but not enough. Which is why it's no longer here. Notice it's not here anymore. I'm sorry. You've got to get on with something, and if you don't, you've got to be honest with yourself.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
I mean, I have
Which
to
is
say,
why
it
I
was-
did not jump in tonight. You know, and I know Dom invited me to jump in, but I thought I'm not going to because I'll spoil it for people, and I didn't want to do that.
I have to say because it was Lisa that advised me to buy the circuit, and I love the circuit. It's
Yeah.
great. I need to know. I need to spend more time with it.
well-meaning, but you've got to get on with it.
And yeah, I mean, you know, I like the fact that the first circuit's got a little speaker, so I can just have it on batteries, which I don't believe the second one, the Trax, has. Is it Trax? Yeah, that's the second one. And I probably will get a Trax at some point in the future when I really have exhausted this. And it's got its limitations, like everything, but no, you know, the more time I spend with it, it's great. It will be on my next EMON, that's for definite. You know.
Yeah.
The circuit was powerful even before they added all the extra goodies like adding your own samples and stuff.
Yeah.
And now they added all the stuff to the web browser. It's just
Oh,
incredible.
the web
powerful.
thing is great, actually.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. To keep all your patches and everything up there and then just swap everything out and put something completely weird and wonderful in. It's great.
Yeah, and there's some great
idea.
packs you can buy for pretty cheap.
Yeah. I haven't bothered buying any packs because I've been sort of trying to create my own stuff. But, and, you know.
Can I just say the time is now 22:22? That's just really nice. It's all the twos. 2222.
50's not the 22nd of the month, though, isn't it?
It's the number of the otter.
The number of the otter. Is it? Okay. Sorry. Sequence of rules plug into it.
Did you try the editor, Ian?
Yes.
Did you try the
Yes.
one that they made before Novation had an editor?
No, because actually, it's still available. You have to buy it now.
Oh yeah,
I
there was a
didn't bother
cheap, there's a
buying
free
it.
version and a paid version. I got it back when it was.
Oh,
Maybe they changed it, but I got them when they
Yeah.
first came out.
And
so
because when I first got it, I thought that's what I would have to use, but
the isotonic stuff, it's good.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, they've just launched a whole. They sent me an email because I must be on their mailing list. They've just launched a load of new patches for it.
One of the early sound packs was like a Vangelis thing. It's pretty cool.
All right. Cool.
Oh, all right. In a minute.
Sausage time.
Sausage time.
Sausage time.
Oh, yeah, she's got
Anyone coming in at that point would be seriously worried.
Yeah.
What
I
into this
suppose.
point of a sausage fest, talking about sausage time?
Well, they'd see the screen and say Sausage Fest, so you know.
Yeah. Actually, when you look at the analytics for the videos on my channel, it's like 52 to 64 male, 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though Inky's here.
Yeah. No,
You
she's
know?
not. So, poor old Inky doesn't even make 1%. I can't believe that. She's worth 10 of us, that girl.
I'm sure pub in the title alone and some rough talk.
Very
just
true,
blows
Ian.
people away, so-
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Probably has something to do with it, I suppose.
Bunch of guys chanting oi 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 and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to give them a sausage and it'll keep them quiet. Which could
How
be,
you do?
take that how you will.
Over to Andy.
Yeah.
Sausage time!
The kid's knocked over.
Do I need to go back to my jangly piano playing?
Fiona
Nope.
shouts, "There's you can fuck off."
What have you got in your pipe, Matt?
Just tobacco. That's all I've ever used. I don't use flavours. I don't like them.
Oh right, I see.
Is it actual tobacco? I mean, I know nothing about the inhaler things. Is it actual tobacco? Is it?
No.
It's tobacco
It's
flavour.
just. It's all right. Okay.
It's the closest I found to the cigarettes I used to smoke.
Because
Yeah,
I always
it's
thought the point of it was that there wasn't any tobacco or carcinogenics in it.
There is
not.
nicotine in them.
Is there? Oh,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But nicotine's not a carcinogen, right? So, the only things in these things which are potentially carcinogenic are actually, oddly enough, the flavours. So Matt's probably on the right track. But I really got into this once I'd moved away from the inverted commas tobacco flavours, which are pretty vile. I found them. So when somebody said, "Oh, try apple, try cherry, try this," and oh, actually, I can go with that. So now I've got all sorts of different flavours that I mix and match. And
My
and
boss
do
used to
stuff
smoke the
with.
blueberry one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I just don't like them. This one, the only thing
Well, I
really,
think that's right. You got to do what works for you.
I missed the hit at the back of the throat of a cigarette. Forget everything else. All the
Put a bit of menthol in it, and it works.
no, and that was it. And so this just does exactly what I wanted it to, and that's
What's weird is some people vape it with no nicotine, no THC, no nothing, just flavor.
Yeah.
I don't get
Jim
that.
does.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah. Well, Jim Glue. He was saying
Well, it's
he
habit,
went out
isn't it?
one day and he realised he was actually vaping on it, and he'd forgotten to put the nicotine shot in, because what he uses, you've got to put the flavour thing in, and then you put the nicotine in it, and he'd forgotten to do it, and he was just doing it without the nicotine, and he realised that he didn't need the nicotine, so he was off it.
But if I'm going to get damage from propylene glycol in my lungs, I want to get something out of it. So I want to get some kind of a high or something, you know?
Right, Andy, how much damage does that do?
Well, anything
Because-
you put in your lungs is not supposed to be there is generally a bad thing. So
Well, that's true, but this
you're
cannot
smothering
be
cells,
anything
you're
like
killing off cells.
well, this cannot be anything like as bad as things which have been burned. Surely.
True, but I know a lot of people also have residual smoke coming out of their vapes. Either it's set too hot or something, so they are smoking a little bit too.
well, it depends.
No,
if you
I've
let
got
the
mine
coil
set
burn.
fairly low, but
If you let the coil burn, it does. But
Yeah, because there's residual smoke long after the vapor's passed. There's still lingering smoke in the area. So
well, it's like I say, there aren't the sort of the 5,000 other chemicals in this shit that there are in cigarettes, which is what I'm happy with. So.
well, yeah, that's me.
And I can say that since I've been on this, without doubt, every year when I was smoking, I would get at least one chest infection, at least one. I've not had one since I've got.
I think I stopped smoking when I was about my early 30s. So, 30 years ago.
I think mine's been about 10 years. I've been on this about 10 years, but I'd smoked for 31.
Yeah, I smoked from 14 onwards. Yeah,
I was
so
9 when I had my first.
wow.
And started properly smoking when I was 12. But yeah. And
Well, I was
Yeah.
much older.
Yeah, I was
Different
14, 13, 14. 14, I think, was the actual age.
yeah. But yeah, and it's like I say, as far as that's concerned, best thing I ever did. You know.
I'm
I'm
with
a
you,
boring
Matt.
fucker. I
I
don't
think
drink,
so.
don't
It's so much
smoke.
better for your health. You don't
Fast.
drink.
I don't drink.
No, you see, that's my problem.
I
Now,
gave up drinking 2 years ago. I was never.
that's the next one to knock on the head.
I
was
drink him
never-
frequently.
Yeah, I don't. I was never a very good drunk. There's a famous story about me going to a nightclub, having 4 pints of Guinness and falling asleep with my head in the basement. Because alcohol, all it did to me was put me to sleep.
Yeah.
And it didn't take very much.
that's what it does to me now. Yeah, I don't drink that much.
And I don't enjoy. There's this tiny little window where you mellow and you just you feel good. But by then you've already had a bit more, and that's got to be processed. And you know you're heading into that. Oh fuck! I don't like this anymore. And it was just like, nah, knocked it on the head. And when I had my pub, I saw so much stupidity because of just having a drink.
Well, my dad was a club steward in a workman's club while I was growing up, and I saw I was working behind the bar from 11 onwards, and he paid me a full man's wages, which was always quite rich as a kid. But seeing all of these, predominantly men, but some women as well, absolutely off their tits, was just, I thought I'd never want to be like that. So when I got a car, which was at 17, I never used to really drink. I was quite happy to go out and actually my mates would buy my drinks, my Cokes all night or whatever I was drinking, and I would drive them all around, and drive them home at the end of the night, and we did that for, that was great fun.
I'm not saying it's good or bad for anyone or what.
It's like anything in moderation, but the problem is, I think there is an awful lot of functioning alcoholics in our country who,
very much.
and that's never discussed because really,
I think that I would have to put myself in that bracket.
I mean, it's a class A drug, is alcohol, but
Yeah, very much so.
but,
Good girl.
No,
But it's legal because the government makes a lot of money off it.
yeah,
It's like tobacco.
yeah.
But, I mean, like I say, I'm not one to sit there and say, "Oh, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that." But everybody's got their own things that they enjoy it and keeps them happy. It's just something that I discovered and found. Actually, I don't need it. So
Actually, I was curious. Did you guys ever have a prohibition period?
No,
No,
we never did, and I don't think
Can't imagine
prohibition.
that working.
Yeah, I don't think prohibition.
no, prohibition
would work.
does
I mean-
not work.
Oh, didn't we?
Well,
got some from Canada. There was all kinds of illegal stuff and stills and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
but also it
Told
achieved
me
the
a lot of
opposite.
money.
It didn't
if-
work. It just created a criminal subculture.
It made money for the criminals, and it achieved
Yeah.
the opposite of actually more alcohol being consumed than before.
All the speakeasies and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, here it was the banks. There you go. Don't say I don't give you
Banks.
anything.
You see,
I don't get that one.
I just open a bottle of beer and I don't want to drink it.
Well, in the
That's
end, the
awful.
banks became the criminal institutions.
Oh, right, I'm with you. Yeah. You're right there.
no, there's been a bottle of rum sitting up there for 2 years. So it's just
I like a nice whiskey now and then, but I literally, I've got bottles of whiskey that have been bought over the years, and they just have never been opened.
well, see, my
Use,
son, my
use
son
it for
loves
cooking.
Oh, hang on to them. They might be
Oh
worth
no,
something
no,
eventually.
no.
my son loves to drink, which is why it's still up there. But he has every time he's come down because he's driving. He's like, no.
It's like when the boys come home, they'll buy, they'll go out and buy some cans of beer, and then they end up in the fridge when they've left, and they'll be here till next time they've come. Next time they've gone. Although Jane has started buying me this this sort of lager beer that the Co-op do. I first had it down in Topsom when I was down with Jane's parents, and Jane's dad bought me some. And we've got 4. She bought me 4 bottles, and it'll take me probably a month I'll have one a week or something like that. Usually if I'm on here, I might have a beer. So the only other time I would definitely have a beer is if I go out for a curry.
Again, you see,
I'd have a kingfisher.
yeah. Again, it's each to their own, isn't it? It's what suits you at what particular time, and yeah. I'd say.
But that's nothing. I mean, like I say, I've always been like that. I've always been the one not to be bothered about having a drink.
Yeah, well, it was very. I mean, when I was previously married, sadly, my ex-wife was an alcoholic, still is, and invariably, if we went out, I'd be the one driving, and she'd be the one getting absolutely ruined. And that's that has an effect as well.
It was weird because when I was playing in the covers band for a job in the late 80s and early 90s, I used to have a flask of whiskey that I would take to the gig with me, instead of me going to the bar and buying one. So, and I would get to the point where I'd have a nip. I'd have before going on stage. So that's 3 in a night.
Yeah.
And then after a few months, I get to the point where, I haven't got before. I need to go buy it. I need to go. And at that point, that's the time I stopped it because I'm getting used to. I'm not getting trolleyed. I'm having three nips of whiskey at gigs when I'm playing, but it becomes a habit. I can't go on stage without me nip of whiskey. And that was the time that I actually started, I've got to stop this. So then I stopped it completely because it was weird that it became, it did become a habit that I was going to have to do that.
Done as well.
Sorry.
So easily done as well.
Oh God, yeah, and you could see how it could escalate. It's all right. I need one before I go on, and I'll have one when I come off, and I'll have another one when I go on, and you can just see how it can go on and on. But it was weird that I got to the point where I'm actually, I need to pop to the bar because we're going on in 5 minutes, and I need a whiskey before I go on.
Yeah.
It's like the smoke 2 joints song. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more.
Yeah.
When you run a pub, don't drink at all when you run a pub.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Please play some different chords, Robert.
Yeah, where's the build up?
I thought it was a sequencer.
Like you were playing the other night, that really annoyed Andy. Go on.
Some nice minors, please.
Here we go again. Yay. Thank you. Actually, that conversation was really, really useful.
Well, it's like listening to Kent and Dom talk last night.
Yeah.
It's conversations like that. Help sometimes. Even if it's just talking from personal experience.
Exactly.
Don't drink shorts when you run on lub, says
Lub.
Inky.
Yeah. We know what she means.
Yeah. Yeah. We love you.
Love her.
It's a brothel upstairs, as we seem to be nestled in.
Is there a brothel?
Yeah.
Well, there might be above Roberts. Who knows?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, Rob, you have to play all the parts. You have to have a ruffled dress on and walk around.
I did once play a pub in Hull, which the brothel was upstairs, and there was a brothel. It was, not that me and the band went to have a look, but
Oh yeah,
We-
yeah,
we were-
right. Come on, no, don't duck out, Ian. Come on.
we never did that sort of thing.
What are you chomping on right now, though?
Hula hoop puffs.
God. Hula hoop puffs. Hula hoop puffs.
Beef
I mean,
flavour.
honestly, the things that pop into my mind when you say hula hoop puffs is just, it's just.
It's a spare thought for the people who've just come in. What did he just call Andy?
It'd be a wet page like the hamster game.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop it, Kent. Oh dear. I know my time at school I avoided being called that. Why? Because I was on the rugby team. Simple as.
You stayed away from the hula hoops, did you?
Yeah. Excuse me. Where do you want to stick me? Where do you want me to stick my face? Where? Really? All right then.
Well, you got to admit, it was the game was invented at a public school.
I didn't go to a public school before you start slinging those accusations at me.
What about the game called Cornhole?
Oh,
Where you throw the bean bags at the wooden board.
Oh,
I don't think I know that one.
no. Go on, explain. What?
It's a slanted wooden board with a hole in it, and you throw bean bags across.
Yes,
They're
Grace.
kind of like horseshoes, but you throw bean bags at the hole, and then they can
Yeah,
slide off, or they can slide over, or fall in the hole. But they call it cornhole for some reason. So.
throwing beans at a hole generates so many images. It really does.
Might have been bags of corn at some point, some dried corn or something. But
Okay. Yeah, because we used to play rounders at school.
You mean baseball?
Yeah, they call it baseball in America.
That's,
yeah.
America.
that's baseball.
Baseball. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we invented it, didn't we?
Well, no, apparently it was a British captain brought the game over.
Was it?
Yeah, apparently.
So it originated in America, and
well,
No,
Abner
it-
told me they invented baseball like a long time ago, but I forgot the actual date. But It's pretty
No.
old. It's
Well,
1800s. I think.
let's have the Rounders story.
Yeah, go on.
No, that's all I know. It was a British captain apparently brought it over and introduced it, and it stuck. I mean, it's, during the occupation, as it were,
Yeah.
The occupation of what?
of America. Because there was a point where there were Americans and there were the British oppressors.
That's right. You guys were called lobsterbacks.
Mm.
Boy.
Yep, redcoats.
Oh, right, okay.
Not dissimilar
hello,
to the
Grace.
British.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
dissimilar to the British in Ireland,
Ireland. Yeah.
Or the British anywhere else in the world.
or the British anywhere else in the world. Yeah, exactly. You go, do you have a flag? Hmm?
Yeah.
Do you? No? Oh, then we own here.
And even if you do, we still own here.
Our flag is bigger, so here you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's face it, throughout history, we've not been very nice.
No, we're not.
No.
We haven't been nice in China.
No.
We weren't particularly nice in Japan. Although that was on borrowed time, to be honest. I think they were
Oh,
never
it's
going
the
to
main
put.
problem
Most
is
sailing
our fault.
nations had imperialism, so I mean, no one's innocent.
That's true. But
True,
no.
but I mean, how
Spanish
how
and
this-
Portuguese did some terrible shit, so
Yeah, but
Oh
we
yeah,
were,
yeah.
yeah, but we were very, very good at it.
We were, we
We
segregated Pakistan, didn't we?
Yeah, we took over what 3/4 of the planet.
Hmm?
For God's sake, I don't know how that. You couldn't keep that going. You really couldn't.
I mean, it's also hard to equate that happened from the same nation that spawned Boris Johnson. Because, really?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So, you mean Germany?
Excuse me, Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson. I mean, yes, but the Pfeffel is definitely more Dutch. But could probably be German.
Yeah, because wasn't it during the Napoleonic time the French occupied Germany?
Yeah, I mean, what is Germany? Germany doesn't exist since Bismarck and Prussia taking
Yeah.
over all the small duchies and kingdoms.
How old is Germany? Just out of interest, folks.
Which
I don't do
definition?
history. I'm not very good at history.
And
Which
Germany, as
definition?
we know it today, Germany as we
You mean
know it today
1948
has own-
or 1991?
No, it's
Ge-
only existed
Germania,
in
isn't it?
1992, Robert.
Yeah,
1992, Robert.
Unification of.
It's the unification of Germany.
Unification was
It's-
91.
Yeah, but the actual full formalisation of it is 90. Well, anyway, it's
what- if
a
I was
really
only heard-
young country. The country that we understand as Germany hasn't existed for very long at all. I mean,
And
prior,
even before
prior to
then-
that, it was two. Prior to that, it was two states. Prior to that, it was the Third Reich.
Not
Prior to that, it
states.
was.
Excuse me. Germany is still a federal disaster, so you still have 16, or you now have 16 states. Makes
That's
it,
not what I meant, Robert. You've got the Federal Republic of Germany. You've got the German Democratic Republic. You've got the Bundesrepublik. You've got the Deutsche Demokratische
Yeah, but-
Republik. They were separately,
and then
independently
also remember
recognised states.
that West Germany was founded in 48, of course. Saarland was only given back by France in 1954. To add even more fun to it.
Yeah, it all becomes a real blur. So Germany is a proper mishmash.
But
where
also
it actually exists.
the term Germany, meaning a country, only appeared with Bismarck making it a country. Before that,
Deutschland,
the term Deutschland,
1871.
the term Deutschland only meant land of German speakers. That
Yes.
was as wide as as much as that word meant.
Which was as wide. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not being critical. It fascinates me as a someone who studied German as a language. It fascinates me all of that stuff. It really does. That Germany is not this unified whole that somewhere like England, and I use the word England specifically, is, because it's existed for so much longer. Germany, I mean, there was all these different independent little states within it that all become unified much later on. I do find it fascinating. I really do.
Yeah, but
Germany's a really young country.
But Yorkshire wants independence anyway.
Yeah, bollocks to Yorkshire. What do people in Yorkshire know anyway?
It's God's
How
own
to grow
country.
rhubarb.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do prove that to me empirically.
What? Have you not been in the Yorkshire Dales or the Walls?
Google it.
All right, yeah. Point made, Ian. Yeah, I rest my. You can rest your case quite happily there, Governor.
There isn't some organisation who are looking for the independence of Yorkshire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There is. Yeah, of course there is.
I mean, you technically have Germans in the royal family, right? So
Well, that is
Our,
only German.
our royal family is German. End of story.
Currently, it's the house of Saxon-Coburg-Gotha.
Naughty.
Yeah, it's Saxe-Coburg-Gotha.
And before that, it used to be the house of Hanover.
It was. It was. They were the. They were the electorate. They were the electorates of Hanover. George the First was the elector of Hanover, wasn't it? It was the elector of Hanover. So it became the House of Hanover, and then it was Saxe-Coburg-Gotha under Queen Victoria. So. Or might
And then they changed the
Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, and then George
they
V changed the name to Windsor.
It was changed during the First World War because it was.
They
it
became the
seemed a
House
bit
of
weird.
Windsor because they didn't want
Fighting against
they didn't want-
Germany whilst your royal family has a German name.
Have you
was
seen
a
the
bit
pictures
hard to sell.
of George V and Nicholas Tsar of Russia and
Nicholas II,
Kaiser Wilhelm II? You know, if Kaiser
Cousins?
Wilhelm II had the full beard, which he didn't have, he just had the big moustache. They're almost indistinguishable. They look so similar. It's really scary. And that's the Russia, the Russian royal house, the German royal house, and the British royal house were essentially the same family, right the way across Europe.
Yeah, well, of course, the only thing that's different is Habsburg and Prussia were always at war, so that's why they never really, other than obviously later Austria-Hungary, they tried to marry into everything.
Yeah, well, the bloody well, thank heavens the Habsburgs all died out because of those bloody awful chins.
Well, and also, of course, I mean, the hilarious thing, of course, that Habsburg lost their seat of the original place. Habsburg is actually in Switzerland. That's even more hilarious. But they lost that like 200 years after.
Are you Swiss, Robert?
No, just lived in Switzerland for too long.
Oh, right. I just wondered, whereabouts are you actually from? May I ask? I've never actually asked
Kassel.
you. Kassel. Right. Okay. Stuck in the middle. I've never been to Kassel.
A city that was more important than Birmingham in terms of railways and looked equally as nice after the Second World War.
Yeah. Not a lot of left. Yeah. Honestly, it's one of those places in West Germany that I never went to. Western Germany, sorry.
I mean, the cliffside of one hill in the city is 10 meters wider than it used to be.
Did you hear about
Sorry,
the
we've
guy
gone off
didn't
on
get,
one of it.
Did you hear about the guy who didn't get a job because he had a 9-inch knob?
yeah.
I watched that video too, Kent. Yeah.
Was it a
Funnily
video? No,
enough.
I read it. I don't watch videos.
Oh,
I
no,
read.
No, there's been a video out on Channel 4 called My Massive Dick. Yeah.
Really? Oh, God.
It's a TV show.
Honestly, I felt so sorry for the poor chap. Honestly, I mean,
Being the continuity announcement on fucking Channel 4.
and now we're going to go to My Massive Dick. Yeah, okay.
That's
Okay.
it's pretty low fare, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Why did I watch it? Come on, Grace, don't ask silly questions.
They thought there might be pictures.
Oh, there were.
Ooh,
And to be honest with you, none of it was erotic in any way, shape, or form. Not a single thing of it was in any way sort of aroused. It was actually really
Just
fascinating.
medical?
I'm thinking, oh, thank heavens for small mercies. That's all I say.
or large ones in this case.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh, you see, you've watched it, Matt. Therefore, you know exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm thinking, yeah, I don't have to go rushing off to Switzerland to have my knob made smaller, as if.
There was some frightening stuff on there. Though. I mean, some of them were like, that's just not
That
right.
sounds like an operation that people aren't really queuing up for.
Well, apparently,
Yeah, and,
it's a rare operation to have a reduction.
Really?
yeah.
I mean,
That
one
would
guy-
be
one
rare.
guy sat there and he said, "I can do this," and he could close his fingers round his wrist. He said, "I can't do that with my cock."
So how did his knob affect his job exactly? What was his deal?
Well, apparently that they thought that there was inappropriate behaviour going on because they thought he had an erection throughout it. And
Yeah.
actually, the point is he could not at any point hide the fact that it was a
It
fucking.
was like John Holmes, yeah.
Well, perhaps it's just showing excitement of getting a job.
And
John
what do you
Holmes'
do?
career,
You say, no,
Yeah, I
what,
mean,
what do you do? Sorry, you've rejected me because of this, and I haven't got a hard on. Look, do you flop it out on the table? At which point you have done
Actually,
something.
At that point, you just
Hey,
go into
hey.
porn and be done with it. So
Honestly, this chap it was the most remarkable thing I've seen. He said, "I'm 5'6" tall.
It's 1/12 of my height.
It's 112,
Yeah.
and he went through his underwear. The fact that he couldn't get underwear
It's
that
£2,000
kept
a
it.
year.
He talked about having if he shoved it underneath, it gave him something he called a knob burger, because he'd have each bollock each side. It was
It's like
actually
those puppetry
really,
guys, yeah.
and I just thought,
painful.
okay, well, this is there are times when you go, okay, well,
What's his contact number?
I'm so glad this is. Yeah, dear me.
I mean, let's
just,
Yeah.
just reach
when
out,
they-
you'll find it.
when they
Oh,
reviewed-
Just go on to Channel 4 and look for it. It was actually a fascinating, really quite bizarre documentary. I'm thinking,
when
cool,
they rejected
blimey,
him for the job,
and not in any way.
Table with it.
Sorry, Matt. Go on, say that again.
When they rejected him for the job, he could have smashed the guy in the face from across the table with it.
Oh,
Could have played a keyboard with it like that bloke on Saturday
He would have
night,
broken
Friday
the
Night Live
Oh.
last week.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. There was somebody complaining saying, "Oh, there was no nudity warning." They
Oh,
didn't
come
know he was going to do it either.
No, exactly.
Really?
yeah.
And besides, if there was a nudity warning, they go, "All right, well, we'll watch this until the nudity happens." You know?
Yeah, Howard Stern did
Okay.
it first in the '90s. He had a guy who played a keyboard with his dick. So
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
you got a fine from the FCC, and it's only audio. You can't see anything.
Yeah, but you know he played monosynth,
Is that where the term D-beam comes from?
a P-beam.
Chris said, "Jake the peg with the extra leg." Yeah, you
Yeah.
wouldn't want it. You wouldn't want it.
Well, it's like if you go to Africa and you see elephants in the wild, you often see a 5-legged elephant. So
Listen, I could tell you a story, but I'm afraid it's not even for this channel. It's not. suitable.
I haven't known this channel to have any boundaries.
Oh,
certainly has to be.
It's something that's not, you know, in the
this
comments.
Is the story my mum told me.
Go on, Em.
Do you really want? About 8 years ago, she met a bloke, and apparently he was rather well endowed. And the way she put it was, he came out of the bedroom on his hands and knees, and I've never seen a man crawl on all fives before.
Wow. No, I'm sure we've had worse. I'm sure we have. We've had worse, haven't we? I'm sure we've had worse.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we've had Tiger, he's not out.
Yeah, well, then, there you go.
Oh yeah.
What?
Well, you missed that.
Clearly,
Yeah.
I'm happy to have done so before anybody goes anywhere near making
No,
any
no. Hands up.
salacious remarks.
No salacious remarks.
Hands up, yeah. Hands up, yeah. Just like Ty did.
Thanks,
Couldn't wear a
Ronald.
dressing gown.
Oh, dear.
Can I go to bed now? Is that all right? Am I allowed
No.
to go to bed?
no,
I
Oh,
don't
right, okay.
know.
you've got to stay till the end.
Shall we have a vote?
The end of what? My beer?
Time. End of time.
Or the end of the show,
When-
whichever sooner.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not staying too late.
Whichever.
I have to get up early tomorrow to take Jane to the station. My wife is leaving me.
Ah,
On a jet plane, don't know when. I'll
No,
be
she's
back.
only going down to Topsom for a few days.
Oh.
See her
That's a
friends.
where?
Topsom.
Oh, down in
Exeter.
Devon.
Exeter, yeah.
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 oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, near Matt.
Yeah.
I can't get a trouser with 3 legs, Andy. How Wagyu? What do I know? I'm not his fucking tailor, Wagyu. How would I know? He has to have his underpants specially made so it doesn't dangle all the way out. Oh.
I don't feel I need to see this now, and thank God I was never going to watch it.
No, honestly, it was really quite. I was thinking, oh, this is really quite
Can you
fascinating.
just paint it black and pretend it's a cane?
Or a Zimmer frame.
Or a Zimmer
Or a
frame.
bit of
that,
frame.
that's a lot of modelling.
Couldn't he become a policeman and use it as a truncheon?
We could have painted it white and pretended he was fucking blind.
Yeah.
You see, we're being very unfair to the poor bloke. All he wanted to do was make his little miniature
Guilt.
models. And there he was, he
Well,
couldn't
that's
even
all
get
it
a
says,
job.
guilt. He's nailed it.
He's nailed it. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere.
Oh, I didn't, mate.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak.
Wouldn't hammer that home.
Oh, dear.
Good night, everybody. On that cheerful note,
Good night, Andy, mate.
I'm going to go and clamber into my bed and read my lovely book. And you can make
Ah,
whatever
yes.
comments you like. You can say what a wanker as often as you like. But I'm definitely not going to be doing that. So I'll say good night.
Good night,
See you
matey.
all, my lovely darlings.
Oh,
Tra.
Jerome.
See you
Take care.
That's it. That's the way to get rid of Andy. Stop talking about knobs.
That's no good. You going to sleep there?
Hey!
Wait, summon him. And he comes and
Oh, I don't know. It's quite happy.
maybe
It's just everybody else that isn't.
But that's the whole point of this. It's so unlike me. It's like the complete opposite. Oh,
You play something very, very, very minor that should clash with whatever Ty's doing.
very, very minor. But
Minor.
what like what?
It's Andrew that will like it.
Did Tyree show up? Is this going to summon him now?
It should do. It should do.
Burns you.
You forgot to turn Fry's predictions.
Didn't work, did it?
Nah.
Oh, should I say I hate Kraftwerk? Will that do it? I don't hate Kraftwerk, but should I say it?
Mm-hmm.
Just mention Kraftwerk, Behringer, Talk.
Yeah.
You know,
Talk,
just-
talk, yeah. That
Oh,
did
well.
it didn't last time. Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that a microtunnel there? Is that-
There's one voice out.
Gotta turn it again.
Right, I think I'm going to guys. I will catch up with you very soon.
All right, Danny.
Take it easy, Matt.
Take
Yeah.
care. See
You
you.
have self, buds.
See you later.
Cheers, matey.
So yeah.
Go, mate.
And then there was 4.
Yeah. Sounded like Matt's theme the way that finished then.
What? Because I've put Hammer the Major in there.
Yeah. Just hammered the major in just as he left.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, he's following me, isn't it?
Waggle
You're
says,
following
"I've got
me."
Simmons bits, yeah.
See, Inky uses an MPC and it sounds very musical. I use it sounds like I'm building a fucking shed.
So is the workflow difficult? Awkward?
No, I think once the process is learnt, it will be you'd be flying around it, you know, and getting
Yeah,
stuff done.
Yeah, it's just menu divey as hell, like a lot of things.
Yeah.
Do you know, I'm really turning against things like that. I mean, I spent, well, was it yesterday before, menu diving into the Korg Cross, trying to get it to do stuff that, you know, and it was just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
You know, and actually, I have to say, a lot of the Korg stuff is really menu divey. You know,
Especially the new stuff, the Op6 and all that stuff.
Oh God, yeah, yeah, it is, yeah. You know, but all of it. I mean, all of the workstation stuff. So the Cross, I've got a MicroStation, which I actually really quite like. Actually, it's quite small, 61 note key, but really, really small and very portable. You know. But you can't really program.
That's the one with all the knobs and sliders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one
Yeah.
of those. Those are cool. Yeah.
Yeah. But
I forgot I had it. It's tucked away somewhere.
it's just it's a pain in the ass. I mean, and there's fundamentally a lot of them are very, very similar in the sense of, you know, once you sort of half learn, you learn one and you half learn the next one is how I would describe it. It's not instantly transposable.
Yeah.
You know.
You have to use them periodically just to keep it fresh in your brain.
I
Otherwise, you
do,
forget.
yeah.
It all.
I mean, yeah.
Same with Electron, any of that stuff. It's just,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've never had any Electron stuff.
It's tricky at first, but once you get it down, the workflow is excellent. But again, it's so different than other things. If you just don't use it, you got to start over again.
I mean, I spend the afternoon programming the Roland TRS-8, which actually I am really starting to get my head round. And once you've sort of start to get your head round it, it's pretty straightforward, you know. Because I am going to probably end up using it along with this Alesis SR16.
Well, it's nice it has the FM now too, so you can get more flavor out of it instead of just samples.
Yeah. This is just for drum tracks, though. I mean, I know it's not meant to be used for that, but I've programmed it. I sampled a kit. I sampled the SR16 as a kit into it, which I did a couple of days ago, so that it sounds the same. It's for this new wave band thing I'm doing, you know. And the first rehearsal went quite well. Although the guitarist did say, it's quite hard, this playing to tracks, isn't it? I went, yep. No. But we'll get there.
You guys could get those Soundbrenner things so you're all silently on the same beat.
Well, I've got a Soundbrenner. I always meant to have it for about, 3 years. I always meant to do a review on it. I'm not that impressed by it, to be honest.
Really?
It's a crap watch. For a start.
Well, it's not. I mean, it wasn't meant.
No, it was never meant to be like that. I know, but they're about £300 now. So I mean, I wonder if all of the bits of it that you've got, because you've got obviously the decibel meter and the tuner always seems slightly off compared to standard guitar tuners.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, when I've tuned things up with it, I always double check it with a normal guitar tuner. And it's never quite there.
Wow.
There's not been an update for quite a while. The back of mine broke because I've got the Soundbrenner Core, which has got the plastic back and the plastic strap. So it broke. And then for my birthday, my mother-in-law and father-in-law said, "Oh, we'll buy new straps." So I bought the leather strap, which was like, I don't know, £60, a ridiculous amount of money. And Soundbrenner said that you're not to use the metal back with a core, but you can. It works fine.
Yeah.
You know. So
it's kind of like a swatch.
Yeah, I mean, you just take it off and you can put it on. I bought one of each. I bought a plastic one and the metal one in case the metal one didn't work, but it works fine. But it's a bit sleazy when they're saying, "Oh, you can't use the core with. You can only use the steel, which is the even more expensive one, with the metal back." But they're the same, you know. I have used it. I've used it when I've needed to. I've used it live a couple of times when I've needed to have complex timings that I need to stay in time with. But that's the only time I've ever used it.
Maybe they want to stay away from customizations because people do weird things and then complain all the time. And
Yeah, no, it's just I've left it, And actually, my other gripe with it, it's got this so-called Gorilla Glass, which is indestructible and won't scratch. Complete crap. I must have caught it on a brick.
I cracked an Apple iPhone a long time ago, and it's Gorilla Glass, so
Yeah,
we'll break.
So I managed to sort of polish the scratches out, so you can't really notice them now. But I was a bit miffed at that, really. So I think it's overpriced, and you could probably get an iPhone to do the same sort of thing. There must be something that'll give you a pulse on an iPhone to keep time.
I've not seen anything yet, but there's no reason why they couldn't because you have the vibrate mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could kill your battery though.
Yeah, that's a point, isn't it? Yeah, the battery actually the battery lasts a day on it. So, and it has an annoying thing that if you don't use it, so if I only wear it if I was going to a gig really, or something like that. If you don't wear it for 3 or 4 days, the battery just dies. It does that whole business.
It's like a sleep thing where it's always on but low power.
You have to charge it. You can turn it off, and I do turn it off, but it doesn't matter because it's going to die within 3 days. So I wouldn't buy another one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I've never seen one. No one ever has one, so it's interesting that you got one.
Yeah, and I bought it. I bought it when they actually added the phone, the watch part of it, because at first you couldn't use it as a watch. There's things like they could do to make it slightly bigger, because if it'll read it, you can read a text on it, but it is literally so small that it's almost impossible to see.
The next one's gonna be a Fitbit as well.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. No.
Is that a famous piece, Robert, or are you riffing?
It's not a famous piece knowingly, but it probably is something, but I don't
Which is
know.
now.
Ragtimey, yeah.
Yeah.
Play some Scott Joplin.
Okay. Yeah, that's all right.
So you use the Grand a bunch or not much?
Yeah, I'm trying to be a bit of a twat and trying to play the Rise and the Grand at the same time.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
This.
Oh yeah, it's
Oi oi oi!
So with a new Rise, is that then going to be left hand of the old Rise feed, or?
I don't know. It depends on what the new Rise feels like, to be honest with you. Because they've changed the key contours. Let's see how well I get on with the bugger.
Is that for definite? They've done that.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
So the whites have ridges, like quite pronounced ridges, and they flattened off the top of the blacks a little bit. So it's more like the block in some ways, and
right?
more like the Grand in others. It's a combination of the two, but it just depends on what it feels like.
You could vertically stack the new one and the Grand and put the other one at your feet and play with your feet.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I'm having enough trouble playing them with my hands, never mind my feet.
Just turn off turn on the hard tuning, so it's less.
Oh yeah. You put the training wheels on. It's not so bad. But yeah. But I do. I like the feel of the Grand. I like the real estate that you get with it.
Yeah.
It's more, more movement. So trying to do big chords on it and things like that I think it seems to be more natural to do than it does.
Space for modules too on it, or no?
Pardon?
A space for modules on top of it, or not really? Like boxes and stuff.
Yeah, pretty much hanging off at least. Yeah, because it is about about say 4 or 5 inches from the top of the keyboard to the back of the synth. So you can put things. I mean, you could probably, you could put a key step on there, up on one side, maybe a block the other. Actually, no, the other way around.
I was thinking like effects. You could just patch effects, off the grand.
Well, yeah, no, you could. You could get a 19-inch. Yeah, you could get a 9-inch rack on there without too much trouble. So you can have everything to hand, as it were.
That's weird. Your camera just went up and you didn't go up.
I know it's.
Well, it's
got
these
a
hands.
mind of its own. It's like,
No, it's probably when you, depending where you are in relation to the microphone, it detects hand space.
Have Rolly taken your money, Ken? Because they're saying they've got a thing now on their website saying buy now, pay later.
there was no buy now, pay later when I ordered it. Mind you, there was no buy one, and if you're already a Rolly owner, you get a discount.
cheaper.
That came later.
Oh.
Yeah, but they still contacted me and said, we've revised your.
It's experiments. They're doing it in stages to see who they can hook and when and how. And
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, buy now. It's something called Split It.
Mm.
Split it on all orders over 250 quid. Oh, sorry, 200 quid. $250. Pay over 3 or 6 months in installments.
Well, when all the dust settles, it's still 1,200 quid for a controller.
Exactly.
You know. So if you're going to bring new blood in, little carrots to dangle. So.
Yeah, you need that, don't you?
But what they really need more than anything else is a service centre on each continent at least.
Yeah.
That would help.
Because when we dealt with them, because obviously they were based in London, but they had a service centre here.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they're still using the same people. I don't know.
Pass.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, we didn't sell enough of them to have to send any back.
Mm.
We did. We did them for a couple of years, and we stopped when they brought out the thing with the lights, the keyboard with the light. There was a keyboard.
The
with
Lumi.
the
Yeah,
Lumi.
Yeah.
That was the time we stopped. I mean, we just, and plus, to be fair, people were interested in the blocks. I think we sold a few of the blocks, and we sold a couple of the Rise, and we had the Rise in stock.
Mm.
Like I say, I loved the Equator 1, which I have still got on my laptop.
Yeah.
But not on anything else
Yeah.
because my account doesn't seem to work anymore.
Oh.
It was because it was a trade account of sorts, so
You probably
it
have
was
to
when it was
kind
when
of
I was,
reapply.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
so I'm
When
not
it
doing that.
changed over to, was it Luminary? I think.
Yeah, I thought I'm happy to keep Equator 1 on the laptop, and because I'm not going to upgrade the laptop, it'll
Yeah.
it'll stay on whatever version of Apple it is.
Well, I've tried to like the Lumi, but I think it's more.
it's
geared,
okay. It's not anything like a Seaboard, but it's interesting.
No.
It's more geared as a learning tool, if anything.
They
Yeah.
started out but as a controller, you can actually do key wiggle and stuff. So it is expressive.
Yeah.
It's quite. I mean, for a learning tool, it's quite
They're
expensive.
cheap.
When
Pretty cheap.
well, 300 quid, but the Casio do a keyboard that lights up for about 150 quid as a learning tool.
Yeah.
Those Casio keybeds, holy shit, are they bad? Especially on the
Yeah.
XP series, the XPW1 and all that. Oh my god.
I don't know which series is that? Is that
Those are when they first relaunched Casio's kind of a pro brand with the,
The
Group Oxygen
XWP1 and XWP1.
the
the G1.
whole kit?
Exactly.
We did their last range, not the current range, the one before, and actually they were getting somewhere. The home keyboard market, we're talking really, rather than they don't really do synthesizers.
There's some good features on them, but there's the
Yeah.
worst keyboard I ever touched. It's really
Yeah.
bad. I was going
And
to buy
they
one at the local used store. They have one that's really cheap, but I hate that keypad.
Yeah, they had some really weird, some sort of quite fun dance elements to it, so you could
They
press
have
the
an
key
organ
in.
mode with drawbars. They have a lot of controllers on it.
Yeah,
And the synth engine, the Hex engine, whatever it's called, isn't bad.
yeah. It was from a cheap starter keyboard for somebody to learn, but also to have some fun playing some house music or that sort of stuff. You know, they were pretty good actually.
They weren't built sturdy like the old CZ1 and
No.
and VZ1 and all that kind of stuff. So their Pro line pretty much dwindled away. But
Yeah.
it's nice that they added some cool features. It's just the build quality was shit.
Yeah. We did all right with their pianos, their digital pianos.
Those are good, yeah. The previous stuff's pretty good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But it's sad because Casio did have some really good stuff for a while.
They did. Well, it's a bit like what's happened to Yamaha, isn't it, to some extent? You know, we've had this conversation before that
Yeah.
these brilliant synthesizer manufacturers who really, the synthesizer business for them is so tiny or non-existent that, they are clearly, like Yamaha, bothered about the home market. Yeah.
Seems like they have to spend more time in the forums and stuff because they would see how much people really use their stuff instead of just guessing by some basic demographics.
Yeah.
Because there's a huge user base for some of the stuff. They just don't seem to know it. So,
Yeah.
and they might be used ones, but so what? People still buying your shit. They want to buy more stuff.
Exactly,
Maybe,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like if you build it, they will come, right?
It's true, because I know that the guys at Korg were telling me their home market, which I think is the P something range. We never did it, but they have this home, what was used to be the home organ market, which is now obviously a keyboard market, which was completely dominated by Yamaha for decades, really, with these really big sort of 1,500 quid, £2,000, synthesizer, all singing, all dancing machines. That market is, sorry?
Oh, like those Tyros keyboards and
Yeah,
stuff?
the Tyros, that's it,
Yeah.
the Tyros. I mean, and for the last probably, 6 or 7 years, Korg have been making quite inroads into that market. Quite a lot, really. Like I say, it wasn't a market that we were into, but there are some retailers in the UK who just specialise in that sort of stuff,
I think the thing with Korg, they really started to make inroads when they brought out the i3
yeah.
and then the i30s
Yeah.
and stuff like that, and they
Yeah.
were really quite comprehensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
And essentially, they were M1s.
Yeah. Yeah.
In terms of the key beds and everything, big solid aluminium units. The Tyros was quite plasticky, wasn't it?
Quite plastic and quite expensive for a plastic bomber.
Yeah.
But it was the top of the range of the home keyboard, so and people who didn't know their professional divisions, for them it probably was sort of seen as the pinnacle.
Yeah. Because I think I still got my i30 in the cupboard there. The mystery cupboard that contains many, many interesting articles. I think there's an i30 in there.
I mean, honestly, you've got so much.
Yeah, mate.
When I come down to your place, which is going to happen at some point, I'm going to go,
Yeah.
oh my God, oh my God, oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
You've got that.
You got that there?
You've got that. And it's stood on its end.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's like when people come down to the workshop and there's this Jupiter 8 sitting out in the garden.
Yeah.
They go, "It's Jupiter 8 sitting in the garden." Yeah, yeah. Well, I got nowhere else to put it. But it's in the garden. Yeah. Don't worry, it spares, mate. Yes, well, the day's coming where that garage has got to be dealt with. And I can't have Ty there with me because no, you can't throw that out. Oh, you can't throw that out. I ended up throwing out bloody nothing last time.
Yeah.
No, you want to keep that, and you want to keep that. No, I don't.
Try and why don't you try? Oh, you can't sell them though, can you? We had that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, a lot of this stuff you couldn't sell as
No.
well. There's stuff out there that's like really bad. There's an Elka 403. Is it a 403 or a 405 or something like that? It's a dirty, great big bloody thing, and it needs to go. It really does need to go. You know.
What, like big organ or?
Yeah, it's a big double manual thing. Apparently, it has a particular sound. But yeah, don't they all? I mean, there's a YC45 out there that has a particular sound.
What, Crazy Horses?
If you want to play Crazy Horses, and that's about it. After that, no. After that, it's a very, very basic organ.
After that, after that, you're basic. Because are you a person who wants a mediocre organ to sit around and look nice and get played once a year?
Yeah, and it's a lump.
The problem with that market, I mean, when we had the shop, Brexham Art Shop, we would be regularly offered home organs, for free, and no, we couldn't take them because we didn't have the space for them. But nobody wants to buy them either. We would say to people, "Oh, well, best thing to do is to just put it on free cycle. Somebody may want it."
Yeah, but they tend not to.
They tend not to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because people are not having the space.
Yeah.
With real estate at the premium where it is.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, YC45 I take any day if I have the space, because it's a lovely piece of furniture, and there's Crazy Horses, that sort of shit, but well, it's also just a nice, boring organ.
Yeah.
But it's just a bit big to have a boring organ sound that gets played once a year.
Yeah. But like you say, yeah, it looks nice. It looks, it looks the part, but Jesus.
It's like when we got rid of our upright piano, which we bought when we bought it probably back in the 80s in our first house. And we bought this upright piano. Had it tuned regularly every year. It was not, he said it was concert pitch, but it was pretty close. It was nice to play. Can't remember the make. And I didn't want it to just be thrown away. I want it to be used,
Yeah.
And I managed to find somebody who wanted one for a school. So it ended up, I'm hoping it's still being used, and we got rid of it probably 10 years ago, But I never played it. It was always downstairs. I had a digital piano upstairs and played that.
Yeah.
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 Just nobody, it became a desk, really. We just put stuff on it.
Yeah. That's what's been happening to that GS1 in the front room.
Yeah.
Because I had to take the lyre off it, so it, take the legs off, and so it has to stand up on its back. The amount of shit I had to take off the top of that piano before I could do it. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And there was stuff going back like 2 months. It's like, oh shit, that's where that was.
Yeah.
And there was a carrier bag, and it had the old phones in it. I said, when did we get the new phones? She went, oh, mid-June. I said, they're here. They're still here. We haven't thrown them out yet. And the occasional dog biscuit, and go, who knocked them up there? Because what Nelly does, you flick a dog biscuit at her, and like any of the dogs, and they just catch them. She doesn't.
Yeah.
She tends to headbutt them, and they go flying. And you go, where did that go? And they're all looking around, going. Next door here, lovely people next door, and lovely people next door here. But they are constantly finding tennis balls in the garden where she headbutts them over the fence. You go, here's your ball, then she goes, bosh, and it goes bloody flying.
That's brilliant.
So, she's a little character, she is. But I mean, there's too many keyboards here, just too many. There isn't enough room to breathe. There really isn't. So, things are bad because, I mean, Fiona's office, so it's got the desk, the computer, but she's also got this other workbench where she does all her crafts, she does her sewing and whatever. And then there's racks on the wall with all the cottons and bits and bobs and everything like that. And then there's an E1. Do you know what I mean? And then there's an Oxygen 88 What else is in there? Christ, even I can't remember now.
I mean, I take
fun.
the E1, but I'm pretty sure Richard wants money for it still.
Yeah, that still belongs to a customer apparently. So,
Can't Richard keep hold of it?
he's actually run out of space in his storage unit.
I thought he's like constantly selling also his own stuff at the moment. Or
I don't know if he's selling his stuff that quickly.
yeah.
Because it is high ticket.
No, I mean, you say it used to be high ticket, but it no longer is. Its prices have become.
Oh, his stuff is. A lot of the customer stuff isn't now because it's the market, what the customer thinks they can have. Like for instance, there's a CS50 here. Richard was going to do a commission sale on it, and Richard goes, he says, I think we'll put it up because it's really, really nice condition. Kent's redone it and everything like that. It's all restored. Probably about 7.5, and the guy goes, "Oh no, I was thinking more 10."
Oh,
Go,
Wouldn't
no,
buy
to
it for
him.
5.
To him. So 10 to him, then whatever Richard's commission is on top of that, which is going to make it more like 12, 11.5, 12, something like that. Yeah. It's like CS50 for 12k plus shipping. So, DX1's up for 74 grand. I mean, Jesus Christ, no. Just no.
And I'm sitting there like over the Mini Freak. God,
are
fine.
you going to get one, David?
Yeah, I ordered it because I had the
well
micro.
done.
Oh, good,
Not
mate.
to change the subject, but
No.
no, I had the Micro Freak and I really liked it a lot.
Yeah.
So personally, I thought it was inspiring, right? That's what the word is. So yeah, I'm getting it. But then I heard him slamming it on the last night on Throughport Collective. It's limited. It's this and that. You should get the Explorer and the Hydrosynth.
Mate, if there's ever a
like
piece
limited.
of equipment, mate,
It's
if
like,
there's
oh,
ever a piece of equipment actually released and there isn't somebody slating it somewhere, it'd be a
yeah.
fucking miracle.
I mean, they're cool dudes, obviously, but it was just more like, oh, come on, what a bummer. It's like,
Well, I mean, I think I said on Manzi's show that if I was in the market for a 500 quid, 600 quid
it's an
keep
Explorer.
synth,
Yeah.
I'd try. No, I'd try both. I mean, I
I
know
would get both too.
I would want to go in somewhere and I would want to play them side by side
Yeah.
and then pick one. I mean, I know what the Explorer's like because I've got the Hydrosynth and I love it. But
I think it's nuts.
know.
I look at them and think I could probably. Yeah, I mean, I got my Nord Wave, and I think, God, I almost want the Explorer. It's like, other than the interface of the Wave is so beautiful, but yeah, it's crazy. But I know we all do it, so it's really not.
Yeah.
And there is what they're saying had valid points, but I'm like, but I think they're forgetting that sequencer, and there's just all these little tools on that thing, cool little kind of ratcheting and splicing, and the performance thing on it is really wild. It's like, very modular, like, where you can just all of a sudden.
I mean, it looks really cool. It looks great.
Maybe
the mini keys could be an issue.
I hope
I've got
what
plenty
I
of
would,
keyboards with mini keys, but
for what I would use.
Mini keys or slim keys?
well, the mini key are they? I don't know. Are they mini keys? I thought they were mini keys.
It's the same keys as the keys of 37. I thought.
I think
So
they're
what?
So
a
are
little
they
better
slim?
than some, a little not. I don't think they're as big as the Korg.
I mean, mini keys get a bad rap, but they're not that bad. Look at the CZ101; it's mini keys, and Vince Clark used it.
The CZ101 keys, they're terrible.
Yeah, you don't.
But they're little. They've been
I
around
like-
a long time. So
But you
I
don't-
cannot-
You
Sorry,
don't
go
want
ahead.
to play this like you're not playing this like like you would a big keyboard. You're not flowing or it's more about
Yeah.
just kind of sound design and doing some
yeah,
cool-
leads and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
I mean,
I have to say, I get on well with the mini keys on the Korg,
the
the
space.
micro Korg,
Yeah.
the mini Korg.
Oh, there you go. He's comparing.
Yeah.
The space is a big issue for me too. I don't have a lot of I want to put something in front of the computer. I don't have room.
Yeah.
For, So I tried to put the Nord Wave there because it would have been a great controller. It's just massive, and I'm like,
Yeah.
in my
Yeah.
space. You know what I
I
mean?
wish it would. I wish it would stop me. I got no space in there. I go and get a Rolly Grand for Christ's sake.
Oh,
I know you're
no.
really going to be able to get through. Poor Hans is going to be like stuck. He's gonna have,
You'd
you're gonna
be able
have to
to
pin him
get-
up on the wall.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the keys here they're not that much narrower than normal keys.
Yeah.
So an octave
Yeah.
is, it's like not about halfway through the second C of an octave of normal size keys.
But
Yeah.
what I found interesting is a lot of people wanted it to have the big capacitive touch, which I understood. But the problem with the capacitive touch is that, for me, is that it kind of took me down a little bit of a rabbit hole. It was cool, now it's doing this and sliding. But then every once in a while, I just wanted precision, and it's not really a good precise key bed. So if you're just trying to pluck your chords, it starts to kind of wonk some of them, and you're like, I almost would rather have the mini keys right now. So there's really there's no good answer for that, with a lot of that stuff.
It's down to the individual again, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, and what
What they're going to do
I would
on
have
it.
bought it if it had the capacitive keyboard also. I bought it really
Yeah.
for the dual sound engine and the fact it's got some effects now and an aux in, so you can do some. It sounds good, but everything sounds good. Everything sounds good.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a mess. I mean, my little Reface DX is just astounding how good.
Those
that
are cool,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, I use
CS is good too.
I know. I was ordering a CS and I accidentally got the DX.
Oh,
Don't ask me how I did it. But then I got it, I tried it, and I was like, dang, this is so cool.
and
what I
those
mean?
little
It's like,
slider things for programming are really nice. It's cool.
it really is. They've got, Yamaha's got that, darn, I can't think of it now, Sound Mondo or something.
Yeah, that's a great app too.
So there are so many.
You just need your phone and that, and go anywhere. And just
What's cool is like people have made so many different patches for it, and I started scrubbing through them. And admittedly, like 32 presets on it is terrible, but there was just some amazing, cool stuff on there. And I was just grabbing some of them. You can kind of tweak them, but it's FM. So, but it's wow, it sounds really good.
It's some of the best 4-operator stuff I've heard. It's very nice.
Yeah, and that's talking about Yamaha. It's like that's what frustrates you about them because they can make some cool little stuff, more stuff.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to get the CP as well, but it's never on sale anywhere. It's the only one.
I know. The whole collection is cool. I could easily have. That was what was weird. Like I couldn't really pick a favorite. I was like, I don't know. They're all cool.
Well, there's also the sneaky. There's actually a proper kind of grand piano sound in there, but it's in a weird mode. You have to put it in a weird mode, and it sounds great. It's like, why don't you put it in the normal fucking patch?
It's amazing someone found it, and they never came clean about it. They still.
It's almost like they had planned to do something with it, maybe weren't satisfied with it, so they just kind of left it as an Easter egg.
Yeah, it is. No, I could be cool with any of them, but you're right. They're hard to.
But like Jonathan Cross, the guy that does a lot of hardware jam stuff, he has a live stream on right now doing his little jazzy stuff. He hooks a big keyboard to his CP, his Reface CP, because it has a great electric piano on it. So
Yeah. I would probably get the CS next, but the CP would be nice too. But really usable. But they're really small and they're really well made. They feel.
The
really
CS
good.
is nice because it has it's totally manual, right? It's got controls all over it. So without Sound Mondo, you have no presets.
I know.
Which freaks a lot of people out, but it's cool because how many things sold that way in that form factor are actually fully manual.
But I think that's one thing I wish they would have done, honestly. I wish they would have done what they did with the DX on all of them and gave them a little preset.
The other thing too, that looper thing is it's like a MIDI looper. It's not an audio looper, so you can't really stack sounds. Like if you change it, the looper changes with the preset.
But you can stack more. What I've done is you can stack the preset, and you can go up a couple octaves and play it.
And that's cool. Yeah, that's fun. But it's nice to have two different presets. When you think looper these days,
I know.
presets.
But on the other side of it, it's It is a looper, and it is it's tight. The MIDI's tight on it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long it goes for, but I have made some very long like things on it. It really, so it's a quirky thing, but for me, I was really using it a lot. It's right in the center of my modular now. I can't, every time I put it away, I go, where's that little DX?
Even those tiny speakers are decent. I was shocked. You know?
Yeah, they're all right. I do like them. I can't make up my mind whether I think we should have speakers on sets.
Well, I know it's a taboo thing, like the Juno 6, the Juno 60 with the speakers, the HS 60. But hey, they're handy sometimes. You don't want to noodle.
Yeah, the little Korg 2600.
And like Ian was saying with the circuit, I love the fact that it has a little speaker. Just sit on
Yeah,
the
I
couch
do.
and just do some
Yeah.
shit on it, and
Yeah.
it's great.
It's funny because the microcog I got the one with the speakers, and I have them permanently turned off. In fact, I
Which one is
contacted-
that one? Which one has the
It's
speakers?
the white one. The white one.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
It's called the S.
Oh, okay.
Microcog S. And I mean, it's got the weird. Actually, there's a weird thing about it because when you've got the speakers on, you feel a vibration through the keys, which is really strange.
Yeah.
Not enough to put you off playing it, but I just permanently. I contacted Cog and said, look, I want to turn. I don't want to just stick a blank headphone in this. I want to turn them off. There is a way to do it in the menus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really easy on the DX. There's just a little command. I always have to look it up, but I have tried like getting a mic and trying to mic it while I'm recording it. Just do some quirky stuff, but it's never really panned out. I probably haven't spent enough time figuring out how to pull it off. But they're super cool. But you're right, though. A few of them they're not dropped. You can't ever find them cheap. It sucks.
Yeah, it's the only one that never went on sale. I'm like, why this one? A lot of people are buying them. They're popular, kind of. So.
Yeah, if they ever blew them out, they would just, like for $200 or something. Oh my god.
Yeah. 300 is the cheapest over here. 300 quid.
Yeah, you can find a DX for about in the
Yeah,
states.
and that's the CS actually.
And I'm not seeing anyone buy the YC organ thing.
Yeah, they're hard to find. They're cool looking though. I like it. So, I like I said, I could easily have that whole collection. If I get my shelves.
It's almost like nobody wants an organ.
No,
And the-
it's
and the-
one of the
and the-
most usable. It's like the most usable stuff too, though.
Yeah.
If you're songwriting, I mean, I guess if you're just doing.
And like again, the Yamaha YC is not quite the sound that most people think of with standard organ sounds. You think you think of the 2 or 3 different sounds where I'm the Hammond world.
Yeah.
So
Basically,
what
you'll-
does it? I've never heard one. What's it sound like? Does it sound like a Hammond then?
No,
It has
no.
Farpiece and it has a bunch of stuff in it.
Oh, Far East is a
but-
good sound.
Yeah,
I haven't heard the Novation Peak Half God. I haven't heard it yet, to be honest. Not properly, anyway.
But when I
So
think of organ,
I don't listen to things because I end up buying them.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I try not to listen to stuff if I can possibly help it.
I just buy them without listening as well.
Well, I've done that myself. So, God, what was it? I
But
bought
it's
an
kinda
M1
cool.
without hearing it.
That's a good choice, though.
Yeah, brand new though. It was 2,200 bloody
Oh,
quid
right, okay. No.
without hearing it.
Ooh.
Did
Well,
you hear the Oasis before you bought?
No, I hadn't heard it. No, I hadn't heard it. This is the thing about being agoraphobic. You go, that looks nice. I like all
Yeah.
those buttons. Okay, let's go for it.
I barely heard the OP1 before I bought it, but the feature set was just a no-brainer for me. All the different sequencers and the portability.
Oh, it's such a cool thing.
Yeah.
Where's the undo button?
There's another one.
An undone.
But that's
button.
not a problem.
I'm sure it's cool. I'm sure.
It is cool.
It's called the off switch, isn't it?
It's the
Yeah.
price point. It's a psychological
The price point is a
that kind
problem. I mean,
of- right? That I just
Well,
go, no,
the
I
new
don't-
one is, crazy price.
Yeah,
the old
I mean,
one
I
is
don't,
not
I
that
don't like
bad.
to play in that territory unless it's something.
I mean, I bought mine when it was 800, when they were 800 quid retail, and then they just went up and up and up, you know. And this man, I mean, mine's got. I have to keep rebooting the thing every so often because it just for some reason it sort of just locks up. Usually with one of the effects.
Mine actually needs some servicing because I can't update the latest rev.
Oh, really?
They told me that, and I was going to send it to headquarters, which is far away.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they said, actually, no, we have a service place in the East Coast. So I talked to them briefly, and then COVID hit. And I'm like, well, they're probably not doing that shit now, so I'll wait a little bit. And I recently tried to contact them, and I didn't get a definite answer if they're actually servicing them anymore. So I may have to send it all the way back to Sweden. So
Sweden's fine, yeah. It's not Switzerland.
yeah. But my OPZ I love totally, so I use that all the time. So
I never ever tried one of them.
oh, just talk about power. That thing is so powerful. It looks like a joke.
It does
It
look
looks like
a
the
joke.
most toy thing in the world.
Yeah.
But the amount of sequencers it has on board, the amount of control like an Electron has with step adjustment and four trigs per step, and all the conditional trigs, they have a different name for it on that one. And then it has you can control a DMX light source with it. You can control Unity Engine on your phone with it. You can has effects buses, live effects like a Chaos Pad has on it.
Wow.
It also has you put the modules in there. One's the OpLab module, so now you have sync, MIDI, and CV. So it could be the hub of your entire studio, even for modular.
You're
So
selling it to me, Andy.
I'm telling you, it's very deep. People just don't know how it looks like shit, but it's really
Yeah,
powerful.
it does. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you don't like the lack of a screen, it Bluetooths to your phone, and you have all the features there with nice graphics. So you don't have to use screenless. But I'm telling you, once you get used to the light patterns and the key combinations and the immediacy of it, when you watch somebody who, like you watch the old Cuckoo videos where he's doing a live set with it,
I remember seeing
And-
them. Yeah.
an entire live set with just an OPZ. It's insane.
No, I get it.
Maybe the thing that I actually really fancy is the organelle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I know.
mean,
That's cool too, yeah.
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
that the Critter and Guitar or whatever?
I haven't got the money. I love the fact that I could do something in Max MSP and then load it into it, and I think that's the future.
I didn't know that. Really? You could do that? with
Yeah,
Max
the new
MSP?
one. The is it the
Holy
M?
moly.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be Max MSP. It can be
That's huge, though, if you
the,
can do
the
that.
open source version as well. And I just think that is the future of synthesizers, where you can do it in a program. You create a synthesizer in a program and then load it into something like that.
It's like Reactor on the
Yeah.
Machina Plus. You can load Reactor patches that are all complex, and you
Yeah.
can just tweak them easily on the
Yeah.
Machina Plus.
They've got some sort of software interface, I think, with it to do it.
damn,
I'd-
Now you're going to make me buy that thing now.
oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
I've
was pretty
yeah.
sure you were gonna buy it once. Yeah, I could hear the tone in your voice, and I was like,
Check it out because
Yeah.
there's
I love Max MSP stuff. I just don't. I'm not a very good programmer, but once you have a thing that's set up correctly, it's really
Like the-
fun to use.
I mean,
Very powerful.
I did
Yes.
one of my projects when I was, because I started doing Max MSP when I did the Masters thing. One of my projects was to recreate in Max MSP a Korg DW8000, and I did it. Don't ask me how I did polyphony. I have no idea, but I got there, and it's buggy, and I haven't looked at it for probably 10 years. You know, but I have a Mac. I have a Max
That's cool.
MSP. And it took me months. I even got an extension on the assignment to do it.
Wow,
You
that's great.
know, actually, somebody was able to give me the actual samples from because I didn't have a working DW8000 at that time. It's before I bought mine.
Yeah, I have two broken ones.
Yeah. But somebody gave me the samples. I had the original samples, and it even looked like it when the interface.
That's
Like
great.
I say, I haven't opened it for years.
Yeah, there's several events I went to at Stanford Karma. The students are all using Max MSP in really
Yeah.
crazy ways. I was blown away by it.
Yeah, that is. Some of the stuff is cool.
I should dig it out and
It's just too
see
much.
if it loads up in, because it was done in Max 5. I think it was in around.
Because you
Well,
see
up
these screens
nice,
and they're scrolling around this giant network of modules. I mean, it's like pages and pages of stuff. How do they keep it all straight? I have no idea, but
Yeah.
it's
Right, Jimbo.
Hello.
Hey, Jim.
How is
hey,
everyone?
Jim.
We're good, mate.
All good?
Cool. Yeah, good. I've just got in from the Birmingham EMOM.
Hey.
Oh, wow.
And speaking of Max MSP, there's some usage of Max MSP there.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, including a guy trying to stick his guitar through some stuff, and it wasn't having it at all. It was just like
Yeah.
Joys of life.
process it.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, some really interesting stuff. And there was two guys doing some weird stuff. This guy had like sensors on his like elbows and rings,
Oh, wow.
doing like sort of granular stuff. So he's like picking grains out of a 3D space. It's like
That's
really
That's
weird.
cool.
that's cool.
I've got
Yeah.
I was going to get it out as well. I got one of those expression rings.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
I still been meaning to try it out.
Is it the Genki or the Neova?
Nova.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
one of
it?
them.
Expression.
They're cool.
ring?
I need to use it more.
Well, it depends what you assign it to. I think it's got like 4 or 5 different things you can do with it.
It has four major mods in it where
Mm.
you have the different color lights on the
Yeah.
base plate, and you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clever.
Yeah.
All I can think of is the Zoom Arc when you guys are talking.
Oh
about
no,
Oh, man.
I'm like, so I got that thing.
it's so bad.
It was so
I'm-
weird. And I just kind of looked at it and I like kind of pressed a few things and I was just like, put it back in the box. I was like,
I got
No,
the one that
I-
has less steps but more features, the 48, which is really busy. That
Yeah,
thing's
the
nuts.
96.
I just felt like there's
I
like,
hate
if I
it.
could crack the code of this thing,
Yeah.
and then I was like, I can't do this. This is
I mean,
just,
I used to sort of, he used to sit over here for months at end, never switching on. And every so often, I'd get the manual out on,
Yeah.
on the computer, and I'd start going through it again, and I just wanted to throw it across the studio. It was
I wanted
just,
to like it. I did want to
I,
like it.
I wanted to like it too, and I just thought this is just
Because
bonkers.
they were, I think one of them was like, was blowing them out for like $100. And
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
bought mine cheap when they were
yeah,
right at
and
the
you were
end.
just like,
Yeah.
we're gonna figure this out. I'm gonna,
Yeah.
it's got all the lights and
I mean, I managed to make money when I sold it. You know, it was
Yeah.
worth more than what I bought it for, which was fine.
people
How about
wanted-
did you see the Casio Millennium Falcon drum machine?
Oh no!
Remember that? The
No.
red thing? Looks like the Millennium Falcon ship.
Yes, I've seen it.
Oh.
Another thing
It's
they
very-
didn't do well. So
Yeah.
No, it's not a good shape, except for the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah,
well, the demos are pretty sad too at the
Can only be
shows.
one.
So it was.
Well, yeah,
I thought you
it's
were
a
talking
weird
about that.
demographic, isn't it? It's like, who are you going for? Like in 2022, whatever.
The pads
You
felt
know what I
really
mean?
cheap, and the sliders felt really cheap.
like-
it was just very. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I thought you were talking about that
who's
Klingon
supposed to use
toilet
this?
seat swing.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
For
yeah,
a
that
minute.
thing.
I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about that for a minute.
Well,
I know
you could
somebody's got one of them.
Which thing?
Wrong franchise.
yeah.
Yeah.
about the sequencer, the weird sequencer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very weird thing. Lots of random elements involved in it.
I mean, the Soma stuff looks pretty weird too, but it's fun.
Yeah, it can get kind of like almost like, oh, I don't know how this is going to work in here. It just made
Yeah.
that too weird. But their stuff is so beautiful, though.
I
Stuff-
love the weirdness
It's
of
fun.
the Soma
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the
Or
terror.
even just for sampling stuff, it's
And you talk to the guy; he's totally normal. He does all this weird new age stuff in the videos and performances.
his-
But you talk to him; he's a regular guy. You know, he's not.
But his stuff is off center a little bit, but it's not totally that weird. When you really break it down, you're like, no, this is cool. I see what he's doing. He's just pushing us.
Yeah, but
Just
that bodysuit stuff
way-
he was doing was pretty weird.
All right. I was trying to, but he's got a cool aesthetic, and I love that. Like on this Lyra 8s, the
Well,
colors are just.
You heard what he was trying to do before COVID hit, right? He wanted to have like synth get-togethers in Zanzibar.
Yeah.
Wow.
People fly out there for a synth vacation. You play music and hang out,
Kindred
and who knows
spirits,
what else.
right? It's like drum
Yeah.
circles with synths or something.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of like. I get it. I'm like, it's totally cool, man. I'm with
Like
you.
synth hippies.
Yeah, it's yeah. He's got the right vibe with it. I miss my Lyra 8. I probably got to get another one.
Oh, you sold it?
oh,
Yeah, I
oh,
went to
why?
It's
Wow.
modular. I think when I got
I don't
into
use mine
modular,
enough, but it's really fun though when you do.
I sold the
use it.
Micro Freak. I sold that, and then I watched this like YouTube thing I was doing with all that stuff, and I was whizzing around and everything, and I'm like, why did I do that? I like learned. I had this cool setup. I was clearly like had it all worked out, and then I just sold it all and went down the rabbit hole. And it's just like,
Ah,
who did that?
Yeah.
you
Who
made
did
The damn
that?
modular gets you every
Eurocrack.
time.
Yeah.
Who's to
Yeah.
blame?
Yes. You're just a
I
heroin
want a
addict, Dave.
name.
Then
Okay.
watch out for those module pushers. They're dodgy.
I've
So I
managed
got
to
the-
resist. Resist.
Yeah.
What is so hard for people to resist? This hasn't grown for a long
I
time.
used to be able to resist. I thought maybe.
They'll
I
never take
so I
me.
got this though, subharmonicon.
Uh,
yeah.
I think it's about the coolest thing I've
It's
ever
great.
played.
Yeah, it's cool.
I mean,
that's
this is
that's
like
a proper
down-
gateway drug as well. That isn't it?
You know, though, it's weird.
Just
though,
a
I don't,
little bit of modular.
Yeah, I don't
Slightly
really like,
modular.
I don't really feel like I even need the.
Just
patch.
try it. You might
I haven't
like
tried
it.
it.
I mean, this is a great game, Frog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Now
too.
get this.
Which Erebus is that, Robert?
Well, that's the V3.
V3. I have
One
the
up my
V3. Yeah.
Dreadbox.
Yeah, I got it used pretty cheap actually. It's nice.
Yeah,
Shall I go and dig out my Surge modules?
Dude, don't even tell me you've got like a collection of
What- you actually have Zerg stuff.
Yeah.
It's
Is it yours or is it just abandoned or is it to sell?
It's in the other bathroom.
We've got it. We've got it.
Semi-abandoned. Semi-abandoned.
Now I don't like this
Oh,
abandoned thing. I'm
you
starting.
should have said that. I
starting to annoy
would have
me.
always come around and relieved you of them, and then
I think
in
we
the
need
same
to
way
have
with the
closed-
DX1, return it whenever the owner wants it back.
Yeah.
They're not getting it back. Okay. If I have any say in this, which I do.
Speaking
Yeah,
of synths moving, Kent,
Yes, darling.
I'm hoping to bring this down to you tomorrow evening after you finish the PSN show.
Brilliant.
So, yeah.
Well, what you should
as
do
long-
is be here just before and sit in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can make it down for that.
He can feed you sausages in the background.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
probably be nursing some bruised nuts from your dog.
Yeah. Well, we'll try and keep her under control. The thing is, after 10 minutes, not interested anymore.
Yeah.
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 Okay. And what
Yeah.
wanders away.
After she's permanently injured you.
Then the husky will just come up to you and
I'll
just
have
do
Pete
his
Townsend.
yeah. He'll do his and that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be all right
Yeah.
after that. It's just
Well,
oh man, that initial Jesus.
Well, if I can get the afternoon off work, I might come down in the afternoon. But
All right, bud.
but yeah, I'll just have to see.
Mm.
So, yeah,
All right, bud. Look forward to it.
cool, awesome. Just have to.
That
remember
sounds
to
great. I'm
put it in
jealous.
the
I'm a
bin.
real dog person. I would love all those dogs.
Oh mate, it's
Oh man, the Huskies are so cool. I've been obsessed with the Husky on Instagram. The Huskies talking and people make the little clips with them, and I can just watch it and they're just like, leave me alone.
yeah. Well, it's like Keith in Watford. I think he's got 4, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I know he's got
Ah.
to get
Yeah, he does a husky rescue thing, I think. So
Yeah, because he had that. There was a picture. We had the grey, the light brown one, which is gorgeous.
That's what I have, a light
And,
brown.
and the white one, or was it 2 white ones? But yeah, huskies are just. Oh, it's just something about them. It's just something about them.
Mine's got so much energy. I mean, like, I don't really understand her. Like other dogs, I kind of felt like I could talk to them, communicate. With her,
Yeah.
she just kind of looks at me like, and I'm just like, dude, what is?
Well, they do that, don't they? They just stand on up one end of the room. Like Charlie will do this thing where he's just looking into
She's so
space,
intense.
just looking into space like that, and then turn and just stare at you. Like that.
Yeah,
And you
it's
go,
really hard to
what?
know what
And the tail goes in that very lazy way that the huskies do their tail, which is sort of like, oh, it's really heavy and it just falls over, sort of thing. But, mind you, if I say sausage, he does his tap dancing, which is hilarious.
That's
Absolutely
great.
hilarious.
They're
Yeah.
really cool.
Actually, they're up here. So-
Yeah, let's get some Huskies.
Hello.
Good day. Oh, there we go. You're not a Husky. You're not a husky.
Sausage.
Sausage.
See if we can get the husky up.
Cleo, I hope you enjoy this.
What? Yes, in a moment. Well, go and get your stupid brother. Go and get your brother.
my job.
Go and get
I don't want to share.
Go on,
Yeah.
Nelly, go and get Charlie. Where is he? Oh, all right. Look, you're here. So, okay, here we go. So, little pigs in blankets. There you go.
Very gentle. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was a little bit snappy.
Yeah, she was going to jump up but hit the hydra. She's actually even more gentle than this one is normally. But the most gentle out of the lot is the husky. He just... Thank you. Look at that. Really
Got
gentle.
manners.
He's clearly asleep. Otherwise he would have joined us by now.
Perfect case of you snooze, you lose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Actually...
Sleeping is a good thing.
Oi! Noah, sorry mate. He's on... Because I've made him a little bed under the bench. He's so quiet down there. Sorry, mate. He's standing there watching me giving them to the others. There you go. He didn't say anything.
Oh.
Okay, I noticed you under there. Yeah, all right. You've had one each. Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
you have. Yes, you have. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. Nelly, these are the testicles you're going to be smacking tomorrow. See? There. Just keep an eye out for him. He'll be here. There you go. Oh, hi.
Just wear a cup and you'll be all right.
Yeah.
No,
Just wear the iron pants.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need to get up
plan
the
is
dog
to-
trap.
Yeah,
Position
chest
my
as
electron
well.
bag just in front of me. I think.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah, no, fine.
Yeah.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
yeah.
But she does this thing where she wags her tail so hard and her entire ass.
Yeah.
That's this. Literally, she looks like a bleeding goldfish.
Just put her in water. Whoa, there it goes.
Yeah, no, woo, she's off. Yeah.
Bathtub or something.
Aren't you?
Right, guys, I'm going to go to bed because I've got to be up early in the morning.
What have you got stuck to the end of
So
your
I
nose?
will probably... I won't see you tomorrow night because I'm out at a quiz.
Oh.
So I'll miss PSN, but I will watch it on catch up.
Cool.
And I'll catch you all later.
Cheers.
Right, guys.
Take
Yeah.
care, mate.
Bye.
Go, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, there's a guy at the EMON with a couple of Electron boxes, Octatrack and Digitact, and an Eric Synth's bassline, the DB01. That sounded epic.
Yeah,
Doing
those are
some
nice.
really cool sort of pitch envelope stuff. He had a mini tour and Innovation Peak, and all going through an Otto Boom, and it just sounded amazing. It's really crisp and fat.
Yeah, one of my friends
Deep
used that
fried.
T707 and the Erica. The bass line is pretty cool.
Mm.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, very nice. But I'm just looking at the Roland Boutique, the JU 06A at the minute. So I love
Very
JUs.
nice.
You know, I just love that sound. I know it's only a full voice, but
No, it sounds great. I leave it in the 60 mode all the time. It's really good.
yeah.
I mean, half the time I use my Gula 60 monophonically without
Yeah.
the chorus. Because the Pancreas without the chorus, and because it just sounds, or it's the closest that I'm ever going to get to a Jupiter 8 for those sort of a Pancreas.
Mm. Yeah. I think that might be possibly on the cards.
I've had it on batteries for a while. I haven't had to change the batteries. It lasts quite a long time on batteries. It's great.
Oh, right.
So
Cool.
I did a hardware jam thing with it for 909 Day,
Mm.
and it's fun
I
stuff.
think no, does it? It didn't used to, but does it now sort of transmit and receive MIDI CC as well?
I thought the
haven't tried.
06A definitely, because it's the newer
Yeah.
ones. The
Yeah.
older ones didn't originally.
Cool.
All the newer ones should have.
So
I wouldn't be
thought
surprised, but I haven't tried that.
It might be nice to have that controlling the soft tube Model 84 thing. they're sort of Juno 106. So then you got you map it all sort of 1-to-1.
I mean, the sliders are still
unit.
pretty short, but
Yeah.
they are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it definitely sounds. I have the 06, which I got when it came out.
Yeah.
Couldn't resist as I got a 16% coupon at Guitar Center. But I don't even turn it on anymore. The 06A is so much better.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, we're going into kind of the Black Friday and all that nonsense season.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Well, it's still VMware season first. Here in the UK at least.
Mind you, I'm getting 8DO emails about 3 times a day, every day.
I think there's going to be some sales. Behringer always like. I'm just hoping one of their like 2600s goes down to like a stupid price for a day or something. That would be cool.
Don't know.
It's already a stupid price, but I want more stupid.
Sweetwater's had a couple good sales on their modules. The Wasp one and the Cat, and I keep missing them.
Well, I know, but you can go to Tomon.
No, I know it's cheaper there. Yeah.
A Juno, it's just like $60 for a Wasp filter. It's dumb. I'm like, what? And then, it's not dumb. It's great. It's great.
But you notice they only carry. There's a lot of stuff they don't have.
You got
U.S. products they won't carry.
No, you have certain things. Roland, you can't get any Roland. I don't think.
They don't carry any Rossum stuff. I don't think they don't carry any.
I got all my mutable modules. I got I got them all, and they were just so much cheaper, like 40% cheaper. Right now they've got the 2600M Accord for like $1,300, and Sweetwater's got it for $19.99. It's absurd, the difference. I know you got to pay a little extra this and that, but Sweetwater's probably going to charge you the tax. It's going to charge you.
Well, they're going to, because I got nailed on when I got my A-frame from Thomann. I got nailed on the duty.
But even if it was like $100 or something, or $150, it's still not even the tax.
True. It's true, yeah.
The tax would be $160 probably at least.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard. So it kind of messes with my head because I look at these differences. I gotta get them now. I gotta get them. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? I don't gotta get them.
God, I wish I could get my dog to sit in front of me like that.
Oh, like Cleo?
Yeah.
I know she just sits there. Awesome.
Sitting on top of a keyboard preventing you to work.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, that's my problem. She did. I had like Friday afternoon. There was like a group clients that called. I didn't know them at all, and they wanted to Zoom, and I got on, and she all of a sudden started howling right when I got on the call, and I was horrified. And everybody was cool about it, but I was like, oh my God, what have I created? Like, I don't know how to fix this. I don't know where I can stuff her right now. Like, where?
Yeah.
I
was doing a business call in the front room a couple of weeks ago, and then
she was blackmailing you for food.
Yeah, and then Nelly and Siri decided they wanted to have a play fight on the settee, right beside me. And it's like, and it's like, shut up.
Oh, that was the best stuff.
Hey, Dave, take a sock, stuff it full of dried valerian root, and she'll be busy. She won't bother you for a while because they love that stinky stuff. Best cat toy in the world.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they like wearing.
They're quite partial.
They like
to,
stinky stuff. So.
Oh, it's the sticky.
Yeah.
I don't seem like Cleo. I just like to stand here.
There's stuff we got in the garden. You can get the foxes and the hedgehogs and the squirrels. They'll go bleeding nuts over it. What is it?
I do like to get them fresh catnip.
Well, that's probably the reason I like catnip is it's also very strong.
And you keep digging it up as well. What is it?
Well, let's get some totally high.
Or something?
There's that too, but the smell. Like my cat used to put its head in my shoes all the time. Like, you're a crazy cat. Those shoes stink.
Yes, but then dogs also really get their nose into the smell.
Yeah.
And they have a far better nose.
It's funny though, dogs have very good noses, but they still love to eat shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true enough.
How they get past that, I have no idea.
My lot won't do it. They won't. It won't have anything to do with it.
You're the
Well,
idiots.
well, not their own, but the other animals, right?
Yeah, they're not. They're not interested in. Definitely not interested in their own, and they don't appear to be interested in each other's either.
My dog used to go around the yard and dig up cat treats.
Yeah. I'm actually having pretty good luck with the dogs and the cat treats right now.
I said, "You're not looking me after those cat treats. Get away."
Oh, they come breathe on you with that like
Yeah,
turd breath.
the breath
Oh,
is already terrible, but then the cat treats make it worse. So
you can smell it all over them. You're just like, dude, I can
Yeah.
smell it.
Now,
You
my
just
my,
eat
my
cat
Jack
treats.
Russell would seek out fox treats.
Yeah.
And eat them, and it used to give him seizures, and he'd just keel over in the kitchen and do all this.
So good.
So yeah, it's some sort of enzyme in it or something, and it was just like, and it, after 30 seconds he's up again, he's fine. But it's like they just go
Jonesing
into
for
this
cat-
frenzy
treats.
thing.
Yeah. It's like their equivalent of the meat sweats.
Yeah. Well, I have a family of foxes living under the workshop, and I can guarantee you that's where Charlie is now, and he's just standing there looking.
Wow.
Are they red foxes or gray or what? What do they look like?
They're reds.
Reds. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that pretty common out there. I know Ricky Gervais posted a video from his backyard of foxes running around.
Mm.
Yeah, we have them everywhere
Oh,
around
Cats
London.
out. Jeez.
Yeah.
Let's try that again.
They're here, but not very common. So
It's leaky ears. Hello, dear.
No, look blue.
No blue.
Feeling
no
what
name,
better?
actually.
oh, he heard fox treats and he's coming in.
Wait, cheer the fuck up now.
Open your ready.
Have you found a minor chord?
Yeah, I went to F sharp minor when I shouldn't have. Thought, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway.
Well, there you go.
So I'm going to sneeze.
Here we go.
Woo!
Whoa.
Jesus.
Do you know I've got a friend who this is absolutely true.
What's your friend?
Every time he yeah, exactly. Yeah, there we go. That's the end of the story. I've got a
But
friend.
yeah,
Well
done. Good
he
for you.
Sneezes. He can't help it. He sneezes 13 times, and he always has all of his life. He sneezes when
I've heard of those,
he
yeah.
literally has. He has a bout of sneezing, and he sneezes 13 times, and never more and never less.
Wow.
Now you can't control sneezing. You
Correct.
can't deliberately sneeze or not or stop it. You
Yeah.
can't. But it's absolutely true. All of his life, 13
13.
sneezes, 13, always 13. Never any less, never any more.
That is evidence that we are in a simulation. If ever there was
There's a
one.
conspiracy
That's-
theory.
That's really not good. That's a program,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And
Yeah.
it was
Number
13
seasons.
and it's
Oh,
stuck.
no, that happened.
Yeah. Was it the same sneeze?
No, it wasn't a sample. I can vouch for that. They're all slightly different, but they're all. And he's like a proper attack. It's like it's like hiccups.
Mm.
Yeah, 13 times every single time.
Wow.
Yeah.
So yes.
Simulation. It's code.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Someone
Bugging the
left,
code,
left
man.
that version 1 code in there.
Yeah.
Never changed it.
Now I'm going to make sure I sneeze different amounts. I'm like, fight it. No.
What have I
Try
missed?
sneezing with your eyes open. That's hard.
Yeah.
Is it not impossible? Is it it's impossible?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, if you want your eyes to stay in your head, yeah.
Yeah.
How you, Jim?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, not bad at all. Just got back from Birmingham tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So were they. I went and played
Do you know
some
what?
music to them.
I can't diss Birmingham because I used to live there. So
No, you can still diss it.
no. Honestly, no, I can't because it's one of those places that when I grew up, it was an absolute fucking shit pit. And then about 20 years ago, maybe even 25 years ago,
Gentrification.
the EU put in a lot of money and they basically turned
Oh,
it on
don't
its
make
head
me
and it's-
sad.
Well, no, it's still kept. It's kept it going, and I have a lot of time for Birmingham. It's a nice place. I actually many years ago, I looked at getting an apartment there. Actually living there in the centre next to what's the shopping place called?
The ball ring.
Bull ring.
No, the fancy one. can't remember what it's called now, but there was a new, fancy place, and they built these apartments there. Anyway, I can't remember what it's called. It's a fucking boring story. I lost interest halfway through that sentence myself.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's
well,
like
it's Birmingham.
I get that, man.
you're
I do
just
that all the
halfway
time.
through it, going,
Yeah,
well,
you're
this is
halfway
going,
through it.
this is
Yeah.
this is going
So
nowhere.
good.
There's no end to this.
Halfway
Awareness is
through,
important.
halfway through, you realise you're talking about Birmingham. Why am I even doing that?
Do you know what I feel like at times like that? What I actually want just a low pass filter on my voice, so that as I'm talking, I can just turn it down. Go,
Well, look, sure.
bit of resonance.
Turn
Yeah.
it into a mumble.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh God. The amount. Honestly, I'm not going to talk about this fucking job, but the amount of times I've used that trick, it's just like, yeah. God, it is literally the pieces going on. I'm bored. I don't know what the fuck to do here and how to transfer it to the next one. I know. Filter.
That's how I ended my set tonight.
Exactly.
There you
It
go.
really is.
See if anybody's watching.
It literally is get out of jail. It's that. It's either I'm really bored or it's just get out of jail.
Yeah.
It's Anyway, there we go. Good. So, sorry, I was being totally ignorant there. What were you doing in Birmingham, Jim?
On these EMOM nights. So
Oh, great. Whereabouts
Yeah.
was it?
at a place called Centrala. It's like an
I
arts
don't know that.
sort of space, just on like a sort of little industrial unit.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, no, it was good. Some interesting stuff going on.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
it's cool. The set went down well as well, and I didn't fuck anything up miraculously.
Excellent.
So I'd
Well
actually
done.
rehearsed properly.
Is this a bit of a miracle thing for you not to fuck?
No. I used to execute my sets like pretty much perfectly, and then I didn't have enough time for practicing for a little while, and I was just like, oh, this is all getting a bit skin of the teeth. Nobody else could tell, but I could tell, you know, stuff hadn't come up, across how I wanted it. But yeah, it's cool.
So I have to say that's where I've gone wrong all my life. Practice is something that I just
Overrated.
Exactly. I was so when I used to do piano lessons when I was little, what they never got onto was when I was learning a new piece, is that I'd always get my piano teacher to turn and go, oh, could you play it for me so I can hear what it sounds like? And I just had this ability to just watch them play it, and I could just memorize what they played, which meant that then all I used the music for was vague reference.
Which doesn't help a lot when trying to learn how to read sheet music.
Exactly.
No.
I mean, fortunately, by that stage, I could, I found it just really easy to read sheet music. It wasn't that. It's just I was a lazy fucker. So I just, yeah. I mean, I always do think, Christ, what would I've had this conversation on here before about, fuck, if I'd actually made an effort doing my career, how could my career have gone if I'd actually made an effort? It was exactly the same as learning the piano. I always do think, God, if I'd actually bothered to actually practice, I wonder how good I could have been. But yeah, when it comes to that, you see, this is what you lot. I mean, all of my friends that know me now, the friends that I had all through uni and up until I was kind of in my mid-20s, just don't recognise me now, because up until then I was the laziest fucker you've ever met in your life. I mean, honestly, lazy. If you looked in the dictionary at the word lazy, it just came up with tie, because I would do the least amount of work possible, and then I've become a workaholic, which is quite ironic, really.
I don't mean, when I was at university, I went a whole week without actually seeing any daylight.
Yeah,
Just didn't
Yeah.
get up in time.
Yeah, I just, I can understand that. I was literally the minimum amount of effort for everything, and yeah. Whereas, kind of now I'm just, well, not now. Then I went through 20 odd years of being a workaholic, and now I'm coming out the other side.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to being a lazy fucker again. So
No, I'm still in the workaholic phase.
yeah,
So,
it's overrated.
yeah.
Believe me. But anyway,
Hey.
sorry. Look, I've barged in again and I've stopped everyone's conversation. I did hear a little bit. Someone was someone talking about Casio or something? I've just bought a Casio.
All right.
I just bought a CZ1.
Oh no.
Ah, those are great.
The best one.
Yeah, well, I just bought one from Mark Zaffin from Zaff.
I was going to say that's Saffin's CZ1, isn't it?
It is.
He was selling that.
It's just the fact that
How is he?
Yeah.
Because he's gone off the social media radar.
he's all right. He's okay. Lots of things happening and changing and things, but he's good.
Cool.
He's good. Yeah, he's fine. But I just, I was just, yeah, I haven't got any of the CZ. I tell you what I found ironic. So years ago I had a 101. Oh yeah, who was it that was saying about the key bed on the 101? Was it you, Andy? Saying about the key bed on the CZ 101.
Keybed, yes, aftertouch.
About it being playable because fucking Vince Clarke played one. For fuck's
No, he
sake,
played a 101. Yeah.
Vince, that's what I'm saying. Vince Clarke struggles to put more than fucking 2 notes together with 2 hands. You know, so to ever comment on any kind of action that Vince, this is no disrespect to Vince Clarke because he won't argue the toss. He can't. He has no technique. He can't play for fucking toffee. He literally is like, you know. So watch him playing when he does arpeggios and things. It's like, yeah. So
you can actually see him play, not mime.
No, well, exactly. No keybed ever associated with Vince can ever be judged whether it's a decent. The keybed on the CZ 101 was fucking awful. It was absolutely atrocious.
Well, yeah,
But
it's a cheap toy, but it has good sound.
Exactly. But hey, now this is it. What I find ironic is, so I'd loaded up this. So I used to have a 101 years ago, and yeah, I can't remember what happened to it. To be fair, it's probably in that room somewhere. I'm a bit like Kent. It's probably in that room.
Yeah.
So I kicked up the CZ1. Fuck me, you're not going to believe it, but the presets are identical. They've loaded the CZ101 presets and the CZ1 presets are identical. The only difference is
the factories,
you've got Felicity. You've got
Well,
Felicity on the CZ1.
Yeah, the one has velocity and the built-in chorus. But
That's
the 5000 doesn't have a chorus, but the fancy
Absolutely,
sequencer.
it has a sequencer. Yeah, but the presets, the factory presets are identical on all of them.
The one also has aftertouch.
The one does have after, and actually, it's very nice aftertouch as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
nice.
mean-
It's a nice thing, and it's immaculate. So it's.
I also have a 5000 which has the sequencer on board, but I never use it. So
It does. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
supposedly Jar used it, but who knows? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he kind of.
I mean, he probably used it. I mean, there was probably some preset of a rendezvous which sounds.
It's like his
Well,
D50 album, right?
I was going to say we can't. Can I just point out, bearing in mind you're in association with a whole load of Vangelis freaks, we can't really diss presets because otherwise an entire repertoire is out the window.
Or I got to think about the amount of records with Prophet 5 presets or Oberheim presets. Because I mean, it's always great to point out, they use a Prophet 5 on this one because it's the exact Prophet 5 preset.
Yeah. They're all
So-
over the shop.
Referencing earlier post by David on Facebook.
Go.
Yeah, we use presets. We admit to using presets. So it's just like life's too fucking short. Write the
You
music.
know what? I think I've had this conversation. So years ago, I would have been the one going, oh no, don't use presets. Write your own sounds. And I used to, when I had a few bits of gear, I used to absolutely make a thing. I used to write on my sounds. Honestly, now there are so many great people spending fucking days of their lives
Yeah.
I'm like
writing the most
let them do
incredible
that.
sounds.
Plus, you can tweak presets and make them your own. It's very easy.
Yeah, tweaking's one thing, but I'm on about doing it from scratch. But they you know,
I figured
it's
everybody
not,
tweaks, but
everybody tweaks, but it's not like
that's
it used
different.
to be.
That's not.
It's
sound-
not like it used to be when we would sit there and write sounds from scratch. I can't. I honestly can't remember. Well, I can. It wasn't that long ago, but I don't do it often. I don't sit down and start from scratch. You know, I haven't done for years. There's no reason because, you know, it's when you listen to these patches, it's that acceptance of, I couldn't make it sound as good as this.
Yeah.
I mean,
know,
theoretically, with modular, I guess you make your own patches, but
Yeah.
it's not really sound design. It's like just.
Well, that's just wankery. Let's
Yes.
you know,
That's just filling
Yeah,
holes.
I agree.
that's
that's
all
not-
that playing with modular is. That's
Yeah.
not. That's just
Either-
pretend. That's
Yeah.
just playing around.
Pretend.
That's all that is.
Yeah, tell it to Wendy Carlos.
It's the same thing as this. You know,
It's just playing around. It's just sticking a few wires in and see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. What do people actually approach modular that way? Just sticking wires in and hope what happens?
Actually,
Maybe
people do.
Maybe I'm just far too much of a logical person to. I just like think of what I want to do and then. Let's try doing
Can I
this
just say, Robert,
complicated thing.
never, ever, ever compare anyone else in the world with yourself, Robert. No one else is quite like you, Robert. And we will.
I'm
Very
fully
true.
aware.
Whatever you're-
That is for the benefit of the world. For
Are you
the
noticing?
benefit,
Robert, are you noticing
for
at
the
this point?
benefit
No
of
one's
society.
no one's arguing at this point, Robert. Have you noticed everyone's actually just nodding? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. We
like
can't
for
argue
the-
with that, Robert.
Like for the
I
benefit of
disagree.
society, we have no more than one tie.
I'd like more
Oh,
than
but-
one Robert. Not necessarily more than one tie, but I'd like more than one Robert.
No, you wouldn't.
I love that. Not necessarily
No.
more. Than there is no other me. Thank fuck. Yeah, yeah.
There doesn't
no.
need to be.
No, the absolute fuck. There doesn't need to be one. To be fair. No. But yeah, there we go. But oh god, I got the pre-titles done. So now I've only got the credits to do now. So, but I'm going to base it on what I did for the pre-titles. So, and how good is it? It's a 6.5 out of 10. It's fine.
What's this one for?
I'm not going to say it because if anybody gets out. Plus the fact it is actually one that it's well no it's fine. It's the autism one.
Oh,
You
it
know
is the
one
autism
the
one.
one that I'm actually going to be appearing on. It's that one,
Uh-huh.
which I don't even know whether I should actually, when it actually goes out, whether I should actually tell you fuckers whether it's actually going to be on, because you'll have a good laugh at me, especially because so I've not seen the film. I've not seen the finished thing. The only thing I've got is the pre-titles, of which obviously they show the what's coming up in the series, and there's me on it. First of all, looking very fat and bald and ugly fucker. So
You do
obviously
realise
they-
people can see you on this, can't you?
Yeah, but I thought they were going to do a whole CGI section on me. I thought they were, like they do on Hollywood films, where
You are.
Like the normal Tom Cruise film.
slim
Yeah, we-
them down and
We
you know,
saw the budget.
But what I've noticed is they've done fuck all in the CGI department. No, but there's me doing it. But what I find hilarious is I don't know whether you remember, but when I went up to do it, it was literally just me taking up a laptop and a little native 25, little keyboard. So I was sat there, and the way they wanted it to look very, kind of rough and ready. So it was literally, we had a rehearsal studio, and they literally just got a table, and on this table I literally just put my M25 and the laptop. That's it. And I'm just sat there at a random table in a random room with a laptop and the fucking smallest keyboard known to man with my big fat fingers doing that. And then there's other clips of the film that they're in fucking proper recording studios. So in different bits, one of them is in a proper film studio, one of them's in, kind of another proper studio, one's in a proper recording studio, and then there's me at a table with a laptop and a fucking M25.
That's going to see your budgets get cut, isn't it?
So I'm coming out of this looking like he calls himself a musician. So it's I don't think I'm going to come across well. I mean, he's assured me that apparently it works within the film, but I think
Are you sure they wouldn't consider those shots as random B-roll of just some guy?
just some bloke.
Some bloke that wandered in.
Yeah. So yeah. I wondered why they wanted to do some shots where there was just kind of me holding a cup and sat at the side of the road. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I don't even.
Poor old Tola said, "What colour bathrobe?"
Very good. Yeah. So anyway, so I don't know. I have no idea when it's going out. But
Yeah, but then it'll be your name for the score, and they'll be going, God, how big was that table?
Can I just point out? Bear in mind, I've just told you it's only a 6.5 out of 10. It could have been done on the laptop, the little 25 key.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
insider. That's insider.
Yeah, but
Is it a classical score?
no. It's one of them. One of them is the piece of techno, and then there's a couple of pieces of. I'm going to call it kind of ambient kind of piano
Ambient
and
wankery,
synth
yeah.
distorted. Yeah, well, kind of quite distorted. There's lots of distorted and loops and that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And then there's a pre-titles and the credits. That's it. I mean, it's not a, it's literally, it's just a top and tail and a couple of tracks in the middle, and then me just doing something with the guy at some point in the middle. But it might be entertaining just so you can just laugh at my.
And then you'll only have
ugly-
the lovely project left to do.
Oh, I had an email about that today.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, fuckers.
Well, they decided to do it about golf now, have they?
Oh no. I'm not even engaging with it until next week.
Yeah.
But that's fine. And then that'll be done. And then yeah. But anyway. But yeah,
Jesus.
I've had enough of being a workaholic. I really have. I've had enough. I booted the Schmidt up today.
Does it still work?
It does still work beautifully. Yeah. Yeah. Just had a
Now,
quick
now you
turn
just
on.
need to wait for the color to work with your Alexa system on the display.
I don't think that's, to be fair, I don't think that's going to be an option. I can't see them implementing that. But yeah, it is one of those that kind of, if I'm not on the right project, I don't get to play it that often. But it is one of those that when you do play it, you do fall in love all over again.
Mm.
I mean, we all have synths like that, though. I think the funny that one. I always used to have that when, when you're thinking you're going to sell something. That was the time it always, kind of there going, oh, I don't really need this anymore. I'm going to sell this. And you'd switch it on just to check it all worked okay and have a listen to it for that one last time. And you suddenly go, I can't sell this. This sounds amazing. Was it just me that has that? I'm sure everyone has that.
No, I have that with
Very
the
cool, yeah.
Oasis.
Yeah. Everyone has that. Why would you get rid of the Oasis?
Well, I don't know. I was just thinking about it, and I turned it on and made sure everything was working. Just went, no, this is not going anywhere.
You wouldn't get rid of the Oasis.
No.
But no,
I
it's
sold
just-
my Argonate and then bought
Oh.
it again.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
the
we've
X.
all,
Yeah.
we've all. Do you know what? I don't think you can. It's a bit like you can't call yourself a petrol head unless you've owned an Alpha. I think it's a bit like you can't call yourself a synth head unless you've sold a synth and then bought
Bought
one
it
back
again.
again.
oh, yeah.
So I'm not a synth.
Have you never done that?
Yeah, I never sell anything, so
Well, okay. I mean, can I just point out I haven't sold anything
Yeah.
for forever.
No.
I like to sell stuff. It feels
Do
good.
you?
I can't afford
Yeah.
not to. It's just
No, I
that
no,
simple.
I don't know why I
I've
do
been
it.
there.
I think it's guilt. I feel like I gotta just. But then I buy some of it back, so I don't know what I'm doing. I always refill whatever I buy. It's really a sneaky excuse just to buy more stuff.
the problem is the deals and condition of things I get, I'll never get it again. So
Yeah,
it's
Well,
I
I know
understand
it's
that.
happened.
Yeah.
I've been selling. Yeah, no, I know. I'm not selling as much now. It's starting to collect. I told you I need some racks. I need some wall space. Less kids, less cats.
Well, I mean, I'm
Keep the cats. Keep the cats.
I'm looking
I got
at the
4
row
of
of.
The Clio's
looking at
fine.
the,
Wait,
I'm
so
looking
what-
at the row of vertical synths here, because I mean, I could probably sell them all and would immediately regret it, then probably also would move on.
Yeah, but
I mean, do you actually have walls in that room? Are they just made of synths?
No, but like,
like a synth for
they're
it.
not. It's just wallpaper. They're not real.
that behind me.
Those
That's the green screen, that only goes to the wall.
Yeah.
Which is why I need to put the poster there. So the green
Wizard of
screen goes.
Oz. Just a big, yeah.
No, but the other wall next to where the desk ends on this side, it's just keyboards stacked up next to each other.
I
And
would
then
so,
like
I would so have wallpaper like that. That'd be awesome. Or
It
a
would
modular
just-
wallpaper. It's like-
what like Martin Gore
Yeah.
in the room that's like literally just covered in Eurorack, which never looks like it's ever gets used.
One day when I will take the I'll take the camera into the next two rooms, and I'll give you a tour around because it is hilarious. I mean, it's not hilarious. It's fucking embarrassing, but it is. It's good in a kind of.
You're a synth glutton.
Can you actually walk through it, or do you have to do like a limbo to get under stuff?
The one room you can't. You can kind of get in, and there's a little bit you can walk along, and then you kind of just glance at everything else that's around you, and that's the one. And then the big one you can actually get into, but you can't get to any of the stuff at the back. That's the new one, but it's yeah. But this, it's the kind of thing where
kind of hoarding, isn't it? That really.
Oh no, it is hoarding. Honestly, it's exactly the same as that you have the Channel 5, twat that hoards. It's
I've worked in
twat that
houses
hoards.
like that. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
It's twat that hoards since.
It's like here, but the stuff works.
Yeah, you don't have garbage. There's no garbage on top of it. And old papers. You just have lots of gear.
No. It's all just gear.
Maybe got to put more synths on top.
Yeah.
But you have a good idea what's in there. Generally, or is there
no. There's a room. There's also a room in. This gets embarrassing now. There's also a room in the house that genuinely can't really remember what's in there, because that when we moved 11 years ago, that a load of stuff got shoved in there, and that hasn't really been sorted since. So there's that room. But here, the main reason I have an idea of it is that I did write I did a spreadsheet of what I had a few years ago. So I kind of know, there's obviously been a load of stuff since then, but I kind of have but every now and again, I will go down this spreadsheet as I'm kind of updating it and suddenly start going, fuck, I don't remember I had one of those. And so then, but which is
it's bad when you start buying things you've already got.
Oh my God, Kent.
Yeah.
Okay, with sample libraries and with plugins, and whatever, I can't even tell you how many things I've bought twice.
Yeah.
So many things I've bought twice. So many fucking things.
I got lucky a couple of times because I'll go to the website and I go to make an account with this company, and it comes back
you're
with
already registered.
this.
Yeah.
You're already registered. And you click on it, and then you look
yeah.
and you go, "Oh no, I already own it." Oh, and that. Well, where the hell's this one then?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing this one.
All this isotope stuff I already own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that. They don't tell you what you own. You have to look at your own list.
Yeah.
Do you know, I've done it a few times, and I have to say that they've always been really good when I find out.
Yeah.
If you do contact them and just kind of say, look, I'm sorry, I'm a dickhead.
Yeah.
They normally just reply with, have your money back. Yes, you are a dickhead. So it's, they're normally really good. But I don't think I've done it with hardware. No, that's a lie.
Yes,
the
you
only
have.
thing I did.
Yeah, you have.
No, I know that the only one I can remember is I know I did it with a Volca modular.
No,
like-
there was
something else. There probably was. I
Yeah.
don't remember, Ken.
Oh, mate, I remember you telling me about it.
I can't. I could well have done.
What was
I
the
don't know.
unit? It wasn't a cheap unit either.
Oh, great! Make me feel better. Why don't you?
Yeah, I know.
What, you always wonder where the second CS80 was.
Yeah.
Exactly. What was that piece of furniture in the corner that I never knew what it was? It was taking up a fucking load of space. No.
Well,
but
there's another
it's-
one coming up if you're interested.
Oh, God, are you joking? I don't want another CS80.
I'll tell you what, if it's a 1700 series, you might.
Oh, don't say this.
What does Ty now need to look for the serial number
100
is?
series. Oh,
The 1700 series CS80. Because the CS80 was a process.
get up.
Hang on a minute. Wait there for a second. Do you mean 1700 is in the serial number?
Yeah.
I won't. Hang on a second. Now, do you remember when I
Have a look at your
booted it up
spreadsheet.
forever ago? No, I haven't got a fucking spreadsheet for that. I'm only thinking when we did it forever. Do you remember whenever we did it, I booted it up. Do you remember I had to find? You said what serial number is it?
Yeah.
And I was fart-arsing around underneath, and I'm sure mine was 1700 and something. probably
Yeah, but not the late, not late, not the late
I
1700s.
don't have a clue.
Yeah, it's the last 50. The last 50.
Do you know what? I
Oh
don't care.
God, he's still. It's not.
Mine,
Just,
mine sounds lovely, so
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
part.
she is a beauty. She's a beauty.
1750.
However,
just-
there is a CS80 coming up soon, probably in December.
Okay.
I've got to finish it, and then I've got to put MIDI in it, and it's possibly used to be Peter House.
Couldn't give a flying fuck. I honestly, I don't care who's anyone, anything, you know, all this people have to have things if they belong to. Doesn't work in my head.
It's called
I don't care.
Provenance. It puts the price up.
Provenance. That's it. I genuinely, I don't care who had it. Are they here now? Are they playing it now? So I don't care.
No.
No.
He's still going though.
Good.
So
I'm
I can't
very
tempt
happy.
you. I can't
No,
tempt you with
Peter.
it.
No.
With the Doctor Who CS80. Okay.
No.
You don't need to see us 80 on the other studio.
Well, it's just mine's beautiful. Mine's lovely. And
She's a
just-
she's
yeah,
a
but
cutie.
if you're in one of the other rooms by chance, then you don't have
Yeah.
to see us 80 there. It's terrible, isn't it?
I'll just get one for each room. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they are heavy.
Don't
Yeah,
be
you don't want to
moving
move them around from one room to
Yeah.
the
At
other.
some point, it's going to be a problem going room to room.
I'll tell you what else. I got. You like this?
Here we
This'll
go.
bring back memories.
This is great. Although there's like 10 cents right there.
Don't get excited.
It's a car radio.
One of those pieces of shit. Make it go away, please. Please, I don't want to see one of those mechanisms. Just trying to repair them at uni to like get some shit off tapes.
Well, I needed a cassette deck, so I got.
Well, what make was that one?
That's
Lost
lemon.
X, isn't it?
What the
One,
f-
two,
what-
two.
Not a Nakamichi.
No,
Disappointed.
yeah. Fine. It's rack mountable. That's the most important thing.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Well, it's definitely not mounted in the rack at the moment.
That makes them sound better straight away.
Exactly. Can I put the only use it's going to have is transferring my many cassettes of me when I was shit and young onto, that's the only use it's going to get.
I thought you wanted to destroy the evidence, personally.
I thought one of the best things you ever made was when you were young.
Yeah, no, but that's on DAT. That's somewhere on DAT. So
Yeah, my
I
best
bought-
stuff's on that.
Well,
cool.
you
So I-
should really get those stats off though, because tape shading is a bit of an issue with that.
No, absolutely, and also I've got to do it. I've got to do it. So I think I've said this before. So I bought 3 DAT decks because I don't have a DAT anymore, and so I just thought I worked out if I bought 3, then one of them would hopefully work.
Yeah,
As simple
exactly.
as that.
No, it really is.
It sounds ridiculous, but I just thought that's a sensible way of doing it. So I
Yeah.
bought 2 Fostex and 1 Panasonic, and I just kind of thought if I buy 3, and they were only like whatever they were, 40 quid, 50 quid or something. So I
Yeah.
bought 3 of them, hoping one of them would work. I then got them all sent to get looked at, and they came back going, yeah, they all work fine. So it's like, oh, okay, I've now got 3 of them.
And better than mine, like a drama school, of like out of 5, only 1 was working, and you had to take the front panels off because the mechanism to get the fronts off would no longer work.
Oh, really?
They were all very dead. I mean, they were used like non-stop for probably 20 years.
Okay. No, these are.
They're horrible.
I just want to literally, but I mean, with that, do you have to get? Because I've also got a load of reel-to-reel that I need to get baked. Do you do the same with that, or
It depends on the formulation, whether it's shedding and you need to get it done or not. But if you need to, that is a lot of money. When I looked at it back at uni, and then I decided, oh, it's no longer necessary to do this.
because it's one of those things though that some of them are literally the only copies of things, and the last thing I'd want to do is stick them in a machine, and it just fucks it up. I'd rather do everything I could to prevent it all going horribly wrong. I don't know. I have no knowledge in this area whatsoever.
Realistically, there should be some services that do that, do the baking. I mean, if you already have to get analog stuff done, then
I've got to get a whole load of.
then
wheels done.
probably at that point ask them what their opinion is on that.
Yeah.
On that.
Oh,
Did you ever deal with that, Jim?
yes. Oh, yeah. I've actually got a Sony, one of those Walkman DATs in there.
I've got
great.
a TCD D3.
TCD 7, I think it is.
Oh, I've got the
Yeah.
D3.
Those are cool.
But I used to have a DA20 Tascam, which was fine after it came back from repair once. But yeah, they're very temperamental, these things.
Oh, they suck.
Yeah. But yeah,
They'd be
I am from the world of DAT. I have some DATs that I need to transfer at some point. But, yeah, some old shit.
It's another one of
I can
those-
tell you, I've thrown 3 DA20s into a bin, and then and then. Oh, hi, Robbie.
Don't even lower yourself to actually even ask me. Just completely ignore it. Yeah. Carry on, Robert.
And then, like the other two, which one was working with the Tascam dual DAT unit, where one of them was actually both drives were working, but they just wouldn't, we just completely refused to open, so I just took the front panels off. Although they did make a lovely sound trying to open the front panel, it was just like was really nice whining, and you could just hear the mechanism dying as it was trying to open it. It was a lovely sound. I did record one of them.
I used to use the Sony ones for field recording. They were great.
They were good shit. Talking of whining, anyway, how are you, Rob?
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, mate.
Oh,
I'm fine. I'm
was that you?
suitably full of dead cow and wine and cheese and so forth.
I take it you've been out for something to eat.
Yes, I took my lovely lady wife out for dinner, for putting up with me for 10 years of marriage, but 22 years altogether.
Is it some kind of anniversary?
It is. Yes, 10 years
Wow.
ago today.
Wow.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Bitch proposed to me on a leap year, so I couldn't say no, really, could I?
Oh, you could say no.
No, you don't know my missus.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
No wasn't an option. Oh dear, yes. Anyway, how are we?
Such a romantic, Robert.
Oh,
You
yeah,
said romance
mate,
was dead.
You get to my age, and yeah, it's romance. Well,
Yeah, that was a beautiful sentiment.
Hang on, what's your age
Hang on a
again?
minute, your age? I'm a sight
Yeah.
older than you.
I know. Are you telling me you're a romantic?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
I am. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Very much so.
bollocks.
Oh no, they come into the equation, but they're nothing to do with this. Yeah. I am a romantic, yeah. So shove that in your pipe and
It's very romantic.
Cheers.
I am. Can I just say I'm not romantic with Robbie?
Oh,
Oh, see,
I'm glad you
That's
clarified that.
disappointing.
I'm not romantic either.
yeah.
You don't knock it till you try it.
No, we have tried it. That's why I'm not romantic to Robbie.
I was about to say no, that's a relief, but then I was like, no, don't go there.
Yeah, that's the wrong expression.
Yeah.
No, when you've been with the same person for 20 plus years.
This is being recorded.
Yeah, no,
It's a lovely. It's a
For
lovely
training purposes.
we say this to each
What's
other
your
all
wife's
the time.
email address?
Before you continue.
Yeah, check this out.
You think she's not next door listening?
You won't believe what happens next.
Oh, we will. Yeah.
What, life murder
Yeah.
on the Spong Show?
Okay, Robbie, did you have a nice evening? That's the most important thing.
I had lovely evening. It was
Excellent.
lovely fillet steak.
Where did you go?
Cheese.
I didn't know McDonald's did fill it.
New fillet steak muck burger. No, we have there's a
McFillet.
it's like a I don't want to call it a pub. It's not a hotel, but it is kind of both. But
Okay.
they have a great restaurant, and it's it's just really good, and
Oh, excellent.
yeah, it's only like
Good
5
stuff.
minutes from here, so.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of effort then.
Well, no, that's where she likes it. She likes it there,
That's harsh.
Mind you, with me and Fiona, I went into the kitchen. So
That was your
And,
wife.
and then we came
was
home and we finished season 1 of This Is Wrexham. That's how we roll.
Do you know what? If it works for you, that's
yeah,
what
if it
matters.
works,
Fuck everyone else.
go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, don't do that because that may affect relationships. But,
Yeah, that's how things go wrong.
good. Well, we've missed you.
No, you haven't.
No, I haven't. But it felt like the right.
No, we
thing to
have,
say.
but all the telescopic sites need recalibration.
Oh dear. Excuse me.
Oh, well, I've got to go finish work now. Oh, fucking work. I've got to go and finish this so I can go to bed at some point.
Yeah. Sleep. Need to do that. Yeah.
I want this
Well,
done.
hopefully, I will see you tomorrow, Kent.
Why? Which? Why? When? How? Come on, tell us.
Because this
Are you taking it down?
We're having
Yeah.
an affair.
Excellent.
indeed.
Oh,
Ben and Sue
brilliant.
and Robbie are at it.
Yeah.
So
You
yeah,
thought it was exclusive?
Could I come around while I'm at it? I mean, it's only like a half hour on the train.
He can smell a surge, can't he? Can't we?
No, when
I
it's all
had
off,
a surge this morning you could smell.
Oh, images.
Oh no.
Image is not required.
No.
no, we don't want to see images.
It was an olfactory image, yeah.
No, I think Robert was more interested in the fact that you turned around and said that Jim was coming down for a bit of, and Robert's there going, well,
Hey, I'll bring my
In
camera.
for a penny.
in for a pound.
I mean,
Being another one.
I mean, which camera should I bring? Just this one or the nicer one?
Yeah, can I
You'll
just
probably
say,
need
with a
one that-
telescopic
Sticky
lens.
stuff on the lens,
Yeah, you probably need one you don't have to hold.
3D camera need all the action.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do I need a wide
Actually,
angle? No, actually, I don't think I need a wide
with,
angle.
with Vaseline on the lens.
Yeah, no, actually,
That's
can I
not
just look-
Vaseline.
Yeah. Soft
I mean, this one is
focus.
relatively soft focus.
I think you'll
Can-
find it is.
Can I tell you something that I noticed the other day? Do you remember about 10 years ago when everyone was trying to push 3D? Everything was 3D
Yeah.
films,
Yeah.
And the other day I watched, was it Despicable Me 2 was on? And what I noticed
Sound
was
doing
the
these
fact-
flies now.
I was going to say, sorry, I'm just getting excited. And no hands, look.
Hey.
It was that is that back in the day when everyone was doing 3D films, they were deliberately trying to write scenes into films that utilised the fact that it was
Yeah.
going to be 3D.
Yeah.
Go and watch, knowing that fact, go and watch Despicable 2 again. So many of the scenes, you're there thinking, the only reason you've done that, the only reason you've done any of this scene was just the fact that, there was someone going, can we make this scene more 3D? There's these bits suddenly jumping out at you and there's bullets flying past you and all this kind of shit. And it just suddenly made me realise that in the same way that, in years to come, we're going to look back at, obviously, everything from 2020 to 2022 going, yeah, that was all COVID. When all of a sudden no one's next to one another and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be the same way 10 years ago you could everything was made for 3D.
Yeah.
Again, can I just point out at this point, I need the filter to just go.
Yeah.
It's going nowhere. And I just wanted to just.
It's okay. I needed to go to sleep anyway. It's fine.
Is Despicable Me the one that has the Fairlight screen in it?
I think the first one.
No, I think it's the second. It was one of the sequels. Yeah, and they're in the Minions laboratory
in
thing.
Gru's lair.
Yeah, and then there's this massive screen, and it's Page R.
I thought that's the first.
Is it really?
Yeah, No, it's the second. I think it's second or third one. I
They're
can't remember which.
fucking amazing films.
But what's the other one about aliens? Where the president gets up and plays a
Oh,
DX7.
Yeah.
They've got an animated DX7.
Yeah.
It's like they know.
Yeah.
Like I don't. They know. They know.
What? How
They
to
know
do
if
a
we're going to
doorbell?
milk a synth, let's go for the
They,
DX7.
they know. They know how to get the best. Yeah.
The
Best
the
doorbell.
what? The best what?
The best. No, just the best. Oh, I stopped at the best. The best. The best.
Well,
There is
the Alvin
no
and
more.
As,
Chipmunk movie,
as
he
Tina
throws
said, simply the best.
The best.
in Alvin and the Chipmunks, he throws a D50
Not
out
George.
the range. So
Yeah.
Why would they not use the DX1 if we want the best?
Too big. Just it's too big, too heavy. You know, when you animate it, it's just too heavy on the celluloid. That's what it is.
It catches fire.
This stuff's good.
I love the delusion. The delusion is just incredible.
That's it. Yeah,
Anyway.
the president jams Axel F on the DX7, which was used in the original.
I mean, yes, for the marimba as well.
Yeah.
Not for like the famous sounds.
Yeah, but no, what do you mean the marimba? One of
Nobody
the key-
cares about the
key
banana
parts of the
theme.
song. Everybody loves that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the best bit.
it's from
That's
the,
the best bit.
It's the banana scene.
It's the best bit.
I have a feeling.
Well, it's funny that Robert should bring up the bananas in the tailpipe scene.
I
Just saying.
just saying.
Just saying.
Just leaving that one out there.
Was that filter?
Yeah. Zoo.
I have a feeling that it's not
yes,
worth...
I can do the filter. Is that better if I filter down?
Oh, that's better.
Is
Just
it
leave
not
it like
better,
that.
or do I need to filter back up again?
I really think that it's not worth anyone having an argument with Robbie this evening, because I have a feeling you won't get very far with that argument, because I think he's going to win in his head whichever argument anyone has in his head. So... Okay, I'm fucking off.
No, I'm going.
Fuck you.
It's been about time.
Yeah. I'm going to go and do some work. So, yeah. Be good, guys. Have a good one. And
You too, mate.
I'll catch you
Bye,
soon.
Ty.
All the best.
Cheers, Ty.
See you later.
See ya.
Yeah, they don't.
Bye.
Come on, Robbie, where's the soundboard?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
What a wanker.
There you go.
Brilliant.
You going to start using that on PSN?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know.
It was Ben who lowered the tone.
It's always Ben that lowers the tone.
Dear.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, I'm going to go as well. Kent, send me your address. Send me a message. So
Yeah.
I can
Okay, babe.
Deliver your baby to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's easy enough to notice where's the
How's
Mustang
your
in front of the door.
suspension, by the way, Jim? How's the suspension in your car?
I well,
Hope it's good.
well, it's due its MOT on
Oh,
next week.
oh.
It's going for MOT, so who
this
knows?
thing's a bit like tanks. You'll be fine.
No, it's the car
my
I'm
car,
worried about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so am I.
No, it's not that bad. You see, you go through the posh part of Ewell,
Epsom.
and then you get to Kent.
And then,
No,
then you get to my end of your.
yeah, it's where they're oops, run out of tarmac.
Yeah, it's where the roads have had to support vehicles with CS80s in the back,
Yeah,
isn't it?
That's
You'll get,
it, yeah.
You'll get people coming up to you going, "You need to turn that car around and go in the opposite direction."
As you
The
come
video is
around the
very
corner.
light. It's a funky-ass road.
What's so towards Chessington, which is actually London?
Have you ever
Yeah.
been to Derbyshire? I'll leave it there.
All right.
Anyway,
we're ready,
yeah.
Jim.
Send
Okay,
me
ready?
your address,
One,
Kent. Cool.
2.
Yeah, get ready to hit the button, Robbie.
Doesn't work like that, Jim.
Cheers, guys. See you
See you
later.
later. See you
See you
tomorrow.
later.
Yeah.
What an amazing and lovely person.
What a wanker.
There you go. It'll get to the point. You'll get complaints from people if you don't do it to them.
I know. Yeah. It was Despicable Me
Well.
3, by the way. There you go. Look.
Oh,
Oh.
Look.
where is it?
Page R.
Page R on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
What is that on the other CRT?
It looks
Probably
like
not feel
something,
like
yeah.
that.
It's probably the iPad app version.
Yeah.
Well, his tech was supposed to be kind of anachronistic, right? So
Wow.
Wait, whoa. All right.
Well,
What you doing there?
That Cleo.
Husky stealing cat food.
No, no, I
Cleo's
see Cleo.
staring at something.
Cleo's right there.
No, she saw him too.
Yeah.
He took it. He took the
Hello,
cat.
Cleo.
Oh yeah.
Shit, look, fixed stare.
She's a lovely kid. Oh, look at her.
Yeah, beautiful. Ooh.
Those claws are properly out, aren't they?
I know she's ready to kill
Yeah,
her.
that face was put
Yeah.
me down.
yeah, good thing you don't have a seaboard. She'd be shredding it.
Yeah.
Put the cat down on the table now.
Yeah, and step away from the cat.
No, we're
Come
all
on, baby.
back at her.
Come on then, your turn.
Oh, forgot.
Hey.
Hey, Nelly.
Nelly. What have you
Oh.
Seriously, when
Nelly.
you have a drink of water, can you not? Can you just put it in your mouth? Oh, Christ Almighty, you're soaked.
You see how they drink? It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Nice and moist.
Look, I can wring it off your fur.
Oh.
Wow, girl.
So I brought some for you, Dad.
Yeah, it's all over me foot. Ugh. Cold water.
Here's
all
a
over me
cat
foot.
turd for you, Dad. Found it. That was an earlier cat turd.
Nice.
I think
Gotta
it
enjoy
was.
the cat treats, yeah.
Mind you, it's our own fault because we used to do this thing. We used to get a bucket of water and used to drop a dog biscuit in it, and she'd just put her whole head under and come up. Nom, 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 nom. Thank you. Completely soaked. Didn't you?
I taught my dog to go for submerged tennis balls in the pool. He loved it.
Yeah,
Oh, that's-
that's it. You use the carpet. Yeah, well done. That's a nice clean bit you've made on the carpet now. Well done. Good girl. She's wagging her tail at me. Git. Don't know if you can see it. Wag your tail then. Yeah. You good girl. Oh. Sis. Sissy.
Excuse me.
Baba. Come on, sis. Hey. Both of you at the same time. Yeah. Hello, you.
You're like falling asleep.
Still no Charlie.
Yeah, I know.
I bet you anything you like is in the back garden staring under the workshop. Transfixed.
Digging holes.
Because there's a fox under here.
There you go. Look.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Monsters versus aliens. And look, I mean, look,
Proper
the detail.
buttons.
Proper,
I
yeah,
don't know.
proper buttons. So it was a Mark II. But they've even got they've even got the level scaling. It's detail. Man.
Yeah.
See, that's when you know you've made it.
Yeah. Or you have synth fans in the CG department.
Was it just a standard E piano patch, or was it?
Oh no, it was like everything that the DX7 couldn't do.
Ah,
Yeah, it was
What was that? Monster V. That was Hans and his team, wasn't it? Monster V Alien.
I don't know, was it?
if it was, it makes sense.
I do not know.
Hmm. Hello. Come on. Beautiful girl.
Well, I've got new toys incoming.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
good.
we don't want to know about the toys for your bedroom.
Speak for yourself.
Well, some of them, I suppose, could be used in the bedroom.
Okay.
They're small and portable.
washable.
Oh. Oh.
Edible.
Don't use the Volkers that way.
Yes, darling, I have a Volker.
Durable.
Mm.
Don't use Rolly that way either.
Innuendo.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Did I watch the interview with Prince? I didn't really. No, sorry, I'm just not. Will Joseph asking if I watched an interview with Susan Rogers. I've seen lots of interviews with Susan Rogers. But is that a new one? I'd love to get Susan Rogers on the show. She's good.
Yeah, she's got a lot of stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I once went to. Mark Doty took me to Prince's. Oh, sorry, where Prince's last house before Paisley Park was, which is not far from Paisley Park. It's still in Chanhassen, but it's like just down a stretch of road, and that's where Susan Rogers did a lot of her work before sort of moving to Paisley, and then. But I think they did Sign of the Time, a lot of Sign of the Time stuff there. And all that's left, he razed that place to the ground after he left, which apparently he had a habit of doing. He would leave somewhere and then just like tear the place down. Don't want anybody else going in there, that's gone. So now if you look from it, or I say now, up until about 2 years ago, if you like flew a drone over it, it was just, you could see like a slight outline in the grass where obviously foundations are, and the grass hasn't quite grown back the same. And the driveway came up, and you know how a driveway, when it comes up to like a big property, it kind of there's like a roundabout in front of the property, and the roundabout was the top of the symbol, the Prince symbol, which was then kind of cut out. It was incredible. But when Doty took me there, all that's left is the security guard's gatehouse at the top of the driveway. So we just sat there for a minute and soaked it all in, and then we went to Paisley Park, and it was closed. It was just when it had started up as a museum, and I got there too late.
Well, it's like with that documentary, wasn't it? We Lily Yard with no fucking roof on it anymore.
I know, yeah.
Oh.
It's funny though, a lot of those London studios are tucked away down little alleys that look like some dodgy lockup.
Yeah.
But behind the door is, like Hans said, here is the door to Oscars and all this kind of stuff, because that's what it was.
Well, there's one around the corner here, because it's a big metal gate directly next to the railway lines, and you wouldn't know that there's a big posh studio in there.
It's like Skywalker Ranch. I've been down the road many times. You'll never know it's there.
No.
53. I mean, everybody knows the number.
I know where it is, the road is, but I mean, it's so obviously just like any other place over there. You can't tell.
But with London, it's like a lot of the, particularly around Soho, if you sort of walk down and you go past Delane Lee Studios, which is a big famous old studio, and then you take a right and you go past is it Trident? It was just around the corner from there, and you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But you're walking literally feet away from the front door. There's no indication that, and obviously, because if you say, hello, this is a big recording studio here with millions of pounds worth of equipment, it's not a very good look.
But I mean, it's still in Soho, the studios, but still exists.
There's not
40. Well, no, there's still a lot for TV and film and post sync and all that stuff. So there's still a lot of editing, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but it's just the R8s parked out the front to give it away.
No, but like the small Warner Brothers office buildings, you wouldn't fucking know that's Warner Brothers until you see that small sign on the doorbell. But there's not like a big branded sign on the door.
It's all very discreet, isn't it?
Yeah. Mind you,
but fascinating.
Lily Yard was never empty. That's the thing.
No.
It was open 24/7, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was never bloody closed.
Because that was Earl's Court, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's. You used to go that it's Fulham or is it West Brompton Station? I think.
West
It's
Brompton,
around
yeah. Yeah.
it's literally just down the road, and I've walked past there many times to do shows in the school around there.
Because I still can't get over the fact that Earl's Court
What's
isn't there
gone down?
anymore. Yeah. I mean, fucking Earl's Court, that was just like, in my day, that was...
The future.
Well, I don't know, it just epitomised, if you were playing Earl's Court, that was,
Used to have a fucking motor show there.
Yeah, it was just Earl's Court. I mean, I've been to so many shows there and trade, music shows and trade shows and stuff. I still find it weird that it's not there. It's very strange. Well,
It was really weird seeing it open with the tracks below. That was really weird.
What was the car we went to see there?
Jensen
Lagonda.
Interceptor. Oh, the Lagonda.
The Lagonda.
Aston
And they
Martin
actually
Lagonda.
got there to see it, and then we're going, hang on a minute.
Was that the wedge
that's,
one?
That's Marina door handles.
Yeah.
These are Allegro windscreen wipers. They're just made from Leyland parts.
Yeah. And so was the Range Rovers at the time. They all had Allegro door handles, and
I remember the bloke saying, "Yes, this car is £33,000."
yeah. It was just like
Yeah, because it was 1970 when I went there.
Lagonda. That was 76. So 75, or maybe a little later. I don't know.
75, 76 sounds about right. Yeah, sounds about right.
Do you remember the Aston Martin Tickford Capri?
Yes. Yes.
Honestly, some boys of a young persuasion had magazines of women. I had Ford's car magazine with a Tickford Capri. It was like, loved that car.
And there was all this stuff in like 79 where 1600Es, who could have the most outrageous 1600E Cortina?
Yeah, Wagyu just said the Fiesta's going to ground in the middle of next year. Stop making them. And you think, I remember my stepmom getting an XR2, a Mark II XR2.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was the fucking dog's bollocks. She had the XR2 and my dad had the XR3.
Yeah.
Dad's was black, hers was red.
If you had a convertible, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Oi, you were doing well.
Yeah. End of an era, that one. Did you ever have a Fiesta? I think most people had a Fiesta.
Yeah, I had a Fiesta for a little while.
I had a
fucking old rust bucket.
Yeah, I had a Mark II or a Mark III.
Yeah.
Horrible thing. I bought it because my Fiat Tipo. So yeah, the Tipo was what, 80. It was an 89 reg, so it's F. It was a diesel. It was a 1.7 diesel, not a turbo in sight. So it sounded like a Sherman tank. It smelt like a Sherman tank. It emitted exhaust like a Sherman tank. But I was getting 70 odd to the gallon out of the fucking thing. That was back in the days when diesel was a third or 2/3 the price of petrol. So cheaper fuel.
Those were the days as well where you could get to know the MOT test guy.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, go on. Oh, yeah, all right then.
Yeah. And that went in because the head gasket needed replaced. The head gasket had blown and the engine block had warped. So it needed to be skimmed.
Yeah.
But I needed a car. So I went and bought a B-Reg. I think it was a B-Reg. It must have been a Mark II Fiesta. And it was a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. But if I didn't have that car, I wouldn't have got the promotion at the job that I was in at the time.
Yeah.
And was then able to earn more money to then be able to sell that car and get a nicer second car. And all of a sudden we were a 2-car family. Whoa.
Yeah.
And that was, So
I remember I bought a Hillman Imp for 50 quid.
Oh, wow.
Got it all started, got it all going. It was a bit of a rusty bucket. obviously.
What's the engine size in that? It had to be small, didn't it?
It was, I think, 998.
Yeah.
And I gave it some revs, put it in at first. Rev. Let's see what this can do. See if I can wheel spin it out of the garages. Pulled away and left the engine behind.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, just ripped out the bonnet, the boot lid thing come flying off, and I was like, "Oh, that's not good, is it?" Throw that away.
Talk about MOTs. I took my wife's car in for its MOT. That cost me 300 flipping quid. 2 new rear coils on the suspension. Well, the thing was, we bought that bloody Vauxhall Corsa, which she loved because it was a particular shade of blue. And, yeah.
They always do it by the colour, come on.
Oh, she always does by the colour. And we took it in for its MOT and it cost us nearly 500 quid. All these things that were wrong with it.
Jesus.
And the garage, my local garage just up the road, they loaned her a Golf diesel. And she drove it. She says, "I love this. I want one of these. Can we get rid of the Corsa?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm happy to get rid of the Corsa, but you know, Golfs they hold their value because they're good, solid cars."
Yeah.
Then she found one, and for the most part, it was. I mean, you know, I inspected it visually, and it seemed okay. But apparently, both the rear coil springs had cracks in them, so just had to have those replaced.
Yeah. That's why I get lucky with the Chrysler. I mean, for about 5 years now, it goes in for a MOT and it comes back and goes, yeah. I've done nothing to her since I bought her. I did a lot to her when I got her, but and she's what? She's on 128,000 miles.
Yeah.
And she's still going strong.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, well, Jack's got
But mind you,
some
the
of
Mustang's even better because you can take that to an MOT test centre and go, "Fuck you! You don't have to. You can't test this.
No,
I don't have
exactly.
to get it tested." Nah.
Classic car.
Yeah. Well, she's registered show car as well, apparently. So,
Oh, okay.
so you don't even have to get it MOT whether you want to or not. But I still find it bizarre that it's exempt from the emission charges. I still don't get that.
Well, I mean, it's so old that it wouldn't really. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
the only standards you could measure it by were the standards of the time, really. If
Yeah,
anything.
The only time the emissions on the Mustang get anywhere near the actual legal limits is when it's not actually
When
running.
it's off. Yeah,
Yeah.
when it's off.
When it's parked, it's all right. You know, if you push it over the line, you're okay. But
Yeah, so
you don't have
just
to
push
pay
it
for
to your
the
own-
smart
yeah.
car. Yeah, but the smart car has to pay.
Yeah. I'm in the process. My daughter has just got her first kind of full-time job, so she wants to learn to drive. We want her to learn to drive because some of her shifts will start at 5:30 in the morning. At the moment,
Oh, you were
we're gonna
saying,
have
yeah.
we're gonna have to run her in. So we really want her to learn to drive, so she can take herself in. But now I'm gonna have to go through the process because she's buying her own car. I mean, Dad hasn't got. I'm afraid the bank of Dad doesn't have enough money.
Yeah.
So we're trying to find a car that's reasonably priced, comes under to the £30 a year tax bracket, and isn't an absolute fucking dog. But she's
You can get smarts for relatively good money now.
yeah, it's just it's trying to, because obviously she's 18. And so the insurance is, whatever she gets, even if she has a
it's going to be
scooter,
stupid the first
it's
year. It doesn't
stupid
matter.
money.
Yeah.
So we want to try and find, like really small engine, very low emissions, or low enough emissions to get her the £30 a year tax.
Yeah.
And then she'll probably get one of those policies where they fit a little black box
Yeah.
to the car.
Yeah. She got to get herself a little base model smart.
Yeah, I've sort of like been pointing her towards little, VW Polos, 1.2 or 1 litre, or just
Yeah.
something simple, German, solid.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's a weird definition. German cars and solid.
No, I've had
I
4
mean,
VWs now.
overpriced. That is normally what I would say.
So not a 2000 or 2001 Cadillac Eldorado special
No.
edition.
No.
Show us a nice car.
What is
saw
the stopping distance? Half a mile, or 2 aircraft
On an
runways?
Eldorado, no, they're actually quite good. I think it's only about something like about 130 yards, something like that.
I saw an Audi e-tron today. Oh,
Oh yeah.
suits you, sir. Well out of my range, but that's an electric car I'd like to have.
All right, I gotta take off, so I'll see you guys later.
All right,
Dave,
Dave.
good to see you,
See
mate.
you.
Yeah.
Lovely to
Are you, off to
see you.
Are you off to Synthplex at all?
No, I wish.
Lightweight.
Just buy cents. I don't-
Yeah. Bisons,
y'all.
don't go to look at them. Yeah.
I'll see y'all later. Take care.
Laters.
Take care, buddy.
See you. Oh,
Are you back
only
already,
have
Andy?
Leo.
I'm leaving tonight. I was supposed to leave this morning, but work got in the way, even though this is my day off. So
God, dear.
fucking work.
Also, of
Quit that
course, you
job.
charge double time.
No, it's your IT, your salary. This is the way it goes. So
Oh, I miss the good old times of working Sundays and double time.
I mean, I get comp time once in a while when I ask for it, but it's not 1-to-1, right?
It's
But
nothing
okay.
quite like 8-day week contracts and double time on Sundays and double time after 8 day after an 8-day week.
Well, I mean, not that I get paid that much, but I don't qualify for that. That's only for hourly
Yeah.
employees. So I'm salaried. Once you pass a certain threshold, I mean, I got a deal actually. My first expensive synth purchase when I worked at Nikon, we were all hourly at the time, and there was a ruling in California. They were screwing all of us in IT, companies all through California. So we got a settlement, and I got like 10 grand just immediately in my pocket. And I bought a virus, and I bought a Evolver, and I bought a bunch of other stuff because I'm like, hey, I guess it's instant free money, so why not, right?
Yeah.
So
Are we Benless again tomorrow?
It appears so.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gigging.
No, another Friday gig, isn't it?
Yeah, he just didn't tell us about it. So
What a wanker.
what?
What a wanker.
We're going to have to rely on Andy's
Yes,
carpet filming.
Manny and Andy, you've got to step up your game.
yeah, I already sent Manny a message, so we're gonna hook up at some point.
Well, yeah, you guys have got the link. So, well, certainly Manny. Yeah, I copied you in, didn't I, Andy?
I don't think so. What am I synthetic?
Gmail.
Oh, I'll
Yeah,
check.
synthetic-
I haven't looked
syn-
yet today. I'll check. Thanks.
There's a link to the
Cool.
to the show in there, so you can jump
Is
in.
it also vMix?
No, it's StreamYard.
Oh, okay, because according to Ramsey, vMix is pretty light on the phone, so it runs pretty well. But
StreamYard works fine on the phone. It's browser based.
yeah, I know. Sometimes StreamYard's a little choppy when I go to those used stores to do the carpet there. So
Yeah. Well, I suppose it depends on how good the internet coverage is
Well,
at
yeah.
Cineplex, isn't it? Really?
And that's the thing. If you've got lots and lots of people all trying to hog
Yeah.
the, it's like when I go to a football game, you've got 30,000 people all trying to connect to 4G and 5G in the ground. It's just like, nah, forget it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
cool. I got it. Thanks. Here it is.
Makes
Yeah,
you wonder
yeah.
what Sky and ITV are using at those
Yeah.
matches.
Well, they just use their own microwave links normally. Or
Yeah, 'cause-
that for a long time used to be the standard. Where
Yeah, because
you
they're
just put up your own microwave
aren't
link.
they? Yeah, they're filming in 4K as well, aren't they?
Yeah, you use your own microwave link to BT Tower or to
Buy a
whatever
good
other
mobile
buildings.
hotspot that's your own. That's the best thing to do, really.
Mm.
No, but I mean, the big broadcasters, they can still afford a microwave link to wherever the nearest location is to go straight into a fiber 10 gig link.
Mm.
Or like older places that were intended as studios in London have random fibres in tunnels below London going to the TV centre. So there's from Greenwood Theatre, which is north side of the Thames, but still King's College around London Bridgeside. There's a fibre going from there to the TV centre because the BBC set the theatre up originally. And there are many other random places that apparently just have fibres going to the TV centre that everybody's forgotten about.
Yeah.
Is TV Centre now completely residential, or is there any still any
No,
operations?
there's some BBC in there again, I thought.
All right. I know they.
I thought the donut is like commercial offices and that's it.
Yeah. Those are the days.
I mean,
Live from BBC Television Centre.
it was quite a miserable building by the time because
Oh,
it was just run down over years of non-stop usage.
But for people like me and him, it was like the peak of. That was BBC TV Centre. That was wow. That was the centre of the fucking universe. Like,
Yeah.
is London studio still going? The ITV place.
Paedophile Roundhouse.
Paedophile
Roundhouse.
Well, it is definitely around house and it definitely catered to those people.
Yeah. Right down, apparently, even to the guy who did the statue out the front.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a thing about that.
When he
4 years ago.
died, they found his diaries and he documented all of his exploits, including interfering with his own daughter and the family dog.
What?
Yeah.
I think he did.
But felt the need to document it.
Yeah, that's
also.
So we had this thing, this big scandal in the village, boy. There was a big scandal in the village. So, the primary school in the village had a teacher who was actually, I think by the time he left, was actually the headmaster, or he was like deputy, or he was like an interim headmaster, and he taught both my son and my daughter, and as my wife worked at the school as well, everybody knew him, and he was a really lovely guy. Every time we went for parent-teacher nights, he'd sit down. He was, you know, when you sit opposite a guy that's teaching your kids, and you know that your kids are getting taught well. You know, you just get it. Turns out, so there is absolutely zero evidence and no reports of him actually carrying out any activities with other people. But when they raided his home and took his computers, there were over 1 million images throughout all categories, A, B and C, A being obviously the worst. Many images where he had photoshopped himself into the image.
Oh, really?
And
okay,
some images that were taken at the school.
Oh,
where he'd photoshopped himself into images with 4 students, I believe.
Jesus.
Yeah. But shit. I mean, we can't. We were made aware of this before it became public knowledge because both my wife and my daughter work within the school trust, so they've got briefings and sort of heads up.
Yeah.
Of course, my daughter is an ex-pupil of his, and my daughter really admired him. Yeah. She thought the world of him, you know, and there was nothing. You know, we did obviously ask various questions, but there was nothing. He kept it very.
That's a scary thing. You never really know people.
No, you really don't.
No.
And everyone, I mean, he was one of those people where you thought he's not odd, he's not strange, he's just, you know,
well, that
like
makes
the rest
it
of
worse,
us.
doesn't it?
Well, I know, but he had this kind of, he was the sort of guy that you thought, you know, he's just. This was the weird thing. He and I used to speak a lot because he was a drummer, and he was really into like thrash metal, death metal, that kind of stuff, which was completely the opposite of his of what you would assume somebody like him would be. When you spoke to him, he was very well spoken, very quiet, but a great teacher. I can't, I'm sorry, I know he's what he is, but he was a really good teacher. But then, of course, you find this out and you think, oh, and everything is cast into, everything you thought you knew isn't. And yeah, it was, we'd heard, there was a rumour went round that his house had been raided back in 2020 or 2021. Yeah. One of his hobbies was fireworks, as in making fireworks. And he was really into it, and in a legitimate way, just making, I guess that's a lot of people's hobbies. I think he even provided some firework displays for various things. Anyway, we all thought that I think the rumor that went round initially was that he'd been raided because they'd found all this explosive material in his house, and that maybe he hadn't declared it properly or stored it properly or something silly like that. No. It wasn't that. It wasn't that at all. It was seizing, computers and the stuff. And, get this, a paedophile manual.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
A how-to guide.
Really?
Mm-hmm. How to groom.
Yeah, all the detailed stuff, the grooming stuff, yeah.
How to get access, how to do all of this stuff.
Oh God.
And even stuff like how to target the right, not just the right children, because ultimately that's the goal, but the right parents of the children. So, i.e., easier to target single mothers.
Well, I hate to say it, Michael Jackson did pay off those parents, They were culpable to a certain extent. So,
but the police, because it all went up to National Crime Agency, and the NCA came to the school and said, look, there is zero evidence, no complaints. We've spoken to those that we feel may have been, because apparently they found some images like 4 students had been superimposed, and so they obviously did some thorough investigations. There was absolutely no evidence of him actually doing any of the stuff, in a physical sense. It was all pictures and in his own imagination. Oh, and they found.
Fortunately, he was scared to do it. It sounds like he was just a virtual creep,
Yeah, and they even found like a mannequin or a doll, child-size doll. Yeah,
oh man.
Yeah. But he admitted everything. He didn't deny. He pled guilty to all charges, and is currently undergoing psychological treatment, therapy and all this kind of stuff. And he's willingly putting himself into that position. So, and not that excuses any of the stuff, especially when, and this is the best bit, or the worst bit, he was the safeguarding lead at the school.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He was the man charged with ensuring that sort of shit didn't happen.
That's what his manual taught him, to seek that kind of position,
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, and of course, when you hear this and you know that your children not only were both taught by him, but actually spoke very highly of him. I mean, I remember when my daughter left that school to move on to middle school and then high school, her and her friends would go back every once in a while just to say hello to him, because he was held in that high regard. And of course, now my daughter, when she found out, she was in bits, absolute bits. And all credit to the Academy Trust they put on. They made counselling available.
Did he have family? Wife, children?
Nope.
Oh, that's
No,
fine.
had. I think when he was arrested, he'd moved back home with his mother, but he had been living alone. I mean, the thing is, we knew him. Like, I wouldn't say he was a family friend, but as parents of two children that went to his school, that lived in the same village, that saw him on a, I mean, my wife would see him on a daily basis for years.
Yeah.
And it was always, there was always banter and good friendly, work colleague type stuff. And all the while,
Yeah, he had it all worked out.
See, although he may not have been, shall we say, practicing paedophile, it's a very simple switch to be
Yeah, it's not okay,
non-practicing
yeah.
to being practicing.
it's not if, it's when.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, he had a doll for Christ's sake, so that was,
Yeah.
that was his practice
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
So,
So in a way, I suppose we could be grateful that it got stopped when it did.
yeah.
I'm just glad there was no family connected, because my uncle got done for it,
Oh, right.
and there's a stigma
Oh, God, yeah.
that comes with it that is,
Yeah. Even
Yeah.
if it's not, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
yeah.
Well, when they busted that famous guy Jarrett from Subway, remember the Subway guy, for
Yeah.
his actions, and they found out on his computer he had hidden flash drives in his walls, and they used special dogs who are trained to sniff out things, and they found it by the smell of the flash drive hiding in his walls. And thousands and thousands of images and videos, and so he was a major creep.
Yeah. But yeah, it was. So I have to say that it's all been very well managed, from both the perspective of the school and the academy trust that the school is a part of, the police, the National Crime Agency, and even him. Everything's been. It's one of those kind of things where you go, oh God, all of that
Yeah.
was, God, that.
Yeah, but
But
it has to be well managed, because something like that is just a shit bomb,
yeah,
and everybody gets splashed.
yeah,
And
and ultimately, thankfully, nobody was harmed. It was all, sort of caught,
yeah,
and he admitted it. He didn't deny it. He pled guilty. He's doing his time. He got, I think, what did he get? I can't remember what he got for it. About 5.5 years, I think, prison time. And
that's probably only for the possession.
yeah. I mean, he's been charged for all the possession stuff.
Yeah.
But he'll be indefinitely on the registers.
Well, plus, I don't know about over there, but over here, those guys are the lowest of the low in prison, and sometimes they don't
Oh.
make it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. They get shivved somewhere, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weird that it's kind of, it's made, even now, knowing what I know, and knowing how I knew this guy before, I knew him on first name terms, because he's a village school teacher, he's part of the community. I knew him on first name terms. And likewise, he would, and we would talk and have a laugh and a giggle about school stuff and kid stuff, and, when I say kid stuff, I mean, educational kid stuff.
Yeah.
And he was always, for both of my kids, he was very enthusiastic about their education. He always said, you'd always have really great things to say about the kids, and then you start thinking, well, was he grooming me and my missus? You just don't know, do you? You just
No,
don't
you
know.
don't.
It's a horrible betrayal of trust.
He could have been one of those guys, too, has like an on-off switch where
Yeah,
he's in
yeah.
a totally different mode,
Yeah,
and he is a totally different person,
yeah. It's
Well, even if he wasn't grooming you, there was a point where he was testing the water.
possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, as a father, you think, did he ever think about my daughter in that way? Chances are he probably did, and that just makes me sick to the pit of my stomach.
Yeah.
But I'll never know that, and so really, there's probably not much point getting too het up about that.
No, well, there's nothing you can do about it. It'll
No,
make you
and,
feel any better.
You know, and you know, my daughter would have told me, and you know, she's 18 now, and she would, we talked about it, and she's as upset as anyone because she respected him as a senior, authoritative figure, in loco parentis figure.
Well, I
so
mean,
I'm
the ones that are
safe in
very
watch.
manipulative can, get their victims to not say a word because they can make it so that they were the ones that did wrong. They would dump it onto them.
Yeah.
And credit to the police for acting when they did, because
Yeah,
so
and
many
how they
stories.
did
I mean, you follow like the Dahmer story. The police didn't do shit for years.
Yeah.
And they
So
knew
how
this
did it
guy was
come
great.
out? Do you know how they
No,
ended up doing the raid?
no, I don't. I honestly don't know what.
Because
What
maybe
led them
he'd
down
gone
that path.
from non-practicing to practicing
No,
at some point.
No, that according. So the NCA
Probably,
said to
probably
us,
one of his pictures got out with him photoshopped in, and that was found by
possibly.
Vox Foundation or something like that, and then identified.
I mean, they're monitoring all sorts of different things, aren't they? But
Well, but I mean, that's the normal way people get done these days.
Yeah.
the NCA were quite clear on the fact that there was absolutely zero evidence, zero accusations, and there were no reports of anything. And they had thoroughly investigated it. I mean, they had already interviewed people that had been shown up in certain images and stuff. All the worst of, I guess, his crime was that he had just superimposed himself into these things. But as the judge said when they were passing sentence, every image you have, whether it's mild or extreme, a child is being harmed. Whether you're harming that child or not, you're propagating, you're promoting that. So
I know they used to have narcs for drugs and stuff, but do they have narcs for that kind of behavior these days? Are they doing like sneaky placements to look for behavior and stuff?
Possibly, because if they are, they wouldn't be telling anybody.
Yeah.
So nobody would really know. I suppose.
I don't know, but yeah, it's it was very, it was. I mean, it was sad in a number of ways, and you just have to think,
What a wanker.
Yeah.
but yeah, it can't. There was this thing. It was a couple of weeks ago that because everything had to be kept secret until the trial.
Yeah.
Or wasn't it? Sorry, it wasn't a trial till the court case because obviously he pled guilty to everything. He didn't deny anything. He said, "Yes, look, but they had to wait until that had happened. Of course, then once the court process had happened, then it all gets published. It gets made public, and then of course, there was the local, the local Facebook groups were whoa,
Yeah.
and it died down very quickly and done. And that's it. He's banged up. It's sorted, and everybody moves on.
Yeah, it's scary because they have those registered lists where they get placed and stuff, but unfortunately they don't keep those up very well. I my ex-girlfriend had a kid and she was worried. She showed me the map one day and she goes, "There's a guy like 2 streets away." But then you look up sometimes and that's not accurate. He's already moved and they didn't update the map.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I say, he's now indefinitely on sex offenders register, and everything that entails. His career in education gone. And you can't imagine. Well, yeah. There you go. There, but for the grace, etc., etc.
Wow.
Indeed.
Yeah. A little bit of local village scandal. Boy.
Yeah.
Well, we have plenty of it around here. The vicar, Father Philip, he was caught. He got this. This was before we came to the village. We only found this out just after we moved here. But about 20 or 30 years ago, he got somebody in the village pregnant. She was married to somebody else. He was married to somebody else, and he got her pregnant, and The church rallied round and, you know, fought off any ideas of getting rid of him, protected him, paid for him, blah blah blah, etc., etc. He's still the local vicar now, preaching about, you know, all those sorts of things.
Yeah, the Catholic Church over here is just so repulsive.
Well, this church here is the, I don't know what they call it now. Is it the Anglo-Catholic? It's like Anglican and Catholic merged, so to speak. So he's a father.
It's not like there's that much difference between Anglicanism
Well,
and
not really, I
Catholicism.
suppose.
No, but when you shuttle around priests doing bad deeds, especially the kids, it's really criminal.
He gets absolutely nothing from me at all. When I see him, it's just like, oh, fucking wanker. Because I mean, all the benefits that he lives in this amazing house, the vicarage, just outside the village, which is, you know, and you think, oh, you wanker. But there you go.
And that's how you know they don't really believe in their faith, because they're clearly dying a horrible death or burning in hell if they really believed in that shit.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, he puts his little pieces in the parish magazine every month, and you just look at it and think, you fucking hypocrite, fuck you, fuck off. So, I've got nothing. I mean,
say what you mean.
Well, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
I've known vicars, priests, whatever, and they've all been, you know, a lot of them have been absolutely stand-up people. I just don't believe what they believe, and they're quite happy to respect the fact that I don't believe what they believe, and I'm quite happy to respect the fact that they believe something I don't believe, but they're more centered around a community. You know, and I think that's a great thing if you can foster a sense of community, and if at the back of that is just a little bit of religion, well, fair enough, you know. And your office is a magnificent construction. You know, I mean, I love churches. I think churches
no God
are a wonderful
asked them
thing
to build.
But churches are a demonstration of human beings' artistic and creative endeavours when inspired by something, whether it's a god or whether it's music or whether it's something. If a bunch of human beings get together and say we're really, really inspired by this, they can come up with some things like, you know, some magnificent buildings, which will, you know, have lasted, you know, millennia. In some cases, you can't but not respect that stuff. Yeah, even if the purpose of that building is to carry out the practice of a religion you don't believe in, that's by the by. The fact that here's this fucking building that has stood over 1,000 years, and will stand for 1,000 more, and is magnificent in its architecture and its artistry. Forget the inspiration for it. The fact that a bunch of human beings got together and did that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, same with temples and shrines around the world. It's amazing stuff.
Amazing architecture.
Angkor Wat's just unbelievable.
I mean, the church we have here in the village is a fairly typical medieval church, but it also houses a medieval armory. I can't remember the exact details, but you go down into the underground part of the church, and there's a full-on medieval armory stored there still to this day. And you just think, wow, this is incredible. I mean, it's fascinating stuff. You go there, it's historical, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Don't believe a fucking word of what goes on, you know, on a Sunday after or Sunday morning when they clog up the streets, you know, with their cars. But yeah, amazing stuff. I love going around churches and cathedrals.
I like going when they're empty.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you could just wander around and take it all in.
Yeah.
And I'm as devout an atheist as you could possibly imagine, but I can walk around, say, Norwich Cathedral, the Anglican Cathedral, which is a spectacular construction, and there'll be somebody up there just, you know, lightly playing the organ with some, you know, Christian lament, of some description. And I'm not going to deny that I feel slightly moved by that. I don't feel religiously moved by it, but it's a wonderful
Emotional,
experience. Yeah, it's a wonderful emotional experience.
Yeah, it's like my dad used to say. He goes, "It's not religion; it's religious people."
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, you have powerful music, you have powerful giant buildings and opulence, surrounded by opulence
Yeah.
and all that stuff. I mean, who's not going to be moved by some of that? So
Yeah, I mean, I probably
that's not allowed.
I had a similar sort of experience when you go to somewhere like the Burj Khalifa, and you stand outside and you look up, even from like just a mile away, and you look up at this incredible achievement of construction, and then when you go into it, and then go up inside it and come out, at the 120 whatever its floor where the viewing deck is, and you look out over the rest of Dubai, it is almost equitable to a religious experience. But it's just because a bunch of human beings got together and said, we're going to build this thing and it's going to look incredible, and that's, for me, that's the inspirational part.
especially how long ago they built that stuff.
But our women can't show their hair in public.
Oh yeah, I was watching something just before I came up about what's going on in Iran at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Solidarity with them. They're doing an amazing thing.
Well, I mean, it used to be a progressive country before Britain decided.
Till 1979.
Yeah, till Britain decided, what, Anglo-Iranian oil? They want to take the Anglo out of that? No, can't do that.
Yeah.
But can the women ride bicycles yet?
Well, right now they are, and they're doing everything that they shouldn't do.
Driving and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, they're walking the streets without their headscarves on, which is
that's nice.
a heinous crime in Iran.
Sure.
Well, the thing is, you see the pictures from the 50s, and it just looks as boring as 50s America.
Yeah.
Even in the 70s, I mean, pre-79, pre the Islamic Revolution,
No, but
Iran
I mean,
was a progressive forward.
but let's ignore that fake regime that was set up. I mean, let's think of the last democratic regime under Mossadegh. I mean, that was actually a really progressive country. Then, of course, on the request of Churchill, the CIA deposed of him and they put the Shah in place. But obviously, when he was deposed, that's when it really all went to tits up.
Yeah, that's when it went tits up,
But I mean, it already started going tits up when they put a leader in who was oppressing people.
Well, yeah, he was installed rather than, But it's still very inspirational to see what's going on there at the moment. So,
as it keeps going, I hope it doesn't turn.
It could go horribly wrong.
It could, it could either go horribly right or horribly wrong. Well, not horribly right, spectacularly right or spectacularly wrong. And it looks like it could go quite right. It's
Because the
difficult.
U.S. is slowly turning into a theocracy with these new idiots have their way. So.
Well, yeah. Somebody send me a link, but they posted a link on. Who's this guy? What's his name again? I forget. He's one of these. He's like an Alex Jones, but he's not as shouty, or maybe he is as bit as shouty. But Stu Peters. Do you know Stu Peters, Andy?
No.
Okay, he's an American guy. He's got this kind of conspiracy theory led news channel, shall we say?
Fox.
No, it's not Fox. This is like this is like Alex Jones. He's got his own SPN. I think it's called the Stu Peters Network or something.
Yikes.
But he makes these documentary movies, and the latest one, the trailer for it, is essentially him collecting like online footage, stuff that gets picked up on security cameras of people having health episodes where they faint or collapse do a whole bunch of stuff like that. But he's attributing it to, what's he attributing it to? The COVID's in there
turbines?
somewhere.
Yeah.
No, COVID's in there somewhere in the vaccine, and that this is some globalist population culling thing.
Microchips, the works.
It was just hilarious. I mean, it was hilarious, but at the same time, just
drone bombs aren't sort of like efficient enough.
yeah, quite. But it was just like he'd gone through YouTube and just found 20 clips of people fainting or having medical episodes where they collapse.
Doesn't matter, the damage will be done.
Yeah, and but collate it under the this umbrella that he's created, and oh Jesus,
People are so willing to believe an idiot, random guy like that, and not someone who's actually skilled and scholarly and peer-reviewed and all that good stuff that we depend on. We have no goddamn internet without that. But people want to use the internet to spew hate, and it's like idiots. If your plans got through, we wouldn't have all this great technology. You need science to make this stuff work, where you can have an area to yell about dumb shit.
Yeah.
It's ironic. It's just so crazy.
Well, it is. I mean, you think the internet was created to provide to spread information around the world, but except that it's actually now used to spread disinformation. Yeah. It's.
I think the next time I see a YouTube advert for something that says, "This is taking the world by storm," sentence in it, I'm going to fucking scream and punch the monitor. It doesn't matter what it is, a fucking plug-in heater or whatever it is. This is taking the world by storm. Oh, shut the fuck up.
We had an editorial meeting last week at one of the sites that I write for, and the editor said, right, the next person to use the term groundbreaking in any one of their articles is going to get a punch in the face.
Yeah.
Anything like groundbreaking,
game changer,
taking
the world by fucking storm.
Exactly. Anything like that, I will punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
So,
fair dues.
yeah.
We do not use clickbait fucking sentences around here. Thank you.
Actually, that's one of the great things I'm kind of learning at the moment is kind of associated with clickbait. It's there is a fine line between engaging and clickbaiting, because you just have to use one word in the wrong way and you'll be clickbait, and people will fucking hate you for it. Change
And the clever use of those icons too for your YouTube videos. So.
Yeah, there's a science to it, and it saddens me. It really does, because good content should just be good content. But nowadays, it's. I mean, I guess it's been around for decades. The way that we've been.
Advertisers knew it forever, right? I mean, advertising.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
newspaper headlines.
Yeah,
newspaper headlines, or
once something's monetized.
Yeah, a trailer for something, whether it's a film or a TV show. Yeah, they're done in a certain way to generate interest, generate engagement.
Look at those old episodes of Mad Men.
Yeah. There you go.
But no, it's kind of interesting to learn, especially all the terminology. The one thing, if I could punch someone in the face every time I heard the term sticky. Oh, that's sticky, or that's clicky. It's you suggest something and somebody says, "Well, that's not sticky enough." What?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
But is it punchy enough?
I'm afraid if that's sticky, you'll have to leave.
Clicky's. I think clicky's one that sort of prevails the most. That's not clicky. What do you mean not clicky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then when you think about it in the terms of, why does this website exist? And how does this website stay existing? Oh, okay, yeah, there needs to be a degree of clickiness in there to generate income. So we try and do it, we try and do it in an ethical and non, what's the word? I can't think of the word. It's too late. But yeah, you try and do it properly. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's.
Yeah, YouTube is weird. It's like at the end of the day, people really don't want to be just educated. They just want to be entertained at every possible chance. So they want a goofy guy on camera. They don't want to see just hands. They want to see all this personality that doesn't really exist.
Yeah.
They want the fancy graphics and sound effects and all this kind of whiz-bang stuff. Instead of having not a boring lecture, but I mean just a basic lecture you would have somewhere, and even some nice visual aids. That's not enough. You'll never get the clicks. You'll never get your channel any kind of count or whatever if you don't dress it up in all these silly ways that people want. You know?
Yeah. No, I think I've probably mentioned it here before, but I had a discussion with someone a while back when we were talking about ProSynth Network and amounts of subscribers and all this kind of stuff, and they hooked me up onto this this video by someone, and it was that thing where they threw the basketball off the top of the dam to demonstrate this effect. This a physics effect where if something's moving down but it's spinning, it will actually move in a kind of horizontal way. Whatever. They posted this video and it got a few thousand views. Somebody then ripped that video and posted it on their own channel, and it got 2 or 3 million views. And this guy is like, how did that happen? They've taken my content and got millions of views and therefore ad revenue for something that I created. Why are they watching that channel and not my channel when the content is exactly the same? So it spurred him on to investigate why that was, and then this whole thing goes down the rabbit hole of it's the title counts. How you word that title counts. The thumbnail matters massively.
Put an ident in the corner of somebody going,
that all that.
Yeah.
All of that matters.
Yeah.
Not so much because it engages the viewer, but because algorithms pick up on all this stuff. And one of my recent discoveries is SEO. I couldn't be fucking bothered with SEO and trying to figure it. I knew what it did, and I knew that if you wanted your website or your online content to get traction, you had to understand SEO. Until recently I've never bothered, but some of the places I write for now are absolutely shit hot on SEO. And as a writer, I now have to be fully aware and conversant with how SEO works when I write my articles. And not just, it's not just the words that I write, it's the titles that I choose, it's the formatting that I choose, it's how I put certain key phrases in certain places. And so I will generally write something the way I always write something, in the fashion that I always write. And we have a plugin that gives us our like an SEO score. So it's kind of like a traffic light system. If it's green, you're great, you're golden. If it's amber, you could do better. If it's red, you need to change stuff, and it tells you what you need to change. But it also, it's like it will tell you that so much percentage of your article or your review, or whatever it may be, is written in the passive tone. It needs to be in an active tone. So you then have to go and reread through, and it will tell you, it will actually highlight the parts of your article.
Why the fuck does an article need to be active? It's supposed to be passive.
It's supposed to be about engagement and relevance in search engine optimization. You have to do all. There has to be a certain percentage. No, it doesn't have to all be in active, and you can have some passive in there. but you have to have a combination and a balance, and it's all about striking that balance. It's the other. What's the other thing that I fell over the first few times? It wasn't sentence length. I mean, obvious things like sentence length. Anything. If you have too many long sentences, that's not a good thing. So you can have some long sentences.
You have to dumb it down.
Yeah, it felt like that initially. I thought, what are you asking me to make this like really, for dummies? But no, what it is, it's just about it. In actual fact, I mean, it's kind of helped me as a writer to be more succinct. I love words, I love vocabulary, I love talking, I love language, as you might have guessed. But
I just realised that.
Yeah. So I love to be flowery and use lovely words, not because I'm trying to prove anything about my intelligence or whatever. I love language.
The mellifluency of language.
Yeah, the mellifluence of words. And,
Using the words postulate as
yeah.
often as possible.
Indeed, just to try. It just, for me, that just makes it more interesting. And if you do it in such a way, you can anybody can read it, and those people that don't maybe understand certain words will get to understand those words because of the context in which you use those words. But anyway, I love to write all of this stuff, and then I've got this thing that sits in the corner that says your sentences are too long, mate. Yeah, and there's another bit of the plugin which actually says to me, are you sure that this is understandable by your audience? And it will highlight.
Does it come
bits.
up with that, or does it say you're a bit up yourself, mate?
In a polite way, it says.
In a polite
says
way,
that,
yeah.
But it tells you all this stuff, and you're just like, okay. But I find it like a challenge now. I write something and I try and beat the plugin. And I over time I'm kind of getting better at it. But yeah, there is all this stuff you have to think about, because before you could write a 2,000 word review or an article for a magazine, and if it was entertaining enough and it got to a point, it would go in.
Yeah.
But now, because people would buy that magazine, if you buy Sound on Sound, you expect people to, you expect Gordon Reed to get really vocal about something, to get passionate about
And technical, right? I mean,
yeah, you expect that. But on a website where you're competing with lots of other websites for clicks and views and engagement and affiliate links and all of this stuff, people find your stuff through Google, and other search engines are available. But it matters that your content conforms to all of these really key points, because that's what gets you higher up in the listings. That's what then drives people to your website. That's
Is
what
Google
then
really
drives.
still a search engine?
Yes, it's
Well,
the
I mean,
search engine.
But is it a search engine, or does it just show up all its advertisements and its own pages and what people paid for them, and then it eventually searches?
No. I don't doubt at all that Google have lots of things going on that promote stuff that they want to promote because they've been paid to promote it. But as content providers, some of the websites I write for, our stuff gets to the top of a Google search because we've conformed to those standards, which are global search engine optimization standards. It's just the way the system works, and that's the way you got to do it now. Before, in the olden days, it used to be about what you slapped on the front cover, because somebody would walk into a newsagent and they would look through the motoring section, and they'd pick out the magazine that had the best image or the best headline or whatever.
What happens to relate to what they're interested in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now the shop front is a search engine, so you have to create your content. And it can't just be just a picture. It can't just be the title, because SEO is all about the content. Google analyzes everything and then delivers up what it thinks is the most relevant content to your search.
Although I still think it's very weird with things like my video about how to tune a CS80, and it gets like 3,000 views, and you go, but there's only about 780s in the world. Who's watching this? Who doesn't own an 80? Or more to the point, why are they watching it? So, I mean, Spearsy said to me yesterday, he said the video that they put up on the GeForce website for the Mighty CS80 video.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was looking through the statistics on that, and he said that 50% of the hits, 51% of the hits, were replays of the bit where I played my 80 on it, right? Which what was it? About 51 minutes. I do a little top down of me playing it, and people were playing it over and over again. I go, yeah, but why? You're playing your 80 through the whole bloody video. And he's going, yeah, but I'm talking over it. And, yeah, of course. It's weird,
Yeah, that was
isn't it?
probably me playing it a bunch of times. So.
So yeah, but it's just weird the way sometimes a very throwaway video I might put up on my channel get loads of hits. The ones that we put extra work in and all the rest of it, not so much. But what thumbnail is picked? Because I go pick a thumbnail. I go, oh, it has, right, cool. I haven't looked to find some interesting point in that video to use as the screen, and I'm sure it plays a massive, like you say, it plays a massive part into.
We did that little experiment with ProSynth Network where, after I had this conversation about formatting and all this kind of stuff with YouTube videos, we took Ben's JD800 comparison video where he compared the Roland Cloud JD800 with the real JD800.
Yeah.
And I think we took Chris's Logic Pro. He did this thing about organising your plugins in Logic Pro.
Yeah.
I said to the guys, I think we should try this out on some of these static videos that see if it does anything. And so we actually got Chris. I asked Chris I said, just take a picture of yourself, maybe like slightly puzzled look on your face. And so he sends me this photo, and you can go and check on our channel. He's like, like this. So we got that picture and we superimposed it on this thing, and we made the title, we put something, I can't remember what it was that we put up on the thing, but we changed it to that. And then with Ben either didn't want to or couldn't provide a photo, so he said, here's my memoji, my Apple memoji, which is got the goatee beard and the bald head sort of thing.
Yeah.
So we took that and we put that on, similar sort of style, and I shit you not, although the viewing figures did not go through the roof, they almost instantly jumped.
Yeah.
Big. These videos have been sort of like bubbling along, and then shortly after we changed those thumbnails, spike.
The only top synth channel I can think of with no face is Loop Pop. Everyone else puts their face on there.
Mm-hmm.
He just has a reputation.
Exactly, and that's his thing.
Yeah, but I'd like to know why this channel has 44,000 hour views.
Well, that's mainly because
all the people who. Yeah.
When you have 22 people watching for 5 hours.
Yeah, but that's it. The statistics shows that most people stick around for about 58 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Get a few dick jokes and take off,
Yeah, it's quieting down again. Fuck this, I'm going to do something else. I
It's
might watch
always
some
when
of it
time
later.
appears.
Yeah.
When it's between me and Tide, we have a nice argument.
Yeah, they're waiting for the action, all the drama stuff.
Yeah. Drama!
Well, you get it all from me. What do you expect after 3 years of drama school?
So yeah, it's a wonderful science. I'm a typical middle-aged person. I'm kind of I've been rallying against it, but I realise that the industry that I'm in and the things that I want to do rely on.
You have to embrace it, whether you like
You
it
have
or
to,
not.
yeah, you have to. So
I just refuse to. So
yeah,
Yeah, it's like gravity. You can't ignore it.
Yeah.
You got to go along with it. Yeah.
especially when you're getting paid for it. You know that all of a sudden kind of helps you make the choice. Oh yeah, okay, I better.
part of the reason I don't also is that I know other guys who have channels that are quite successful, and they're on there with their face and they do good creative content as well as demos and stuff. But if you look at how much money they make after all that work, they may have lots of clicks and views and stuff. They may maybe like, $200 a year with thousands and thousands of views. So I'm like, why would I put all that effort out there and not get anything out of it?
That makes
I'm
me
just
feel a
having
lot
fun.
better about ProSynth Network because we
That's
make
why you should buy this product.
we make considerably more.
You can buy this fader controller from me.
We make considerably more than that per month from YouTube alone, just through advertising and
That's the thing. You get special ads and
donations.
stuff. Yeah.
But we've only got what 20, just short of 2,300 subscribers, and an average of maybe, I don't know, 1,000 views per video. You know, I mean, some of them are 1,900, some of them are 2,000 or 3,000, some are just 800. You know, we're not, by any stretch of the imagination, we're not YouTube superstars or anything like that. But every month I'm transferring money from YouTube into our little ProSynth Network kitty, and it pays us to do what we do. It pays all the bills.
Oh, definitely. But you couldn't live off of it. It's some people try to make a career out of it, and it's rough.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've seen some of those influencer emails.
Well, no, but the money or the amount of subscribers and viewers you need nowadays to make a living of it is just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was like 10 years ago when they changed, or maybe like 8 years when there was a massive change of when YouTube took a far larger cut than they used to beforehand.
Yeah.
And since then, it's basically impossible to make a living unless you have a solid 100,000 views per video.
Like guys like PewDiePie is like 93 million views or whatever, one of the top guys ever on YouTube, and he's making tons of money, obviously, but he has millions and millions of views. Subscribers.
Yes, but he also makes tons of videos constantly, and he's all the
That's
staff
the thing. You got to live. Yeah.
Helping to make that. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a profession I would want to do because the amount of you have to work off your balls to get a holiday. That's basically impossible. You need to, like, if you think about it, if you want a week's holiday, that's a week of not being topical, but you need to work in advance.
Yeah. There are people, and I'm not going to mention any names, but there are a few people within our community who have out and out gone. They've given up their day jobs to become a YouTube professional, should we say?
Influencer.
Yeah, they want to make their living from their YouTube channels. And as Robert said, YouTube changed the rules, and they can change the rules tomorrow if they want to, because there's no contract. You don't sign a contract with anyone. You are always beholden to YouTube and their rules. And if YouTube turn around and say we're not going to pay you that much anymore, based on this, all of a sudden that vision you had, that model that you had of so many views equals so much blah blah blah.
You need to be agile with your business plan.
Exactly, but you're super agile. I mean, these things will change very rapidly, and all of us. And what you find, and this is why it really kind of pisses me off, but you'll find that these individuals who have committed to earning their living from being a YouTube personality, every now and again post a video about how difficult it is to be a YouTube personality, and I'm getting accused of being this, and I only earn this much, and you don't know how much I've given up to be. Mate, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. If you provide content that I like to watch, fine, I'll watch it, and if that generates you some income, great, but don't then make another video on your channel to tell me how difficult it is making a living from being a YouTube personality.
Well, have you ever watched a Rick Beato live stream? That's all they are.
Well, Rick I admire because he makes really.
Yes, but have
good
you ever
content.
watched a live stream where it's just buy this, buy this, buy this?
It's constantly
No.
selling. Yeah.
Constantly selling, yeah.
Yeah.
But then Rick does get some incredibly good numbers on his stuff,
But no money from them.
but he.
And if you want his
especially
stuff,
when he plays
you've
other
got to
people's
watch those
music.
live streams. That's where you get the killer deal. So.
But then Rick has always been about selling his services and his products, and the videos have kind of been
Well, I
ancillary
mean, yeah,
to that.
that's how it started. From the beginning, even.
And the videos are just kind of like, hey everyone, come and have a look at me analysing the multi-tracks of this particular song and what makes it so brilliant. He'll not get a penny for that, and he says, I don't expect to get a penny from that because I'm playing other people's music. Why should I earn? But as he say, in the links below, and he'll say, go and get my Beato book or whatever it is, my ear training book or whatever it is. That's his business model, and the videos kind of support that. But there are other people, and again, I'm not going to mention names, but there are other people, particularly in our synthesizer community, who have said, right, I'm going to give my day job up and become a YouTube personality, and so I'm going to start doing all this stuff. And then, oh God, all of a sudden they find that it's actually really difficult and it's causing them a lot of stress and anguish, which it would. And then they make a video about that stress and anguish. And I just
That's
think,
part of the engagement too. They want to see the personality.
but I don't want to hear about how tough it is.
Yeah, I don't either. But people do seem to like that shit.
That's crazy. It's crazy.
To answer Inky's question, no, this stream costs me nearly 500 quid a year.
Yeah.
Because you have to pay if you want more than, was it 2 people on at once or something?
StreamYard does
four,
have a free option.
StreamYard limits the quality and has an enforced overlay watermark.
Yeah, so StreamYard Basic or free or whatever it's called has a watermark. You're limited to the amount of people you can have on. You're limited to all sorts of different things. Yeah. To do what Kent does, to do what ProSynth Network does, you're looking, depending on whether you took advantage of deals or whatever, you're looking at £400 to £500 or bucks a year just for the service.
£2 a month or something.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Kent, this stream costs all of us a lot more with all the gas it induces.
Oh, I don't know.
500 is nothing.
I don't know. I don't think there's any more influence here than there is on PSN or Ramses or.
No, there
Sonic
is. I'm sure
State.
you converted some Rolly people.
Possibly.
So I speak obviously with PSN and with my other jobs, my other freelance work. I get people that contact me and say, look, thank you for talking about our product, and when we do something else, we'll make sure that we let you know, and we'll send you it to try it out or whatever. But we're not talking, Native Instruments don't call us up at all, or Yamaha don't, or Korg don't, or Roland don't, or any of those people. I'll get Arnaud at Acoustic Samples who will let me know when something new is coming out and do I want to try it.
Yeah,
the little guys.
But again, for you, it was also many relationships you had beforehand.
Yes, and I've worked hard to contact these people and forge these relationships, and then use those relationships to help with whatever it might be, whether it's getting giveaways for the show or whether it's getting access to things before they come out, and networking is it's got me a lot of cool things, cool contacts, cool, Well,
yeah, because when I didn't you invited me to come on and do the PSN that day. What about it's about a year and a bit ago now, isn't it? Something like that.
Yes.
I mean, I'd never really been on a show at all.
No.
Before. I thought, oh no, this is fun. I like this.
Yeah.
But what it done was, it exposed me to. I didn't realise so many people knew who I was.
Oh God, yeah.
Because when you were saying, "Oh no, everybody knows you," I go, "No, they can't do." It's like, how can they know who I am?
Mm.
I was really surprised,
Well, I mean, anybody who read about CS80s and fixing or our music definitely have heard of you.
Yeah, but I mean, it's so niche, you know, and it's weird because like some of the best work I've ever done is not on CS80s. It's on fucking memory modes and stuff like that. But I'm not known
Yeah.
for doing memory modes. You know what I mean?
No, but again, Memory Mode is the example where you, of course, have Rudy being very famous for it. So
Yeah,
that
well, I famously shit on them from a great height. When when people say, "What do you think of memory moves?" Oh, fucking hell, mate. Oh, mate. You know.
what do you think of polymodes?
Oh,
I can't remember what is the one tag that used to do a lot of Kraftwerk stuff. Well, he refused to repair Ralph's when that was sold off. Because I think like the most complex, the most unnecessary complex organ, something along those lines.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I did. Somebody did an interview with me for a magazine once, and they said something about about polymogs, and I said it's the ideal thing to use to hold a door open on a warm day.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the World of Wave is for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh man.
When we had GPU Audio on a few weeks ago, that was quite interesting because they contacted us.
Yeah.
I'd heard. I think they did.
They did the Sonic State of the NAM thing.
Yeah, they did Sonic State.
NAM 2020, that video went very big.
No, there was something earlier this year that they did, and I remember seeing that.
Yeah, they did that again, but I can remember that NAM video that was really big.
Mm.
And then they did the thing with Sonic State a few months ago.
Yeah, so they did that, and I remember seeing that and thinking, oh, that's interesting, but it doesn't apply to me because I don't have a PC, and they haven't got a Mac version, and yeah, so whatever. And then about a month ago, I get an email from their marketing guy saying, "Hey, we've seen your channel. We wondered if you might want to work with us and do a show and get our people on." And we're like, "Yeah, that'd be great."
Yeah.
And so we bandied a few ideas around, and they said, we'd love to come on and tell you about what we do. And then about a week or so beforehand, they said, "Hey, can we use the show to announce our first software instrument, our GPU based instrument?" And we're like, "Yeah, of course you can. That'd be fantastic." And so they did that, and within a week, ProSynth Network was being shared on Music Radar, Synth Anatomy, all the other our video, it was being, and the news from our video was being broadcast around all the. I was like, wow, how much exposure is that? And we got a lot of engagement from that. Not enough to make a living from, but it was a nice enough thing.
Yeah, but you never really know where it's going to come from.
No, I had no idea that was going to happen at all.
Yeah.
And it just did, and I was super grateful for it. And the feedback we've had from GPU Audio since is that they loved it, they thought it was great, they want to come back when they've got some new stuff to show.
Well, it's like Dom in one of his early shows. Just randomly, Charlie Klauser hit him out and wanted to come on. Where he just like out of nowhere, but he didn't know him. But was like, how did that happen?
Yeah, it's just I mean, you
it's the randomness.
There is some randomness, and there's also people out there that obviously are looking for channels to spread the word about their service, their product, their solution, whatever it might be. And if they think that our audience is their target audience, then great, they'll hit us up. I mean, I certainly have approached a number of people over the years. Matching trousers and t-shirt. Look at that. Sorry, I had to point that out.
It's like matching tie and handkerchief.
I know.
But you don't see it often.
Good for them wearing trousers.
Yeah.
That's rare.
Salmon. He's salmon throughout, isn't he?
Yeah.
I believe the top is actually mango, and I think the trousers were labelled as salmon.
Oh, okay. All right then.
But
We'll say Sam Go. Yeah.
We'll blame the
But no-
webcam. It's okay. So-
Yeah. So I mean, I approach a lot of people on a regular basis saying that new thing you've got coming out. Would you want to come on the show and talk about it? And some of them say yes, some of them say no. We've got one that I can't talk about coming up very soon. Thankfully, the relationship we have with this particular company is very good, and there was no negotiation. It was like, do you want to come on the show and talk about that? Yes, please. Done.
Yeah.
Sorted. Others we have to kind of work on. And you have to send them things.
Over and
You
over
know.
again.
Yeah, and you have to keep pushing.
Yeah. Push.
Yeah, it's cool that GPU audio stuff is taking off. I was at the Karma open house, and there was a guy there doing some custom granular synthy thing with GPU stuff.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
pretty clever.
Yeah. And if you look at, I looked at the numbers, not purposefully. I was just flicking through, and I just saw the amount of comments on that GPU audio video that we've got. And for us, it's a very well commented on video, and it's got nearly 2,000 views, which, in the grand scheme of things, compared to I know we shouldn't compare ourselves to the likes of Alex Ball because he's stratospherically better than we are in his content, but 2,000 views is nothing really. But for us, that's a well-performing video.
Yeah, his last court video is great. That's really good.
But
Well,
again,
it's a build.
you
It's
say
a
that
build,
about-
isn't it? It is a build-up because before
yeah.
it'd be 100, 200,
but
250.
I can
400.
remember Alex's 50s light music tracks, where were like I think somewhere between like 100 and 500 views when I can remember them originally, which was not him in the videos. It was just the music, and it was really. I mean, there was a lot of humor in the in subtitles, but I don't think many people saw that, and I only saw that because if he was using some program library I was looking at, I think. And he was like one of the few people actually having a demo of using it properly in the context. But yeah, it was. Before that LM1 video, he was very much ignored.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just
And it's amazing content, some of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was aware of Alex until the Terminator 2 video. I think
I saw a bunch of his retrospectives, the Roland one, the ARP one. He's had a bunch of cool retrospective videos. I went, well, this guy's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think somebody hit me up about the Terminator 2 video because of the obvious Fairlight connection.
Oh, that one's great. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought
An Arnold impersonator.
Yeah, I just thought, wow, this guy is like an amateur, and he's doing stuff of this quality. And then you watch more videos, and then he puts out stuff like the ARP and the Roland, and obviously lots more since. And the guy, I fucking hate him. He is so, he's so talented, both musically. And script wise, his scripts are brilliant, but he's also the most amazing human being.
Yeah, he seems cool. He's not a jerk who's talented, which is even better.
I mean, in real life, Alex
Such a
Ball
lovely person.
is just amazing, and I encourage anyone, if you ever get the chance to meet Alex Ball in person, you will not be disappointed. In fact, you will love him even more, and you will start ovulating. I don't care what sex you are, you will start ovulating in his presence. He's so, I can't.
I'll just do parthenogenesis, so it's okay.
He makes me sick. But
I'd like
love
to
him
meet him.
bits.
I'd love to meet him actually, even if it's just to apologise to him for calling him an alcoholic last week. Okay, no, wrong ball.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be the first time.
But no,
for me so fun, I've seen 3 videos. So I've seen the 50s music stuff. Then I watched all of them after seeing the one that with a string library, then I think again totally unconnected box one about Space Echo and then Electro Guitar, and then the Terminator 2 one, and all three not putting dots together that it's the same person, just not realizing it until quite late on.
But when you understand Alex's career, his professional background, there's absolutely, oh, right, that's why he's as good as he is, because Alex works, in this industry where it's just
20 years of working in advertising paid off.
Exactly.
Oh, really? I know
Exactly.
that.
Absolutely. I mean, the guy. Oh, and
But now that
he's-
he plays everything, guitar and modular and nonsense and
Violin, double bass.
everything, and
yeah, he is just stupidly talented and stupidly lovely, and I'm just waiting for something to happen that says, where Alex, loses it and is rude or offensive or tells me to fuck off, but he won't, because he's just
well, Geert might tell you that.
I mean, that again, I mean, that was the measure of the man. Was like when we asked him to come on the show, he said yes, because he's very, and again, sickeningly dedicated to his family life, so he has his work and he has his career and he has his family life and all this kind of stuff, and he is very passionate about making sure that his family doesn't suffer because of his work and all this. Anyway, and so we tried to get him on the show. Eventually, kind of got him booked, and then we had this idea. We just said, look, when you're supposed to come on, maybe could we maybe bill it instead as Geert Van Schlanger coming on the show, not Alex Ball? And he said, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I suppose I could do that. And I said, well, I think it would be brilliant. I think it would go down a treat. I think everyone would absolutely love it. And he said, yeah, but he said, when I do Geert in my videos, I've sat down and I've written a script. So to do Geert live, that's a bit of a step up. And I said, well, if you don't feel comfortable, then we won't do it. He said, no, we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. And fucking hell, he did it. He knocked it out of the park. It was brilliant.
It was very sexy, as he would say.
Yeah, sexy. But
What kind of pancake?
we didn't script it. We kind of exchanged some cue points, shall we say? We said, look, maybe we'll say something and you can respond like this and blah blah blah. But it was very, very basic, so it really was very, very improvised, and it was great fun. And trying to keep a straight face while doing that was quite difficult.
Well, clearly, you need to get him on again. That
Love
time
to.
it's Ken Danger.
Yeah, I'd love to get him on with any guys. But as,
Ken Danger with a nice cup of Earl Grey.
as I said, he's very busy, and he's very committed to making sure that his family time does not suffer because of that, and I think that's hugely admirable.
So he composes for advertising?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was like head of music for Ad Company for a long time.
Wow. That's how I can crank out the stuff so fast.
Yeah, no, he's got an
Timetable.
absolute talent.
But, cranking out short pieces quickly and in the breath of styles.
Yeah. It's an incredible talent.
I mean, I definitely watched Dina's video interviewing him. Where he goes quite a lot in his history.
Yeah. Fucking hate you, Alex Ball.
And he'll never see this.
Oh, I don't know. No, you probably won't. No, he knows how much I love him, and he gives good hugs as well. He's a great hugger.
Huh.
So, yeah, just thought I'd throw that in.
So's a young xenomorph.
I prefer a face hugger.
Love him.
That's funny.
Right, what do you reckon?
Bedtime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Off,
Um,
off for 2.
Yeah.
I've got something coming in tomorrow morning, but for the life of me, I can't remember what it is.
Alex Ball?
No. What the hell was it?
So is he closer to London because of his work and stuff?
I think he's somewhere south.
I'm not obliged to say.
No, I mean I don't care what city. I'm just curious because
He's the south of England.
yeah. If he's in a good job like that, he must be in a big city. So
No, you don't have to be.
No,
He's not that close to me, is he?
he's closer to you than he is to me.
Oh, yeah. But if you had to walk there, it's still away.
Oh, it's still a bit of a walk. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, the closer I get to you.
Yeah.
No, there are reasons why Alex doesn't want his locations.
No, I know. I wouldn't want it either. If I had all that legacy stuff in there, it's the thieves would be out like crazy.
It's not well, yeah.
Well, his stalkers.
I can't say.
And stalkers, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
He's a handsome guy.
Yes.
Trying to get the point where I found out Gerd isn't real. What? Gerd doesn't also live in your studio?
Yes. I'm sure Alex will one day tell some of the tales he tells in private, but it's, yeah.
I mean, that goes to the territory. When you're famous on YouTube, it's just
Yeah.
the people come out of the woodwork. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm clearly
Anyway.
not there yet. Even though
Me
sometimes I
either.
feel like the new Tony Slattery of YouTube sometimes.
Is he still alive?
I think so. I think
I
he's
know he wasn't
better as well.
Yeah, I know he wasn't well.
Yeah, he had a mental breakdown, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's funny because he used to be quite a funny guy,
Very funny. Very funny.
but it all went horribly wrong.
It's a talk show guy.
Comedian.
Comedian, yeah. He did our version of Whose Line Is It?
Oh, okay.
As well. He was on everything, wasn't he? Actually,
Yeah.
thinking about it.
There was a time when he literally was.
Yeah, literally. He
Well, even
owned
our version
Channel
here
4.
had a British host. I forgot his name, but
Wasn't Clive? Didn't Clive Anderson?
yeah, Clive something. Yeah.
Yeah. That was
Oh, Clive
Anderson.
Anderson, yeah. Well, yeah, because he did ours, didn't he?
He did ours. Yeah.
Did ours. Was ours first or second?
I don't know. But we used to have a lot of the Americans come over here, didn't we, to do ours as well as because they like Ryan. What's his name? Tall,
Yes,
lanky
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And there was 2 or 3 Americans that would come over. Well, actually, no, I think one was Canadian.
Oh, that Greg guy, Greg something.
Yeah, Greg. Oh, yeah, with the glasses.
Yeah,
Yeah, and there was another. Yeah,
I
another
think
guy.
it's Greg
sort of-
Proops or something like that.
That's the one.
Greg Proops, yes,
Yes,
that's
yeah.
right.
Um,
Yeah. There was a lot of
Yeah.
transatlantic integration going on, wasn't there? With a lot of things. But,
Anyway.
it's like it's a real shame that Lewis Black isn't hardly known here at all.
Really, he hasn't caught on yet, huh?
No, not over here. Even though he's appeared in certain things, it's never enough. So because he did an episode of oh God, what was that show with Sheldon?
Oh,
Big Bang Theory.
that's it.
He did an episode of that.
But it's
Mr.
like
Angry.
It's like in America, you've got John Oliver, and like John Oliver
Yeah.
didn't really do it over here.
Really?
Bizarrely, no, yeah, he
He's
he
actually
was-
quite funny on the first few episodes of Mock the Week.
yeah,
He was actually part of the first episode as well.
yeah, but he
And-
just didn't catch on.
Oh, the African chappie.
The African chappie.
Yeah, no, honestly, I can't remember his name.
Well, John Oliver gets a little manic in his
Oh,
delivery.
you
Is
mean
that part of the reason
Reginald?
he's not popular?
He does the other big one out there, Tonight Show.
Oh, yeah, the guy from South Africa.
Yeah.
Trevor Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trevor Noah, yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
he was here because he did Mock the Week here, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he did a
a
load
couple of
stuff,
times and
lot of
stuff, and he
stand-up
was
over
doing
here.
some stand up. Did the Apollo,
Yeah.
and then went to the States, and then suddenly pop
Well, yeah,
appeared on that.
He joined the Daily Show as one of their roving reporters, and then when Stewart left,
Yeah,
they chose him. Bizarrely, I mean, I think he's done a great job, and he obviously
Yeah.
he's now said he's finishing. But I couldn't understand why they didn't give it to like John Oliver or
Yeah,
Samantha
because he was
Bee
already
or
on the show. Yeah.
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 And I miss John. I love I watch his thing on Apple because I think John Stewart's just a fucking legend.
He was brutal. I mean, did you ever see his famous Tucker Carlson interview?
Yeah.
Where he just fucking lays him out. It was awesome.
And the
The whole stuff of the Bush era is just legendary.
when he was guesting on what's his name on Fox, Bill
Bill O'Reilly,
O'Reilly,
Mr. I will
that's it.
catch the sex
Yeah.
offender. I wasn't it.
Yeah. It's just amazing.
He pulled an
Amazing.
OJ. I will catch him someday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, with things like Mock the Week cancelled, MASH Report's been messed with.
Well, that's now on a random satellite channel, isn't it?
Yeah, and you go, there's no accountability because Spitting Image was this time round was weak. It
But-
wasn't as
that was awful.
cutting.
But also Spitting Image isn't really it's not prime time TV or
No,
a
but it was
proper
still
channel.
having it was still there to have a crack.
No. I mean, modern day Spitting Image is not on a normal prime
Yeah, yeah.
channel.
It's on
Yeah.
BritBox, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's nothing now to
The thing is-
hold them in power accountable.
But
so
when-
why can't they get Jonathan Pye? Give him a show. For fuck's
I
sake.
know. But
Best of luck.
when real life delivers stuff that is beyond satire,
Yeah.
because it's so satirical in in and of itself.
Yeah. It's Bizarro World.
Yeah, satire shows like the last bastion of satire we have is like people like Jonathan Pye, or maybe
Yeah.
Michael Spicer on YouTube.
Yeah.
But certainly on like national TV, Have I Got News for You is about all that's left, really.
Yeah,
of
and
mainstream
it's
satire.
not really as cutting as it used
No.
to be.
But again, is that because they're not as on the ball as they used to be, or is that because real life is that used to have real life and then you had
Yeah.
satire?
Yeah.
Now the gap is so much smaller.
Yeah, no, that's
How can you
true.
be satirical about something that is?
It's so
batshit fucking crazy as
pathetically
it is?
batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, most of the biting stuff over here is the small stuff, like the podcast, things like that.
Mm.
There's a group of guys called Chapo Trap House. They're hilarious, doing all kinds of political stuff. They did some stuff on trust the other day,
Yeah.
and some other things. They're pretty funny guys.
Oh,
That's
they're
funny,
behind,
I
they're
saw-
behind the times. You've got to be quicker than that.
No.
Still
Well,
doing
no, this
trust.
is from a while. This is from.
No, I know.
I saw was it Colbert the other night was talking about Liz Truss going, Rishi Sunak coming
Yeah.
in, and he made some joke, and the audience went. It was about Liz Truss, but he didn't mention her by name. He said something about the last prime minister. Only I think the words. I think the joke was that he's known juice diets that last longer than.
Yeah.
And the crowd, the audience went ooh like this, and he's like, "Really? You don't even I bet none of you here even remember what her name is. What's her name?" And then the audience went, "Liz Truss." And they're like, "Wow, they actually were listening."
But did
for
you
just
see
those 40 days.
Friday Night Live last week,
I did.
where Ben Elton says, "I miss Margaret Thatcher"? I was like,
Yeah, but again,
"Really, you?"
I watched that and thought,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not how it wasn't how it used to be.
No.
There's nowadays that stuff doesn't work
Yeah.
anymore. I mean, there was some stuff on there that I was going, that's no. I don't. I mean, like Rosie Jones. I love Rosie Jones. She's brilliant.
Yeah.
But then there was other people on there. I'm thinking, no. Then they wheeled Harry Enfield out to do present day Stavros. But Stavros, I mean, the character of Stavros back in the day was. In the 1980s, to have a kebab stall owner with,
Hello, matey peeps.
hello, the peeps. But it was, I mean, it was just more relevant. Like nowadays, it's like, oh no, it's only funny because you remember how funny it used to be, not necessarily how funny or relevant it is now. You had to rely on the old jokes about, I like to take my missus up the arse. because arse being short for Arsenal.
Yeah.
That's not funny anymore, really.
No.
Julian Clary came on and did his thing. I mean, when Julian Clary was on the original Friday Night Lives or Saturday Night Lives or whatever it was, as the Joan Collins fan club.
Yeah.
With what was the name of the dog? Fanny the Wonder Dog.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. I mean, he would come on in bondage gear with this little crossbreed little dog thing called Fanny the Wonder Dog, and it was brilliant. But now it's just
well, you've seen it before, so it's not for us anymore, is it?
No,
that's what I think it is. That's the problem now.
And the bit that everyone was talking about was the bit when I forget the name of the individual, but there was this transgender comic.
Oh, where he tore all his clothes off.
Tore all their clothes off,
getting her cock out,
and playing the keyboard with the cock. And I'm thinking,
yeah.
Oh, that's where we are these days.
Yeah,
that's how
I've got breasts.
That's how that started. Wow, what a crazy thing.
No,
but it's doing the whole, because it was all about him having breasts and a knob, and it's sort of like it's the best of both worlds. And
yeah,
and that's comedy, eh?
Well, it was a one trick. It was just one joke that was sort of like
sung to a song.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to get exposure and recognition, and that's what it did. So it served its job very well.
Not as much exposure as he got, though, is it?
That's right.
But no, I mean, what you need is a program that's as satirical and cutting to the establishment as Buzzcocks is to the music industry.
Mm. But even then, I mean, I've seen some clips of the new Buzzcocks that's on, is it Dave TV with, and I hugely admire Greg Davies, but it's not the same.
It's never going to be
the
the same as
music
having
industry
Mark.
is different.
Exactly.
Well, if the Ramones were still alive, they would not be the same either.
Well, yeah, I suppose. And hey, look, bloody John Lydon is almost the complete opposite of what he was 40 years ago.
Oh, God, yeah. He's become a conservative, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But he's still angry at everything.
Yeah, but
not even very angry, to be honest.
Oh, well. Anyway.
The planet is diluted around us. Good grief, Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
That's a husky doing that show, right?
Yeah.
Charlie Brown's parents are husky.
New conspiracy theory?
Yeah,
Yep.
and the teachers and everything else.
Now stay under there. Yeah.
You should make
stay
it full
there.
screen.
No, we put the. What's that?
It's the ring light. Yeah. Pouring popping candy under my foreskin was the biggest mistake of my life.
Whoa.
It just came up on my Twitter feed.
Well, lucky to have foreskin.
Is that based on your search history?
Yeah.
No, it was
It's like these guys that play the game. What's in my pouch? You know.
It was actually Ollie, in Ireland.
Oh,
sharing that. Oh dear. Anyway, I'll go to bed.
With the X1?
You got your popping candy handy.
Got my candy, yeah.
Can't get to sleep without it.
Yeah, it's the noise. It helps me drift off.
is relaxing. Yeah. So it's a little bit of white noise coming out of it.
Oh man.
Dear idea. Right. Yes, I will.
Space
see...
dust up your pipe.
Oh dear.
I love it.
I will see you all tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be a
Or you'll
sherbet
see me,
fountain.
or whatever. Yeah.
It's one or the other, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, then. Take
See
it
y'all.
easy.
Good stuff.
Everyone
See you all
take care
soon.
and look after themselves.
Yeah. All the best.
All the best and
Bye.
take care. Bye.